Konoha 64, Chunin exam. Everyone was fighting fiercely in the Death Forest, and at this moment, there was a loud noise from the ground. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Naruto was standing on the tree and almost fell down. Sakura, who was standing next to him, used all her strength to grab the corner of Naruto's clothes. Stupid Naruto, stand still. What is that? Sasuke looked up at the sky. Two black screens appeared in the sky. Everyone in the Death Forest froze instantly. Is this a trap set by Konoha Village? Ding! This system is called Tomato Double Comparison, inviting everyone in the ninja world to enter the live broadcast room, pulling the dead in the Pure Land space. All pulled successfully. Everyone can chat freely. Double comparison will be carried out in 3 minutes. Senju Hashirama. Hey, what's going on with this dark screen? Senju Tobarama. Is it Uchiha's doing? Uchiha Izuna. Hehe, the cunning Senju clan is confusing right and wrong again. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sir Hokage. Teacher. How can you? Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at the dark screen in the sky with shock in his eyes, and the pipe in his mouth fell to the ground. Hokage, is this Uchiha Itachi's illusion? Two Umbu walked into the Hokage's office. Go inform Hai, and quickly take the intelligence team to find out about this dark screen in the sky. Hiruzen quickly calmed down. Yes. After receiving the order, the two Umbu disappeared quickly. Hokage-sime, the IT seems that the Chunin exam will be cancelled temporarily. The fourth Kazekage came over and chuckled. He was Orochimaru in disguise. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at the dark screen in the sky and resisted the urge to lick his tongue. Well, Mr. Kazekage, please rest assured that our Konoha village will protect everyone. Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette. Fourth Reikage AI. This dark screen. This chat group. Is it made by Konoha Village? Oanoki. Why did Konoha Village do this? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Hehe, I suspect Konoha Village as soon as I came. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone, our Konoha Village does not want war. This high-altitude screen is not made by us. Chio. Hehe, I think it was made by Konoha Village. System. Time is up. Double comparison live broadcast begins. Title. 12-year-old Naruto had nothing. 12-year-old Boruto has a happy family. At this moment, a new picture suddenly appeared on the dark left screen. The people who were still thinking about the conspiracy theory suddenly looked up to the sky. In the picture, the blue sky and the sun shone on the Hokage rock. Little Naruto sat alone on the Hokage rock with a complicated look in his eyes. He raised his palm and tried to grab the sun in the sky. The people who were watching saw this child and suddenly thought he was cute. Mizukage Terumi Mei. This kid. Uchiha Sasuke. Isn't this Naruto? Haruno Sakura. Why did Naruto run to such a high place when he was a child? Senju Hashirama. Not bad. This video takes stock of Konoha Village. Senju Tobarama. Monkey. How is Konoha Village now? How do Uchiha and Konoha get along? Shimura Danzo. Don't worry, teacher. They get along very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem. This video is a bit weird. Namikaze Minato. Isn't this my child? Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, how are you doing now? Uzumaki Naruto, who are you? Namikaze Minato. It seems that Hokage didn't tell you about me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, I'm sorry for you. The scene continues, and the music becomes increasingly lonely. Naruto looks up at the eagle in the sky, his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes soon become complicated again. At this moment, Naruto was walking in the streets, being despised, scorned, and even beaten and scolded by people along the way. His eyes were complicated and full of confusion. Why did the people in the village hate him so much? The people watching the video fell silent. Why does Konoha Village treat a child like this? Namikaze Minato. Hokage-sama, please explain to me. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, what's wrong with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, Minato. Naruto's situation is too complicated. Fourth Reikage AI. Hypocritical Konoha Village. Uchiha Sasuke. Why was Naruto isolated when he was a child? Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, don't interrupt. Uchiha Izuna. This Sasuke looks like me. By the way, how are the younger generations of my Uchiha clan doing now? Uchiha Shursui. Itachi, I entrusted the future of Uchiha to you. How are you protecting it? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito. Hataki Kakashi. Obito, can you hear me? Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, how are you doing in the Pure Land? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Can someone analyze it? Anoki, Madara is right. What does the double comparison in this live broadcast mean? Is it comparing Naruto and Boruto? Second generation Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu. Who is Boruto? Uzumaki Boruto. It's me. Uzumaki Naruto, young man. Son, don't talk yet. This chat group is a bit strange. Uchiha Sasuke, young man. It's not an illusion. I can't break it with the power of the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara. Samsara Eye. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Uzumaki Nagato. Isn't the Samsara Eye only mine? The scene continues. An adult pats the child on the shoulder and orders him not to get close to Naruto to avoid misfortune. Naruto looks at the villagers helplessly and really can't understand why everyone hates him. His stomach growled. He was hungry. Looking at the Ichiraka ramen shop in the distance and smelling the familiar smell, Naruto swallowed his saliva. He wanted to eat too. He took out a few coins from his pocket, but it was far from enough. The second generation Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu. Isn't this kid's life too miserable? Uzumaki Boruto. Didn't dad have a good childhood? In a mansion, Boruto was wearing branded clothes and looked at the screen with a complicated look. Asshole dad, I didn't expect you to lie to me. You had such a miserable childhood. Boruto's eyes showed heartache. Pure land space, and in the stomach of the god of death. Minato and Kushina, a couple, looked at the screen with a look of heartache. As a tailed beast Jinchuriki, it is normal to experience such treatment, and they can understand it. Chapter 2. What kind of divine life does Boruto lead? Uchiha Sasuke, young pineapple head, your father endured a difficult childhood, yet through sheer determination, he has achieved his current status. Vortex Boruto. I'm sorry, Dad. Vortex Naruto. Young, what are you saying, silly child? Your circumstances are far better than mine were, so you must study diligently and then. He rambles on with a lot of trivialities. Vortex Kushina. Is Naruto's son really my grandson? Vortex Naruto. Young indeed. Minato Namikaze. Is that true? I have a grandson now. Vortex Kushina. Naruto, quickly send a photo. Senju Tobarama. You two seem a bit daft. Senju Hashirama. Ahahaha. The atmosphere in this chat group has suddenly become lively. The scene continues, and Naruto finds himself back in a slum, the place he once called home. I have returned. Naruto's gaze is filled with despair as he collapses onto his bed. Why is he without parents? The third Hokage had informed him that they perished in battle. Indeed, he has never seen them. The camera shifts, revealing Naruto darting through the underbrush, eventually arriving at a forest. At this moment, he is drenched in sweat. He picks up stones and hurls them at a distant log. Although this act is utterly pointless, he immerses himself in this solitary play. Viewers of the video can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Soon, Naruto stumbles upon a bounty of wild mushrooms. A flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. He gathers them all. Subsequently, he fashions a rudimentary fishing rod and begins to fish. Before long, he catches a fish, placing it over the fire to roast. As the fish cooks, Naruto devours it ravenously. At that moment, an elderly man appears before him, startling Naruto. Who are you? He inquires. Do not be alarmed. I am merely an old man passing by. Hiruzen Sarutobi replies kindly. As Hokage, he is often occupied with duties and hardly finds time to spend with Naruto, but he has managed to carve out a moment to visit him. Observing Naruto grilling the fish, Sarutobi smiles warmly. Their eyes meet, and both share a joyful smile. Old man here, have some of this. Naruto generously offers the roasted fish to Sarutobi. Is that so? Thank you. Sarutobi responds. Black soil, excuse my ignorance, but who is this old man? Anoki, he is the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Deara, he seems quite benevolent. Fourth Raikage A, Konohagakure is truly hypocritical. The son of a hero lives in such dire circumstances. Shouldn't Naruto come to our cloud village? I would take care of you. Fourth Kazakage Gaara, how about coming to our sand village? Materumi, the Mizukage, ahem. Vortex Naruto, I would never go to your villages. I am a ninja of Konohagakure. Uzumaki Boruto, say, did dad have such a miserable childhood? Was there no one to help him? Uzumaki Naruto, are you my future son? Then who is my wife? Is it Sakura? Hiki. Haruno Sakura. I would never fall for Naruto. Uzumaki Boruto, did dad have a crush on Aunt Sakura when he was young? Uzumaki Naruto, young adult, hey, Boruto, can you talk a little less? Nara Shikamaru, Naruto, how did you end up being henpecked? What a disappointment. The scene continues as the third Hokage praises Naruto's culinary skills, filling Naruto's heart with immense joy. Finally, someone acknowledges him. The grandfather and grandson gaze up at the twinkling stars above. Hisashi's expression gradually softens. Grandfather, you truly know so much. Naruto listens intently to Hisashi's explanations, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the vastness of the world, human existence seems so insignificant. Hisashi gently explains. Such insignificant beings, are their worries likewise trivial? Naruto's gaze becomes complex as he inquires. Indeed, the world is vast and boundless. Hisashi replies. The scene shifts. And at this moment, the left side of the screen suddenly halts, revealing the right side to the audience. Uzumaki Boruto, what does this mean? Mizukichi Terumi-me, are we about to engage in this so-called double comparison? Second Tsuchika Jinoki, well, let's take a look at Boruto's life. The footage continues, showcasing Boruto's life. At merely 6 years old, Boruto enjoys the presence of both parents, along with a younger sister, residing in a luxurious home. He experiences a life free of worries, occasionally gaming with friends or leisurely exploring, such as taking a train to travel to other countries. The viewers watching the video feel a surge of envy, exclaiming in awe, what a divine life this is. However, the situation soon changes. At just 10 years old, Boruto's dissatisfaction with his father's absence begins to manifest. Why does everyone else have their fathers with them, while I do not? Every time I visit the Hokage's office, my father merely sits in his chair, directing others, seemingly contributing little. Anyone could be Hokage. Boruto lies in bed, tears streaming down his face. Why was I born into such a family? Anyone could be Hokage. Konoha's unbelievable, bro, covering face and laughing steel iron. Is this kid serious? Fourth Kazekage Raza, living such a fortunate life, compared to his father, it's like a divine existence. Tsunade Senju, well, it's not that extreme. Besides, Boruto's background is quite impressive. Hashirama Senju, his father is Hokage, and his mother is the head of the Hyuga clan. They are incredibly wealthy. Tobirama Senju, brother, aren't you also Hokage? Senju Hashirama, however, all my money has been entrusted to Mito. The nature is different. Shimura Danzo, this Boruto is truly foolish. Do you not understand the immense value of being a Hokage? What a simpleton he is. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enough, Danzo. Regardless of what Boruto says, he is merely a child. There is no need for such harsh words. Shimura Danzo, haha. Children in this era of peace truly have it easy. Uchiha Shursui, Lord Clan Leader, how is the Uchiha clan faring now? Uchiha Fugaku. As the story progresses, the 16-year-old Naruto becomes a hero of the ninja world, while the 16-year-old Boruto becomes a rogue ninja. Hunted and pursued by all. Chapter 3, What Happened to the Uchiha Clan? Uchiha Shursui, why is the Uchiha clan so silent? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke, I can hardly bear to watch. Itachi is a treacherous wretch. He has slaughtered our kin. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Sasuke, Ancestor Izuna. You must intercede for me. Itachi is a scoundrel. Uchiha Izuna, please, allow me a moment to compose myself. Itachi, why did you annihilate our clan? Uchiha Itachi, I sought to test my own capacity. Uchiha Izuna. In the Pure Land, Izuna's expression froze upon hearing Itachi's response. He had anticipated a more profound rationale, yet the massacre was merely a means to gauge one's worth? Uchiha Izuna, please, repeat that. I did not grasp your meaning. Uchiha Itachi, to test my capacity. Uchiha Izuna, I'll measure your impudence. I'll measure your ancestry. You slaughtered our kin, for heaven's sake. Uchiha Madara, calm down, Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, how can I remain calm, brother? This Itachi is a lunatic. He butchered our clan under the pretext of testing his capacity. I am utterly incensed. Uchiha Shursui, Itachi. I entrusted you with the protection of the Uchiha and Konoha, and this is what I receive in return? I bestowed my eyes upon you. Yet you chose to extinguish our clan. Uchiha Fugaku, Lord Madara, Itachi's actions stem from his own hardships. Uchiha Madara, HM? Izuna. Shursui, let us remain composed. Itachi's massacre likely intertwines with the fate of Konoha. Senju Tobirama, what transpired, monkey? How has the Uchiha clan vanished? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, Vortex Boruto, did Sasuke-sensei endure such suffering in his youth? The scene unfolds further, with Boruto expressing profound dissatisfaction towards his father. As time passes, the day of the Chunin exam arrives, coinciding with his sister's birthday. Just as their father presents the cake to place upon the table, it suddenly dissipates into smoke. The cake crashes onto the floor. Boruto, witnessing this, is filled with rage. His father is once again neglectful, failing to attend his own daughter's birthday celebration. The scene shifts to Naruto exhausted in his office. Surrounded by a mountain of paperwork, Shikamaru gazes at him with concern. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What a diligent Hokage. Second Mizuki Jigura. Indeed, with such a plethora of tasks. It will take an eternity to complete them all. Kakashi Hatake. Hey, Naruto, you cannot continue at this pace. Young Naruto Uzumaki. Vortex Boruto. Foolish dad, why don't you ask Uncle Shikamaru to assist you with these tasks? Nara Shikamaru. Oh, me. The right screen concludes here. Followed by a transition to the left screen. In the scene, young Naruto lies alone upon a stone. In stark contrast to Boruto, his life has been undeniably bleak. From a tender age, he has been devoid of familial companionship, lacking even a solitary friend. A dragonfly flutters nearby, and Naruto reaches out to touch it. Such a diminutive creature, compared to this vast world. Regardless of my actions, I am unequivocally myself. With a soft chuckle and a smile gracing his lips. Naruto swiftly leaps towards Hokage Rock, feeling the brisk wind against his face. The scene transitions, and years have passed. Beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, Naruto witnesses a small girl being tormented by a group of unruly children. A look of indignation washes over him as he drives the bullies away. However, rather than a chase, it seems the troublemakers simply tire of their antics and depart. The camera shifts again, and many years later, Naruto walks alone through a narrow alley, illuminated by the familiar light of a street lamp. Is that not the little girl from before? What are you doing here, in such a place? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Naruto approaches. Don't just cry. Hinata hesitates, her voice thick with emotion. Uzumaki Boruto. Is this how Dad met Mom? Hyuga Hinata Mom? Hyuga Niji? Hyuga Hayashi. I disagree. Hyuga Hizashi. Hayashi. Perhaps you should remain calm. You are the clan leader. Due to the disruption caused by the light screen, the Chunin exams are abruptly cancelled, and everyone returns to their homes. Hinata gazes at the screen, her face flushed with embarrassment. In the future, she will actually marry Naruto. This is truly wonderful. Second Mizukage, Terame. I don't understand. Why the dual comparison, to highlight how miserable his father was? Fourth Kazekage, Raza. 1. If that is the case. It lacks interest. Zabuza Momochi. Surely. Boruto's life cannot be worse than his father's. Deidara. Indeed. That is utterly impossible. Haiden. If it is worse than his father's, then I shall eat. Sasori. You two imbeciles, silence yourselves. The scene continues. As Naruto holds Hinata's small hand, the young Hinata feels the warmth of Naruto's grasp, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Soon, Naruto leads Hinata back to the Hyuga clan. He waves goodbye to her and then departs. Hinata watches Naruto's retreating figure, blinking in confusion, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss within her heart. Yamanaka Ino, is this the power of love? Sakura Haruno, I can't believe it. Hinata has always liked Naruto. Yamanaka Ino, did you just realize that, silly Sakura? Sakura Haruno, who are you calling silly? The scene shifts again. And as in the original story, Naruto begins participating in the Chunin exams at the age of 12. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, he swiftly defeats Niji Hyuga, a prodigy of his clan. As the video played, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly when suddenly, the scene shifted to the plan of the Leaf Village's collapse. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, what is the situation? Senju Hashirama. Huh? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, this is my apprentice, Orochimaru. He has now defected. Jiraiya. Evil Orochimaru. Reveal your whereabouts, and I shall come to apprehend you. Orochimaru. Fool. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen gazed at the departing Orochimaru, his expression one of complexity. Hokage-sama, shall we pursue Orochimaru? An Umbu inquired. There is no need. You cannot catch up to him. Hiruzen shook his head. He lit his pipe and looked up at the screen high above. He had been far too indecisive. Alas, perhaps he was not suited to be Hokage. Shimura Danzo. Enough. Hiruzen, you are too hesitant. Sensei, I volunteer to become the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Senju Tobarama. Tsunade. Are you present? Senju Tsunade. I am here, second grandfather. Senju Tobarama. Tsunade, do you have an interest in becoming the 5th Hokage? Senju Tsunade. Not at all. Senju Hashirama. Should we have Tsunade as Hokage? Haha. This book primarily emphasizes light-hearted entertainment. Steering clear of conspiracy theories, apart from Danzo, all characters are inherently good. Chapter 4. Is this the Battle of the Elders? Senju Tobarama. This Orochimaru is rather intriguing. He has actually researched my forbidden techniques. Namikaze Minato. This. Senju Hashirama. Wait a moment. Does Konoha village lack high-level combatants? Someone. Please save Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord First Hokage. Konoha still possesses formidable power. Hatake Kakashi. Indeed, I am among Konoha's elite forces. The confrontation between the third Hokage and Orochimaru is a classic. Those uninterested may skip ahead, as it does not affect the subsequent narrative. The scene continues as the ceiling is swiftly enveloped by a barrier set by the Umbu. Orochimaru employs the reanimation jutsu, summoning the first and second Hokages. Hiruzen gazes at the two venerable figures in the distance, his expression one of confusion. It is complete. Orochimaru chuckles softly, quite pleased with his masterpiece. They truly resemble their former selves. Hiruzen thinks with a pang of sorrow. Enjoy yourselves. Orochimaru rapidly forms hand seals. The two reanimated figures begin to stride forward. Boom. They step onto the tiles and spring into action. Hiruzen, witnessing Hashirama charging towards him, along with his own teacher, reacts swiftly, evading the first attack and countering, sending Senju Hashirama flying. At that moment, Tobirama descends to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists slicing through the air echoes. The battle intensifies. Hiruzen seizes the second's leg, hurling him away. He then swiftly forms hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. A searing fireball erupts from his mouth, causing the surrounding air to heat up dramatically. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, are utterly astonished. Is this the might of Konoha's strongest Hokage? It is truly terrifying. Terumi-me. The Mizukichi. This fire release technique is likely stronger than that of Uchiha Madara, isn't it? Inoki. Mizukichi, you are too naive. You have no idea how powerful Uchiha Madara truly is. A fourth Raikage. Inoki, cease your boasting about Madara. I would relish the opportunity to measure my strength against him. Hanzo of the Salamander. I am a demigod of the ninja world. Is Uchiha Madara really that formidable? Fourth Kazekage. Raza. The greatest braggart in the ninja world must be Inoki, right? Uzumaki Boruto. Master Sasuke. Who is Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Sasuke, young, merely a remnant of a bygone era. Uchiha Madara. Oh? Young one, do you wish to dance as well? Uchiha Sasuke, young he. The scene continues as the intense heat generated by the flames astonishes Orochimaru, who observes from afar. Truly, he is a remarkable teacher. In the next moment, water style, water barrier. Senju Tobirama forms hand seals. Boom. In the absence of water, a massive torrent surges forth. The deluge instantly extinguishes the flames. How is it possible to unleash such a formidable ninjutsu in a place devoid of water? The onlookers gasped, their pupils constricting in astonishment. Is this the depth of Konoha's legacy? As the mist gradually dissipated, Orochimaru observed the spectacle before him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Truly, the second Hokage is remarkable. Senju Tobirama raised his hand once more, forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, a torrent of water spiraled upwards, gushing forth like a flood. Nara Shikamaru swiftly formed his hand seals and prostrated himself on the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Bang. A stone wall erupted, blocking the deluge. Nevertheless, the aftermath of the flood continued to swell, enveloping the entire ceiling in an instant. Tiles were struck by the force, teetering on the brink of collapse. Nara Shikamaru leaped into the air, cautiously observing the two below. Tobirama surged through the water. And just as Shikamaru intended to form hand seals, Tobirama unleashed a fiery onslaught with his fist, followed by a kick aimed at Shikamaru. Taken by surprise, Shikamaru was struck. A surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. His face endured several more blows. Bang. Shikamaru fell helplessly to the watery depths. Naruto Uzumaki, Grandpa Hokage. Mizukichi Terumi-me, how exhilarating. Fourth Raikage A. Indeed exhilarating. Witnessing Shikamaru's defeat is utterly satisfying. Inoki, just observing. But the drama from Konoha is quite entertaining. Senju Hashirama. It seems I have been ensnared. Senju Tobirama. How has Orochimaru mastered my forbidden techniques? Tsunade Senju. Orochimaru. From where did you pilfer the scroll of forbidden techniques? Orochimaru. Hihi. In Konoha. Danzo watched the chat messages on the video, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Shikamaru, you ought to perish swiftly. Konoha has become a pitiful wreck under your leadership. You have grown old. It is time for you to abdicate. Quickly relinquish the position of Hokage to me. Lord Danzo. Several root members knelt before him. Contact Orochimaru. The plan for Konoha's collapse must commence ahead of schedule. Danzo rapped his cane against the ground. What shall we do about the common citizens of Konoha? These are necessary sacrifices for my ascension as Hokage, Danzo slowly replied. Jiraiya, old man. Are you truly unwilling to speak? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Enough, Jiraiya. Pain. Hihi. Such is the nature of great nations, utterly hypocritical. The scene continued as Shikamaru struggled to push himself off the ground. Age weighed heavily upon him, and he could not sustain this for long. Suddenly, the ground erupted, a surge of water ensnaring Shikamaru and dragging him downward. His brow furrowed in distress. In the next moment, bang! He burst forth from the water, clambering up the wall high above. The water from the ground transformed into high-pressure jets, slicing through the air and rushing forth. Bang, bang, bang! Numerous stone walls were struck, rubble flying as they collapsed. The swift descent from the heights culminated in a powerful impact upon the ground. Vortex Boruto, is this truly the third Hokage? How impressive! Uchiha Sarada, the seventh Hokage, is the most remarkable. Uchiha Sasuke young. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, this Sarada. Uchiha Makoto, is she our granddaughter? Uchiha Sasuke young, yes, she is my daughter. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi-san, are you not a bit too emotional? Uchiha Itachi, I am not, you are mistaken. This book primarily aims for light-hearted entertainment. The character portrayals may deviate slightly, so those who prefer otherwise may wish to withdraw. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 5. Should we bid farewell to the heavenly being for Sarana? In a desolate wilderness, Itachi and Kisame walked side by side. Itachi glanced at the chat group, his heart fluttering at the sight of his adorable niece's avatar. He pondered as an uncle whether he should bestow a gift upon her. How about a parting gift from the heavenly being? Surely she would not mind. Itachi gently stroked the raven perched upon his shoulder, lost in thought. Minato Namikaze, Naruto, do you have a daughter in addition to your son? Naruto Uzumaki, young, yes, indeed. Himawari Uzumaki, hello, Grandpa. Minato Namikaze, that's wonderful. By the way, can this system send gifts? System, yes, it can. Minato Namikaze gifts Himawari a kunai engraved with a seal. Minato Namikaze, my granddaughter. Keep this safe and come to Grandpa whenever you need something. Naruto Uzumaki, young dad. Aren't you still inside the belly of the Reaper? Minato Namikaze, once I am resurrected, that will no longer be the case. Kushina Uzumaki gifts Himawari the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina Uzumaki, just a small token of my affection. Himawari Uzumaki, thank you, Grandma. Kushina Uzumaki, oh, let Grandma see you. Naruto, quickly send a photo. Fourth Raikage A, can't you have these family chats in private? Fourth Kazakage Raza, 1. Son, how are you doing these days? Gaara, you foolish imbecile. Get lost. Fourth Kazakage Raza. The scene shifted to the heights, where a multitude of stones plummeted to the ground. Hizashi leaped down, gasping for breath. With a crack, tiles shattered, and a small sapling sprouted forth. In mere seconds, the sapling grew rapidly. This is troubling. This is the secret technique of the first Hokage. Hizashi's expression turned cautious as the sapling spread swiftly, causing the ground to crack extensively. In just a few fleeting moments, the landscape transformed dramatically. Hizashi kept dodging, yet the vines lashed at him relentlessly. Meitarumi, is this the power of the first Hokage? It doesn't seem particularly formidable. Fourth Raikage A, full of floss. The rumors are clearly exaggerated. Hanzo of the Salamander, the first Hokage is too slow, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. It seems Madara is not impressive either. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. Is this truly your strength? Senja Hashirama, I'm not sure. Brother, why don't you analyze it? Senja Tobirama, the truth is singular. Orochimaru does not have a complete mastery of the reanimation jutsu, rendering him incapable of perfectly restoring our former strength. Orochimaru, as expected of the second Hokage. The scene continued. Hizashi soon found himself ensnared by the tree's vines. Observing Hizashi in bondage, Hashirama loosened his grip. Orochimaru approached, gazing at the restrained teacher with a sly smile. Finally, I have captured you. Sensei. Hizashi clenched his teeth tightly. In the vortex of Boruto, killing his own master. What a disgrace. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed. But, Boruto. Why do I have the feeling that you might stab me in the eye in the future? Vortex Boruto. This scene continues. Nichiren gritted his teeth, desperately trying to free himself from the entangling trees. Soon, he slapped his hand against the ground. Ninja art, summoning technique. Bang. As the smoke surged and gradually dissipated, the Great Monkey King appeared. Another troublesome character. Orochimaru squinted at the distance. At that moment, the Great Monkey King leaped onto the tree roots, gazing down at Orochimaru, and turned to Nichiren with a significant expression. So it is. Truly pitiful, Sarutobi. It's all your fault for not killing him back then. Now let us get to it. Nichiren's voice was weak, but now it's too late. I beg you, Great Monkey, the Rui Jingu Bang. Nichiren said feebly. Observing this, Orochimaru decisively issued commands to the first and second Hokage, who swiftly leaped into the sky. All right, I understand. The Great Monkey King delivered a powerful punch, sending the second Hokage crashing to the ground, then kicked Hashirama away. With a swift turn, he transformed into a massive staff. The Rui Jingu Bang broke through the trees, restraining the third Hokage. Excellent. Nichiren, clutching the Rui Jingu Bang, instantly cleared the surrounding wood. At this moment, the atmosphere in the scene became increasingly tense. Fourth Raikage A, the first Hokage doesn't seem that strong. What level of power does the legendary shinobi realm truly possess? Uchiha Madara, mere ants, easily crushed. Uchiha Sarada, incredible. This is the battle of our predecessors. During the era of Boruto, within the Ninja Academy, a group of children gazed at the screen high above, filled with admiration. The third Hokage is so impressive. He might even surpass the seventh Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, why haven't I appeared yet? Vortex Naruto, Sasuke. You wouldn't be much help even if you did. Uchiha Sasuke. Only if I want to. The scene continued, finally becoming intriguing. Orochimaru slowly formed hand seals, then expelled a python from his mouth, which in turn spat out a sword. The onlookers watching the video felt a wave of nausea. This Orochimaru is truly disgusting. At that moment, Orochimaru held the sword, fixating his gaze on Nichiren in the distance. Up, Great Monkey. Nichiren swung the staff, charging towards Orochimaru. The staff rapidly elongated, thrusting into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground erupted into a cloud of smoke. Nichiren danced with the staff, advancing towards Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clash echoed continuously. Is this the strength of a shadow? The viewers could only see the fleeting figures of the two engaged in combat. Nichiren, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, pushed Orochimaru back while also remaining vigilant against Hashirama's surprise attacks. Nichiren dodged Hashirama, narrowly escaping Tobirama's ambush, while strategically placing explosive tags on both of them. Success. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to rush forward, delivering several punches to Hisashi, ultimately sending him crashing to the ground with a final kick. How foolish. To charge in without utilizing shadow clones, Orochimaru thought disdainfully. Senju Hashirama. Hisashi, how has your strength diminished so significantly? Senju Tobirama. Master, the monkey has grown old. Employing shadow clones may exhaust his chakra. Uchiha Izuna. Alas, this old man is indeed pitiful, beaten by that ungrateful child, Tobirama. Uchiha Taijima, it is well known. The Senju clan has always been like this. Senju Tobirama. The wicked Uchiha clan. Second Mizukage. Terumi Mei, why does Tobirama always refer to the Uchiha as wicked upon seeing them? Anoki, such matters are trivial. Had Uchiha Madara been present, Hisashi would already be dead. Fourth Raikage. The older one grows, the more one fears death. Anoki, are you so afraid of Madara? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Indeed, I still wish to challenge the Reaper of the Ninja World. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. In my view, Uchiha Madara is not particularly formidable. The rumors are merely inflated. Hanzo of the Salamander. I wonder, as a demigod of the ninja world, could I possibly defeat Uchiha Madara? Pain. A defeated foe. Chapter 6. My goodness, was Uncle Gaara truly so fearsome in his youth? Hanzo the Salamander. Had you not ambushed me back then, would I have been defeated by your hand? Deidara. Indeed. A mere novice is simply that. Do not attempt to argue further. Haiden. Quite right. Yet you still succumbed, did you not? Sasori. You two imbeciles, could you not keep your voices down? The scene unfolds as Hisashi slowly opens his eyes, his age evident, and his chakra greatly diminished. Teacher, are you all right? Steady yourself, in your youth. You were revered as a professor, Orochimaru murmured in a low, raspy voice. The others anxiously observed this distant spectacle. At that moment, the golden staff lying against the tree abruptly opened its eyes. Sarutobi, what troubles you? This is not your usual demeanor. Bang. Hisashi opened his eyes, instantly binding Orochimaru. The monkey demon extended its arm, directly grasping Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru, your time is up. I shall snap your neck. In an instant, Orochimaru transformed into a puddle, beginning to dissipate, yet soon reformed from the very mud. Hisashi delivered a powerful kick, sending Orochimaru flying. At this juncture, Hisashi raised one hand. The first and second Hokage were rendered incapacitated by the explosive tags, and the tides of battle turned dramatically. Yahiko. Is this truly the third Hokage? Mizukage Terumi Mei. This is hardly impressive. I could achieve that as well. Second Tsuchikage Mu. Has the foundation of Konoha core weakened to such an extent? The scene continues, and in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The two individuals who had their legs blown off by the explosive tags began to rapidly regenerate. Hisashi's brow furrowed as he observed this phenomenon. Pain. Is this the reanimation jutsu? Within the Akatsuki, Nagato gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, his brow knitted in concern. Pain. What are you contemplating? Perhaps I can enhance the new animal path, Nagato coughed weakly. The scene advances. A method must be devised to liberate the souls bound by the reanimation jutsu. Hisashi's thoughts raced, leading him to a swift resolution. He executed a forbidden technique, employing a series of maneuvers to successfully extract the souls of the two Hokage from their bodies. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his pursuit of Gaara. This was the tumultuous experience of 12-year-old Naruto during the Chunin exams. The onlookers observed the video with bewildered expressions. The rapid editing rendered them utterly confounded. Suddenly, the camera shifted, revealing a new transformation in Gaara's body as he delivered a punch that sent Sasuke crashing to the ground. Mizukage Terumime, is this the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure tail beast? Fourth Raikage A. It appears rather unimpressive. Boruto Uzumaki. This is bad. Master Sasuke is in danger. During the Boruto era, Boruto, still attending the Ninja Academy, looked up at the screen in the sky, his eyes filled with concern. That is Master Sasuke. His strength far surpasses that of my father. Sarada Uchiha. Is this the tailed beast? It looks terrifying. I hope the 7th Hokage is alright. Vortex Kushina. You two, one cares for Sasuke, the other for Naruto. Vortex Naruto, you little brat. I am your father. Why do you only care about that guy Sasuke? Vortex Boruto. Momochi Zabuza, to be honest. I fail to comprehend the significance of this comparison. Was Boruto's childhood not filled with happiness? Vortex Boruto, young. As the scene shifts, Naruto cautiously observes Gaara before him. Something feels amiss with this Gaara. Gaara extends his arm, binding Sakura to a tree. Sarada, watching the video, becomes immediately concerned. So, mother underwent so many tribulations in her youth? Naruto resolves to rescue Sakura first. He will address Sasuke later. He bites his finger and decisively slams it onto the tree. Summoning technique. A diminutive cloud of smoke appears, gradually dispersing. Fukasaku gazes at Naruto, confusion evident in his eyes. What is happening? How on earth did you summon such a small frog? Naruto's face contorts with anger. Jiraiya, Naruto, you fool. How did you summon a tiny frog? Fukasaku. Watch my spiral movement as I take down this Gaara. Vortex Boruto. Wait a moment. Was Uncle Gaara this powerful in his youth? During Boruto's era. After school, Boruto returns home, gazing at the scene above with a perplexed expression. Today, Uncle Gaara just happens to be visiting. How to put it? This all belongs to the past. Gaara chuckles softly, appearing exceedingly gentle, entirely unlike the brutal figure depicted in the video. I see. Boruto nods. Yet his heart is filled with even more confusion. Is this truly Uncle Gaara in his childhood? The scene continues as Naruto embraces Fukasaku, only to be struck by an enemy, his body flying back and colliding with a tree. Your strength is so feeble. Fukasaku critiques Naruto. Shut up. By the way, what is that thing? In the distance, Gaara's body undergoes a transformation, becoming grotesque. Mizukage Terumime, speaking of which, what has become of the third? Second Mizukage, Kage Bunshin. Indeed, this video transitions rather inexplicably. Third Kazekage, yet we can still glean some information. First, the fourth Kazekage Raza must have perished, right? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Saratobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru. You. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen watches the shedding snake, his expression complex. Several Umbu approach to inquire whether they should pursue Orochimaru. Hiruzen shakes his head. He knows his disciple well. Orochimaru has likely prepared for escape long ago. Momochi Zabuza, by the way, after reviewing 12-year-old Naruto, it should be time to showcase 12-year-old Boruto, right? Hanzo the Salamander, showcasing the happy life of 12-year-old Boruto? This video comparison is truly uninteresting. The scene continues. Naruto stares into the distance at Gaara, a complex expression crossing his face. He understands more than anyone the meaning behind Gaara's lonely gaze. Memories of Naruto's childhood surfaced in his mind. However, at this moment, he gritted his teeth. For there was no time for such thoughts. Sakura had been captured, and he had to act swiftly to rescue her. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto leaped into the sky, summoning a multitude of shadow clones in an instant. Boruto Uzumaki. No way. Dad could release this many shadow clones at just 12? Sarada Uchiha. Truly worthy of being the 7th Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha. Heh, I'm far superior to that underachiever. Within a certain residence. Sasuke observed his daughter's remarks, feeling a tinge of jealousy. What is this? Clearly, I am much stronger than that underachiever. This book primarily focuses on lighthearted entertainment, with abundant character interactions and relatively little plot development. Those who can accept this are welcome to stay. Those who cannot, feel free to leave. If you've reached this point, could you please add it to your bookshelf? I am currently so impoverished that I can barely afford a meal. Chapter 7. Kakashi's self-invented taijutsu shocks the ninja world. Senju Tobarama. This is not the main point. How did the Uchiha clan perish? Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Itachi. Speak quickly. Why did you annihilate the clan? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Ancestor. Rest assured, I shall avenge our kin. Uchiha Madara. Not bad. How many Sharingan do you possess now? Uchiha Sasuke. 2 Tomo. Uchiha Madara. Quite commendable. The scene continues. As Naruto launches himself rapidly towards Gaara from the skies. Wind release. Infinite sand dust great breakthrough. Gaara inflates his cheeks and swiftly expels a torrent of quicksand. Boom. In an instant, Naruto's transformation into smoke dissipates. Oh no, that hurts. Naruto lies on a tree, gritting his teeth. This is truly overwhelming. The spectators watching the video cannot help but display expressions of despair. Yet, Naruto refuses to yield, rising time and again. If he falls, he simply stands up again. During the Boruto era, Sarada gazes at the scene above, her eyes filled with excitement. Truly deserving of the title of 7th Hokage. Hiki. In my opinion, it's not that impressive. Boruto states with an air of arrogance, yet his heart swells with pride. Was his father this formidable in his youth? The scene progresses. Naruto intends to employ tactical strategies. The music intensifies. Gaara decisively waves his hand, seizing Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto raises a shadow clone and swiftly tosses it forward. Shadow clone technique. In mid-air, Naruto forms hand seals, eventually landing beneath Gaara. He stands atop the shadow clone. Kunai in hand. System. High energy ahead. This is the taijutsu created by Kakashi, the elite jonin of Konohagakure. 4th Raikage A, the copy ninja of Konoha. Quite intriguing. In the hidden cloud village, Raikage A, lifting dumbbells, looks up at the video in the sky. Humph. I shall observe just how formidable this taijutsu truly is. In the hidden stone village, Inoki wears a cautious expression. This is a technique crafted by an elite jonin of Konoha, undoubtedly extraordinary. Kuratsuchi, pay close attention and learn well. This will greatly benefit your future development. Understood, grandfather. During the Boruto era, Sarada watches the scene above with equal excitement. The 7th Hokage actually employs the taijutsu created by the 6th Hokage. Remarkable. Sarada activates her Sharingan, attentively watching the video, if only she could master Kakashi's taijutsu. The scene continues. Naruto, kunai in hand, swiftly thrusts towards Gaara. 1,000 years of pain. The camera shifts. Fukasaku stares at this scene, his eyes wide open. Pac is equally flabbergasted. The viewers watching the video cannot help but express their bewilderment. Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi, what kind of taijutsu did you teach my Naruto? Is this not pure hooliganism? Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi. Uchiha Sarada, 7th Hokage this. Uchiha Sasuke, youth he is merely a bottom feeder. Kuratsuchi, grandfather, are you really making me learn this taijutsu? Inoki, ahem. Deara, useless old man, why do you keep coughing? Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, you. Kakashi Hitaki. Hashirama Senju, haha, I couldn't hold it in. Tobarama Senju, brother, be more serious. You are the 1st Hokage. The scene continues as Gaara slowly turns his head and delivers a punch, sending Naruto flying. Yet, in the next moment, as Naruto is soaring through the air, a smirk appears on his lips. Boom. The end of the kunai is attached to an explosive tag. Naruto promptly lands beside Sasuke. As the smoke begins to dissipate, Gaara stands up, visibly weakened. Naruto employs the same strategy repeatedly, using shadow clones to launch swift strikes at Gaara. However, Gaara has fully transformed into his tailed beast form. Temari watches anxiously as a towering tailed beast, reaching a height of 200 meters, fills the screen. Vortex Himawari, is there really such a gigantic raccoon? 4th Kazekage Raza, it's not that remarkable, it is merely the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts. Shikako, bastard, I am undeniably the strongest. Kurama, hihi. You still refuse to accept your inferiority. During Boruto's era, Himawari gazes at the scene in the sky, her mouth agape in astonishment. She wonders if, by this logic, her father also harbors a fox within him. The scene progresses as Naruto slowly forms hand seals, ultimately slamming his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Amidst the overwhelming smoke, a toad appears. Naruto's gaze is resolute. He is determined to protect Sakura at all costs. Second Mizukage. Kahaku, it's evident that this Naruto has feelings for Sakura. Uchiha Sarada. Ah. Did the 7th Hokage have feelings for my mother when he was young? Uchiha Sasuke Youthahim. Sarada. Uchiha Sarada retracts a message. Vortex Boruto. Wait a moment. I'm a bit confused. Did my idiot father give his first kiss to Uncle Sasuke? What about Aunt Sakura? Sakura Haruno. Boruto's era, it was also given to your father. Vortex Boruto? Kisame Hashigaki, is this what friendship in Konoha looks like? The scene shifts once more, as Bunta observes Shikaku in the distance, his brow furrowed. It appears that a tough battle is imminent. Jiraiya. I have a question, although this may not be the right time. Tsunade Senju, what question? Jiraiya. Does Bunta only engage in high-level battles? Konoha Tsunade, fool, is that the question you choose to ask? Frogs Wanta. You summon me only to battle the 9 tails or the 1 tail. It is truly uninteresting. Naruto Uzumaki, young that s only because you're exceptionally formidable, boss frog, haha. Frogs Wanta. Spare me your flattery. Have you become Hokage now, brat? Naruto Uzumaki, young indeed. The scene unfolds as Frog Jiraiya leaps onto Naruto's head to report. Madness. That Shikaku over there is bullying me. Upon hearing that his own child is being mistreated, Wanta's fury ignites. The hunt commences. The music intensifies. Wanta unsheathes his blade, fixating on the distant 1 tail. With a resounding thud, Wanta vaults into the sky, charging towards Shikaku. As Shikaku raises a hand to block the strike, a swift slice ensues, severing an arm with a sharp sound. The ground trembles violently. The dismembered limb falling to the earth, instantly transforming into a torrent of quicksand. Likewise, the short blade clatters to the ground, provoking a fierce upheaval. The onlookers watching the video are left bewildered. Is this truly how a genin fights? Third Kazekage, I still do not comprehend. Why create a dual comparison when simply broadcasting Naruto would suffice? Hanzo the Salamander, must we drag his father into this comparison of misfortunes? It is quite tiresome. If you've reached this point, could you kindly send a free little gift? Thank you. Woe is me, Chapter 8. Is this really Naruto at the age of 12? He appears to possess nothing. System, here are Naruto's achievements at 12. Single-handedly battling the 1-tail Shikaku. 4th Kazekage Raza, what has Boruto achieved at 12? He couldn't possibly have defeated extraterrestrials, could he? Laughs while covering face. Vortex Boruto, I am incapable of such feats. The scene continues, and Fukasaku's gaze is particularly grave. This time, the enemy is truly formidable. At this moment, Gaara appears above Shikaku. He cannot be allowed to fall asleep. Otherwise, consciousness control will be seized by Shikaku. Naruto listens to Fukasaku's explanation, his eyes filled with complexity. No matter what, he must save Gaara. The 1-tail roars into the sky before unleashing a barrage of destructive force. Boom. The violent assault pierces through the surrounding forest. Observing this, Fukasaku leaps swiftly to evade the attack. Water release, iron bullet. 2 powerful attacks collide from above. Bang. The fierce droplets explode, transforming the previously clear sky into a torrential downpour. Boom. Fukasaku lands swiftly, the ground trembling beneath him. Both sides continue their aerial clash. The spectators watching the video are left in awe. Second Mizukage Terumime, what am I witnessing? Is this how a genin fights? In the streets of Konoha, Kakashi glances at the scene in the sky, raising an eyebrow. Truly, he is that fool, the most unpredictably exceptional ninja. In Sunagakure, Gaara gazes upward, his expression equally complex. Naruto's childhood experiences mirror his own so closely. How can he remain so optimistic? The scene progresses, and a series of explosive sounds echo from afar. Fukasaku charges out of the smoke. In his current state, enduring the forthcoming onslaught would lead to his demise. He must awaken that young boy. But how to rouse him? A punch should suffice. Fukasaku evades Shikaku's attack, using a spiraling maneuver to swiftly grasp Shikaku's shoulder. Just as Naruto prepares to leap down, Fukasaku's hand misses, forcing him to create distance once more. Boss, if you don't hold that monster down properly, I won't be able to jump over. Naruto exclaims anxiously. I'm just a toad. I lack sharp teeth and claws. Fukasaku responds, equally distressed. Mizukage me Terumi. This battle is quite intriguing. Hashirama Senju, it appears Naruto lacks practical combat experience. The scene continues, and Naruto devises a strategy, slowly forming hand seals. Got it. Fukasaku, standing on the grass, dashes toward the distance. Naruto completes his hand seals, and in the next moment, a tremendous cloud of smoke erupts. From within the smoke, a familiar silhouette charges forth. The spectator's pupils dilate in shock. In Kumobikir, who is lifting weights, suddenly freezes. What appears on the screen is none other than the Ninetales. Is this truly the most powerful being among the tailed beasts? In the Akatsuki, Pain observes the scene in the sky, his eyes cold as ice. The Ninetales, indeed, is the very target he intends to seize. Nagato. When do you plan to execute the operation? Conan, there is no immediate rush. The Akatsuki must still gather its members. Nagato shook his head, his thoughts swirling within his mind. Uchiha Obito, is this truly the legendary Ninetales? Minato Namikaze. Obito, how have you been faring? Uchiha Obito. Teacher Minato, I have already passed away. Kakashi Hatake, I am deeply sorry. Obito, this is all my fault. Rin Noira, Obito. The scene progresses as Bunna transforms into the Ninetales, deftly evading several air bullets. The projectiles crash into the forest below, stirring up fierce winds. The Toad Bunna extends his claws, capturing Shikaku. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto leaps forth and lands a punch on Gaara. That bastard. Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Shikaku's pupils dulled, and Gaara was awakened, though his consciousness remained shrouded in darkness. When Gaara opened his eyes, the first sight he beheld was Naruto, instantly igniting a murderous intent within him. Bunta shielded Naruto with his tongue, only to have sand infiltrated. Naruto found himself immobilized. Gaara coldly regarded Naruto, and they began to discuss their respective ideals. Gradually, Gaara found himself moved by Naruto's aspirations. In Sunagakure, Gaara gazed up at the screen in the sky, his pupils constricting. Naruto, is this your will of fire? The scene continues, accompanied by stirring music. Naruto executed a rocket headbutt, striking Gaara's head. With a crack, blood surged from Gaara's head, restoring his consciousness as Shikaka transformed into flowing sand. Though clumsy in technique, Naruto's ability to gather chakra in such dire circumstances was unprecedented among ninjas. Bunta looked down at Naruto, his eyes filled with pride. Meanwhile, Hiruzen faced Orochimaru. Ultimately closing his eyes, he could not bring himself to kill, merely sealing Orochimaru's hands. Those watching the video were brought to tears. At this moment, the voice of the third Hokage resonated. The scene depicted Naruto and Gaara plummeting to the ground from the tree, exhausted. Gaara turned to Naruto, his gaze complex. This guy. Is he not just like himself? Tsunade Senju. Old man, you fool. Jiraiya, sigh. In a women's bathhouse. Jiraiya observed the scene above, his brow furrowed in contemplation for an extended time, ultimately transforming a multitude of thoughts into a single sigh. Old man. You have grown old and confused after all. In a tavern, Tsunade, engaged in gambling, bore a similarly complex expression. That guy, Orochimaru. Himawari Uzumaki, grandfather third should be fine, right? Mizukichi Terumime, he is no longer in danger. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha. Indeed, it has passed. The third Kazekage, Rasha, could you kindly cease your incessant chatter? You are but a specter now. Sakura Uchiha. How touching. Is this truly the will of the seventh Hokage? Sasuke Uchiha, in his youth the spirit of perseverance. Pineapple Head, you ought to understand Naruto's journey. Not merely his attainment of the Hokage title. Boruto Uzumaki, Master Sasuke, The scene unfolds. Why is this individual so resilient? Gaara has also collapsed to the ground, gazing with a complex expression at Naruto, who struggles to crawl on the ground, supporting himself with his chin. In this moment, Naruto's childhood memories resurface in his mind. During that time, the villagers despised him, and his plight mirrored that of Gaara. Hence, Gaara's sentiments resonate deeply with Naruto at this moment. Their childhood memories are laid bare on the screen. The onlookers cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow for both. In the Pure Land, Rasha watches his son's childhood tribulations, his heart heavy with anguish. Indeed, as a father, he feels woefully inadequate. Kushina gazes upon her son's early experiences, her heart torn, her countenance pained. Forgive me, Naruto. For your father and I were too selfish to seal the Ninetales within you. Sakura Uchiha, the seventh Hokage, endured such hardships in his youth. Yet he persevered until today. How remarkable. Hashirama Senju, undoubtedly. Naruto's ninja intellect far surpasses mine. Jiraiya, in Naruto, I perceive something extraordinary. The first Mizukichi, truly moving. Perhaps this fellow Naruto may indeed surpass all Hokages. Zabuza Momochi, thus, this comparison holds little merit. Kagami Mizukichi, indeed. Boruto had a considerably fortunate childhood. Anoki, let us not speak too soon. What if this little brat faces dire circumstances in the future? Interactions among characters in this narrative are quite abundant. Learning from past experiences, this narrative shall certainly not be diluted. Chapter 9. The broadcast of Boruto begins. System. Naruto at the age of 12 successfully defeats the tailed beast Jinchuriki. At this moment, the screen on the left halted, revealing the scene of Naruto reconciling with Gaara. Immediately thereafter, the right screen came into view, captivating the attention of the gathered spectators. In the imagery, a desolate, snow-laden landscape emerged, featuring an abandoned grand structure. Snowflakes gently descended from the heavens. In the next heartbeat, boom, a thunderous sound erupted, as multiple edifices and stones began to shatter. In the snowy expanse, blue flashes and purple phantoms intertwined in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounding stone pillars crumbled under the aftermath of their clash. Sasuke swiftly leaped from the heights to the ground, activating his Sharingan, gripping his sword with one hand, and engaged in a fierce battle with Kinshiki. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of their clash resonated continuously. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Kinshiki. Kinshiki unsheathed an axe from behind. Thud. A surge of immense force reverberated as the two warriors battled from within the castle to outside its walls. Crack, crack. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Sasuke evaded his opponent's assault, swiftly kicking Kinshiki's weapon aside. Without further ado, Kinshiki delivered a powerful punch, sending Sasuke crashing into a distant stone. As Sasuke attempted to rise, Kinshiki leapt towards him, delivering another crushing blow. Bang! The stone against which Sasuke leaned shattered instantaneously. Sasuke raised his sword, intently focusing on Kinshiki, and with a swift motion, severed a corner of Kinshiki's axe. The viewers watching the video were momentarily bewildered. Wait, what is happening? Isn't this supposed to showcase Boruto? Why is Sasuke here? Uchiha Makoto, that guy must be Sasuke, right? Uchiha Fugaku, indeed, it appears so. In the Pure Land, Makoto grasped Fugaku's arm, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the scene above. That is his son. Why is Sasuke confronting such a perilous adversary? Haruno Sakura, is that Sasuke-kun? Uzumaki Naruto. Humph, it's that guy Sasuke. This video supposed to feature my son, Uzumaki Boruto, right? Why is it suddenly showcasing Master Sasuke? Jiraiya, that the crux of the matter. Who is this adversary battling Sasuke? The footage continued, depicting Sasuke deftly evading numerous attacks from his foe, both warriors locked in a stalemate. Seizing the moment, Sasuke stepped upon the enemy's arm and leapt to the top of his opponent, smoothly drawing out a kunai, just as he prepared to strike Kinshiki. Kinshiki grasped Sasuke's foot, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom. The earth fractured instantly, resembling a spider's web scattering in all directions. Yet, this was not the end. Kinshiki struck the ground with a punch, prompting Sasuke to decisively activate his Manjiki Sharingan, narrowly evading the blow. However, Kinshiki swiftly drew his axe, twirling it in a flourish before transforming into a purple phantom, charging towards Sasuke with great speed. Sasuke looked up, witnessing the axe descending upon him, and resolutely employed the technique of Tinge Ten to swap places with a nearby stone statue. Bang! Kinshiki struck a statue instead. Had the statues exchanged positions? Jin's gaze was fixed intently on Sasuke in the distance. At this moment, snowflakes drifted gracefully through the air. Tao stood high above, looking down at Sasuke, her eyes brimming with mockery. The Rinnegan, huh? Sasuke's long hair danced in the wind, revealing both the Rinnegan and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in all their glory. The onlookers watching the video felt their pupils constrict at this sight. Anoki, is that truly the Rinnegan? Fourth Raikage A, the legendary sage's eye? Mizukage Terumi May, but isn't the Rinnegan merely a myth? Deara, does this resemble the eyes of our leader? In a cave. Nagato observed the scene in the sky, his expression one of shock. How could he possess eyes like mine? Konan stood nearby, her gaze filled with concern for Nagato. Humph. That Rinnegan must have been stolen from me. In the visions of the future, it seemed I had never appeared at all. Thus, it was likely that I had already aged and passed away. Someone had unearthed my grave and taken my Rinnegan. Nagato's thoughts were straightforward. He was a god in this world, unmatched by anyone. Itachi Uchiha, Sarada, how are you faring now? Sarada Uchiha. Well, uncle, I am doing quite well. The scene continued. Naruto stood high above, gazing towards the distant Hidden Leaf village. Uzumaki Naruto is my father. He is unique, the busiest ninja in the village. He is the 7th Hokage. Yet this does not excuse his neglect of me. Boruto's narration echoed. At that moment, 12-year-old Boruto lay in bed, entering his father's room. He was filled with joy, but his father shook his head due to work commitments. Boruto's expression froze. Why? His father is the Hokage. Second Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura. This kid, at 12, seems to be doing far better than his father did at that age. Hans the Salamander, indeed. Shikamaru Nara, one cannot say so definitively. There may yet be a twist ahead. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is there even a chance for a twist? I'd rather not. Tetsuya Uchiha. Then I too would not. The scene continued. The CH9 exams were about to commence, seamlessly connecting with the previous clips. After the disaster at his sister's birthday, Boruto, filled with anger, resolved to confront Naruto. However, he was stopped by his mother. Boruto, your father must work hard to protect everyone in the village. This does not mean he has forgotten about you. Boruto shrugged off his mother's arm, his eyes still ablaze with fury. Why? Why must my father be the Hokage? He is merely a figurehead. Anyone could perform this job. Mizuki's Terumi-me, Shimura Danzo. What is your perspective on this? Sand Village Jonin Maki. Goodness. Has Danzo not been directly triggered by this? Shimura Danzo. You malevolent child of Boruto, you fail to grasp the true essence of being Hokage. Vortex Boruto, I have come to understand my mistakes. This scene continues. Being Hokage is an arduous task, an indispensable role for the village. Hinata hesitates to speak. Should the son of Hokage be grateful for being born into such a family? Boruto's face contorts with anger. Oh, by the way, I heard my grandfather was also Hokage, but my father lost him when he was still a child. I suppose my father was fortunate, never needing to endure the joys of having parents by his side during his childhood. Boruto scoffs disdainfully. Hinata observes her child's words with a complex expression. Boruto senses his mother's emotions and shakes his head. I don't mind, but my sister, never mind. At this moment, the music turns melancholic. The onlookers watching the video display complex emotions. Many have experienced a similar absence of paternal companionship in their youth, thus empathizing with Boruto's feelings. Inside a house, Sakura gazes at Boruto in the sky, her expression equally intricate. Not long ago, she had uttered harsh words to Naruto. Upon reflection, she realizes her previous demeanor was indeed excessive. The next segment will showcase a juxtaposition, alternating between scenes of Boruto and Naruto. Just a heads up. The forthcoming plot is intensely captivating. No exaggerations here. Chapter 10. Once you master the spiral sphere, I shall take you as my disciple. Second Hokage. Ghost Lantern Moon. It is indeed difficult to assess. Shinobi of the Inazuma clan. This is quite normal, after all. When one's parents are absent in childhood, it is only natural to feel resentment. Uchiha Obito. Indeed. Kakashi Hatake. Obito. How have you fared in the Pure Land? Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi. Within a cave, Obito gazed at the scene before him, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. The son of his teacher was truly unfortunate. This world of ninjas ought not to exist. I shall create the infinite Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya, it is normal for children to rebel. The key lies in their future. Haha. The scene shifted, revealing Boruto wandering despondently up the stairs. As he was about to return to his room, he caught a glimpse of his father's door ajar. He stared at the photo album on the wall, glancing at his father's attire. How utterly uncool. Boruto flung the clothes out the door. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Boruto's eyes brightened, and he dashed down the stairs, certain that his father had returned. He needed to have a serious discussion with him. The door swung open abruptly. Boruto threw a punch towards Sasuke, who effortlessly caught it with one hand. A gust of wind swept through. Sasuke calmly regarded Boruto. My sincerest apologies. I mistook you for my father. Upon realizing his mistake, Boruto quickly offered his apologies. You must be Naruto's son, right? Sasuke inquired slowly. My name is, Uzumaki Boruto. The room's lights flickered on, revealing Hinata as she stepped out. Sasuke asked Hinata if Naruto was home, to which she shook her head, indicating that Naruto was still at the Hokage's office. Understood. My apologies for the intrusion. Sasuke turned and departed. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly my father's rival? He is so cool. On the street, Sasuke turned a corner, spotting a tattered garment flickering wildly beneath the streetlight. At the Hokage's office, Sasuke tossed a scroll to Naruto, who caught it deftly with one hand. The two began discussing intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki clan. By the way, there is one more matter. Sasuke produced a piece of clothing. How did this end up in your possession? I found it along the way. Is that so? Naruto's expression grew complex. It seems his son is still upset with him. I encountered your son. He resembles you in your youth. No, he bears no resemblance to me whatsoever. Rather, he resembles you. Though that is not entirely accurate, he is different from both of you. Naruto shook his head. His clothes are always pristine. I suppose we are merely out of touch with the times. Naruto's gaze remained intricate. You are mistaken, despite the passage of time. The essence of a ninja remains unchanged, and your son is no exception. Sasuke shook his head and then produced a forehead protector from his robes. The forehead protector bore a distinct scratch. Fourth Raikage, a rogue ninja's forehead protector? In the Serene Mountains, a conversation unfolds. Why does this forehead protector belong to Sasuke? Sakura inquires, her voice tinged with curiosity. Naruto, are you there? She calls out, to which Naruto responds eagerly. Ah, Sakura, what is the matter? Apologetically, she bows and recounts the incident at the Ninja Academy, regretting her harsh words regarding Naruto's lack of parents. Witnessing Sakura's sincere apology, Naruto scratches his head and chuckles. Sakura's apology is quite adorable. Nearby, Sasuke watches Naruto's demeanor with a sigh. Hey, you idiot Sasuke. Are you looking for a fight? Naruto challenges. Am I afraid of you? Sasuke retorts defiantly. Stop it, you two cannot fight. Intervenes Kushina. By the way, we owe gratitude to Naruto. Sasuke can be quite stubborn, and it's commendable that you have become his friend. Makoto observes. Mom, what are you talking about? I am not friends with this loser. Sasuke protests. Idiot. Naruto exclaims in response. The scene transitions as Naruto and Sasuke make a wager regarding Boruto's innate qualities as a ninja. Naruto believes Boruto's life is too comfortable, lacking the need to struggle as he once did. Sasuke, however, counters Naruto's perspective. The setting shifts, revealing Sasuke on his way home when suddenly, Boruto emerges from the smoke, startling him. In an instant, Sasuke vanishes. Confused, Boruto steps out from an alley, realizing his shadow clone had just attacked Sasuke. As he searches for Sasuke, the latter appears behind him, tripping Boruto to the ground. Rising and brushing off his clothes, Boruto exclaims, that was impressive. Are you truly my father's rival? He notices Sasuke's branded attire, reminiscent of Naruto's words. Please take me as your apprentice. I wish to defeat someone, no matter the cost. Sasuke pauses, gazing down at Boruto's strikingly similar azure eyes. Can you perform the Rasengan? He inquires. Huh? If I can't, then I cannot be your disciple, Sasuke states, turning to leave. It's simple. I can learn it quickly, Boruto asserts, watching Sasuke depart. The wager with Naruto has only just begun. Sasuke ponders as he walks down the village path, while Boruto sprints towards the bustling city ahead. This marks the emergence of a new generation, one that transcends the world of their predecessors. I don't understand. Is this excessive focus on details meant for reading comprehension? Asks Tetsu. Now the question arises, what does Naruto's constant mention of Boruto's new attire signify? Queries Izumi. Oh yeah. It expresses Naruto's longing. Responds Killer Bee. In the village of Konoha, Sasuke gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, his eyes alight with excitement. Could it be that in the future, I have succeeded in my quest for vengeance? How splendid. At last, I have avenged my parents. In a desolate wilderness, Itachi looked up at Sasuke in the sky, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, Sasuke has truly matured. Itachi, you seem quite concerned about Sasuke, remarked Kasame, his insight veiled in a soft chuckle. Itachi remained silent. The scene progressed. Teacher Konohamaru. Early in the morning, Boruto found Konohamaru, who was still deep in slumber. What is it? Konohamaru rubbed his sleepy eyes, inquiring. Please teach me the Rasengan. I must learn it immediately. Upon hearing Boruto's fervent request, Konohamaru, resting his chin on his hand, was taken aback. A thought flashed through his mind. Boruto must have come to practice the Rasengan late at night to surprise his father. Now you resemble a true ninja. Konohamaru patted Boruto on the shoulder. Boruto scratched the back of his head, hesitating to respond. Asuma Sarutobi, I never anticipated Konohamaru to grow up like this. Konohamaru Sarutobi, young adult brother, am I not handsome? Asuma Sarutobi, you fall slightly short of my charm. Fourth Kazekage Raza, are you not going to comment on Boruto's desire to learn the Rasengan? Konoha Umbu, the Rasengan is not so easily mastered. This is rather impulsive of him. Steel Iron, youthful exuberance is only natural. Chapter 11, Goodness. Have you mastered the spiraling sphere so swiftly? Naruto Uzumaki, it took me 3 years to master this ninjutsu, and an additional 6 months to perfect it. Jiraiya, it took me nearly a year to cultivate the spiraling sphere. Naruto Uzumaki, young I trained for merely a month. Umbu of the Hidden Mist, is this ninjutsu truly so challenging? By the way, Naruto's training speed is astonishing. Jiraiya, indeed, I am an excellent teacher. Kakashi Itaki, wait a moment. Konohamaru can also perform the spiraling sphere. Who taught him? Naruto Uzumaki, young ahaha. I taught Konohamaru. I must possess quite the teaching talent. Sarada Uchiha, is the 7th Hokage truly that remarkable? In the streets of Konohagakure, Sarada gazed at the words of the seventh Hokage, her face alight with admiration. Not only is the seventh Hokage handsome and powerful, but he also possesses extraordinary teaching skills. Hey, Sarada, do you idolize the seventh Hokage that much? Akimichi Chocho inquired, munching on potato chips, puzzled. Of course, the seventh Hokage is the strongest in the ninja world. But, Sarada, your father is also quite formidable, isn't he? I've heard that only Sasuke-san can rival the seventh Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto, is dad's teaching ability really that high? Naruto Uzumaki, young, absolutely. Your teacher Konohamaru is a product of my tutelage. Konohamaru Saratobi, young. On the street, Konohamaru watched the scene above with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother Naruto, are you serious about your teaching skills? As the footage continued, Boruto struggled to break the water sphere in his hand and soon lost his fighting spirit. Konohamaru glared at Boruto in dissatisfaction, leading to a quarrel between the two. Those watching the video found it amusing, but their expressions quickly froze. Boruto shattered the first stage of training in just one day. In the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya stared at the scene above, utterly bewildered. Goodness, is Boruto truly so gifted? Within the belly of the Reaper, Minato beheld his grandson's talent, pride swelling within him. Ha ha ha, he is indeed my grandson. As the footage continued, Boruto spent 3 days and nights overcoming all training stages. He rubbed his hands together to produce a diminutive spiraling sphere. Though small, it was undeniably a spiraling sphere. Konohamaru watched Boruto's astonishing talent, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Are you joking? Is my teaching quality truly this high? The scene shifted, and after mastering the spiraling sphere, Boruto swiftly sought out Sasuke. Sasuke gazed at the tiny spiraling sphere before him, then shifted his focus to Boruto's attire. He recalled his wager with Naruto. After some training, Boruto's brand-name clothes had become quite soiled. This spiraling sphere is far too small. I find it hard to acknowledge this as a spiraling sphere. However, the fundamental method. Before Sasuke could finish his words, Boruto, in a fit of anger, hurled the Rasengan into the distance. Yet, the Rasengan, suspended in midair, dissipated into a whirlwind. Witnessing his 3 days of diligent effort in mastering this jutsu fail so spectacularly, Boruto's face contorted with frustration, and he turned to flee. Sarada looked at her father with discontent. He was too hasty in reaching conclusions. I had intended to take him on as a disciple. Sasuke shook his head, and both their gazes fell upon the distant trees, where a distinct spiral mark lingered. Jiraiya, the vanished Rasengan? Orochimaru, it seems Boruto is a prodigy. I am curious to see how far this wind of his will ascend. Tsunade, Orochimaru, are you plotting to abduct children again? Orochimaru. The scene continued. At the suggestion of Mitsuki, Boruto resorted to scientific ninja tools. The following day, Boruto approached Sasuke and, employing dishonest means, swiftly crafted a complete Rasengan. Sasuke, possessing the Rinnegan, immediately discerned Boruto's deception, yet chose not to expose it. Achieving such proficiency in just a day. I am nothing like my father, at least not in terms of talent. Boruto chuckled lightly. Sasuke nodded, turning to depart. Hey, would you consider taking me on as a disciple? Very well, you may be my student. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Boruto's eyes. The scene shifted. In the evening, a roaring campfire blazed brightly. Boruto turned to Sasuke, eager to inquire about his father. When your dad was your age, he constantly proclaimed his desire to become Hokage. Yet he was the very definition of a loser, Sasuke stated slowly. Loser? Boruto asked, perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning. Moreover, he was exceptionally obstinate. Sasuke refrained from directly addressing Boruto's confusion. That's not what I meant to ask. I want to know my father's weaknesses, Boruto insisted, shaking his head. Weaknesses? At Boruto's words, Sasuke's mind conjured images of the past. Naruto had been extraordinarily lonely then, sitting alone on a swing. Listen well, that guy is fraught with weaknesses. Nearly devoid of merit, yet through sheer determination, he gradually evolved and ultimately became Hokage. Sasuke regarded Boruto with profound intensity. You must not merely observe the present Naruto, rather. Endeavor to understand the journey he undertook to forge his identity. What does that mean? Boruto pondered, somewhat bewildered. Naruto Uzumaki. Hihi. I never imagined I would truly become Hokage. Obito Uchiha. Within a cave, Obito gazed at Naruto's aspirations, his expression a mixture of complexity. Has the loser risen to become Hokage? If only back then. Obito's words trailed off, but his resolve quickly solidified. No. His goal was to achieve peace in the ninja world. He had come this far, and there was no turning back. Kazama Minato. Obito, what troubles you? Obito Uchiha. It's nothing. The scene continued. Boruto began training in shuriken techniques under Sasuke's tutelage. Sasuke casually flicked his wrist, and the shuriken in his hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking Boruto in the face. Boruto was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his master Sasuke possessed such extraordinary skill with shuriken? The spectators watching the video were equally astounded. Kuratsuchi, this is the shuriken technique of the Uchiha clan. Meitarumi, it is indeed impressive. Hashirama Senju, Madara, can you achieve this level of skill? Madara Uchiha. Such a level of shuriken throwing is merely child's play for me. Izuna Uchiha, as expected of my elder brother. Tobarama Senju. Heh. Two nefarious Uchihas. I shall. Taijima Uchiha. Cunning Senju clan. Buddha Senju, the wicked Uchiha. Second Suchikage, forgive my ignorance. But is this how the Senju and Uchiha greet each other? The pace of this book will be rather slow. The first 30 chapters serve as a selection process, while the subsequent plot will be filled with high intensity. If it's not to your liking, feel free to challenge me. Woe is me, Chapter 12, The Grand Entrance of the Peach in Golden Style. Second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern. Hoshigaki. It does seem that the Uchiha clan consistently labels the Senju clan as a cunning lineage. First Mizukage, so? The Senju clan refers to the Uchiha as the malevolent clan? Deidara. Indeed. It feels rather childish on both sides. The scene transitions swiftly through the Chunin exam, where Boruto successfully completes the first segment. At this moment, he reclines in his room, soon receiving a message from his father. Congratulations on passing the first exam. I wish you victory in the next. Just a simple email. Not even sending a shadow clone to convey his well wishes. What a thoughtless father. Boruto chuckles lightly, yet his excitement is unmistakable. Next, the visuals shift to the second exam. Leveraging scientific ninja tools, Boruto swiftly secures victory in the match. Mizukage Terumi, I am somewhat concerned. Will Boruto's cheating go unnoticed? Chio. Even if discovered, considering his father's status as Hokage, the news will likely be suppressed. Fourth Kazekage. Raza. The Leaf Village has always been so hypocritical. Fourth Raikage. I still fail to comprehend the need for a live comparative broadcast. Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. Surely, it cannot be that in the next instant, two extraterrestrial beings will make a dramatic entrance. The scenes continue. Shikamaru reports to Naruto about Boruto's successful passage through the two exams. Naruto appears indifferent. As a Hokage is burdened with numerous responsibilities and cannot be preoccupied with such trivial matters. Once Shikamaru exits the office, Naruto remains silent for a moment, then suddenly leaps from his chair, exuberantly celebrating. Nara Shikamaru, fool. Uzumaki Kushina. Ha ha ha. It's evident that Naruto is quite the Tsunara. Namikaze Minato. Yet. Naruto, it seems you struggle to connect with Boruto. Kakashi Itaki. Sensei, it's not entirely within your control. After all, you both. Uzumaki Kushina. Let us not dwell on that. It's all the fault of that wretched Ninetales. Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Kushina. At least Obito treats me well. By the way, Obito, how are you faring in the Pure Land? Uchiha Obito. Quite well. Within a cave, Obito gazes at the scene above, his eyes resolute. Forgive me, Sister Kushina. I shall soon create a new world, where you, Teacher Minato, and Naruto will live in happiness. The visuals persist. Before long, the third exam commences. Boruto faces off against SH-10, but due to his own negligence, he finds himself ensnared by SH-10 Shadow. With no other recourse, Boruto resorts to utilizing scientific ninja tools. Naruto quickly discerns Boruto's deceit. The spectators of the video exhibit concern, for this is indeed a trap set by FC. Kuratsuchi. Oh no, this time he has been caught. Naruto's intentions remain shrouded in mystery. The fourth Raikage speculated that the situation would likely lead to a media blackout, while Inoki remarked that the Leaf Village had always behaved in such a manner. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as those who had previously voiced dissent fell silent. Boruto, still basking in the thrill of victory, was drawn to his father as Naruto leapt down. Father, did you see? We are now at the final stage, Boruto exclaimed, raising his hand in excitement. However, Naruto's gaze was laden with complexity as he swiftly grasped his son's wrist. Tell me, what is this? He inquired sternly. These are prohibited items in the competition. Boruto has been disqualified. Please declare Shikadai as the winner, Naruto stated with grave seriousness. In an instant, the competition took a dramatic turn, leaving the spectators in utter astonishment. Gaara remarked, truly, one cannot help but admire Naruto. Inoki expressed his respect, declaring Naruto a true man. Wale acknowledged the unexpected lack of a media blockade. Shikadai, concerned, questioned the implications of Boruto's disqualification. Boruto, bewildered, could only utter, I as the system proclaimed. Boruto has been disqualified as a ninja. This is a foreshadowing. The scene continued to unfold. Naruto gazed at his son with a mixture of emotions, reflecting on his own absence as a father during Boruto's upbringing. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to speak, Fukasaku emerged, metaphorically pouring salt into his wounds by announcing scientific ninja tools. As Fukasaku attempted to elaborate further, a resounding crash echoed through the arena as a massive object plummeted from the sky, stunning all present, including those watching remotely. Hanzo the Salamander recognized the figure from earlier in the video, while Kinshiki, a member of the Otsutsuki clan, remained unfazed by Fukasaku's taunts, swiftly extending his hand towards the ground. In an instant, a violent gust of wind erupted, propelling everyone away and shattering the arena floor. Naruto braced himself against the ground, shielding his son in his embrace as the arena began to fracture. The 5 Kage, witnessing the chaos, sprang into action, their demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness as they evacuated the ordinary spectators. Meanwhile, in the sky, Momoshiki opened his eyes, activating his Byakugan. Wait, how does he possess the Byakugan? Niji wondered aloud, while Kinshiki offered an explanation about the ancestral ties between the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans. We, the Hyuga clan, are the strongest in the Leaf Village. Hinata proclaimed, only for Madara to retort, strongest? Uchiha Izuna, the Hyuga clan? The strongest in Konoha? Senju Tobarama, ahem. Monkey. Has the economic situation in Konoha deteriorated so severely? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem. Mizukichi Terumi Mei, do not fret. Hiruzen is indeed the mightiest Hokage. Uchiha Madara, the mightiest Hokage? In the Pure Land, Madara gazed at the screen high above, utterly perplexed. Who is this Hiruzen? Is he truly as formidable as Hashirama? Senju Tobarama, monkey. When did you become so boastful? Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensei, the circumstances in Konoha were intricate at that time, compelling me to declare myself the strongest Hokage to instill fear in other nations. Senju Tobarama, indeed. The scene continued. Naruto was comforting his son when, in the blink of an eye, Momoshiki appeared silently behind him. As Naruto turned, he was struck fiercely by a kick from Momoshiki, sending him flying. Momoshiki's regular combat prowess is on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Naruto's defeat was not unwarranted. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Naruto shattered several walls upon impact. Boruto watched in horror as Momoshiki descended from above. Senju Hashirama, this adversary, seems to surpass me. Senju Tobarama, is that true? Brother, you cannot be jesting. Writing a novel is akin to gambling. I wager on whether this book's debut will yield favorable results. I hope someone will read it. Sob Sob Chapter 13. What? My father was the supreme champion? Noki, you cannot be serious. He is stronger than Hashirama. Does that imply this individual is even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. Merely a pitiful insect. The scene unfolds. Sarada is unfortunate enough to be struck by a collapsing structure from above. Mitsuki wears a face of concern. Yet in the next instant, Sasuke emerges from the smoke, cradling his daughter in one arm. Mitsuki exhales in relief, subsequently leading the young boy away from the venue. Dad? Sarada exclaims in astonishment. He appears unscathed. Sasuke glances at his daughter, and no sooner has he landed than Kinshiki rushes towards him, wielding an axe. Simultaneously, Momoshiki, draped in a flowing robe, strides slowly into the distance. Boruto swallows hard and unleashes a barrage of ninjutsu using scientific ninja tools. Momoshiki extends his hand, absorbing the entire onslaught of Boruto's techniques. He advances toward Boruto, poised to deliver a kick, when suddenly, Naruto arrives at the battlefield, striking out at Momoshiki with a punch. Momoshiki evades Naruto's assault, while Naruto quickly scoops up the child and retreats. Just as Momoshiki intends to pursue, his body is ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow. That was close. Shikamaru wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Naruto, holding the child, swiftly reunites with Sasuke in the distance. Boruto, are you all right? Sarada inquires. Concern etched on her face. I'm fine. How about you? Boruto shakes his head. At this moment, Momoshiki wears a disdainful expression, reaching out to absorb Shikamaru's shadow binding. Kinshiki. Yes. No sooner does he speak than the two ascend into the sky. Naruto and Sasuke furrow their brows, beginning to devise a strategy. This is Konohagakure. If they unleash their full power, the village will inevitably suffer countless casualties. Clearly, a battle here is not an option. The onlookers watching the video grow anxious. Senju Hashirama, Naruto and Sasuke's strength far surpasses my own. I cannot contend with these two foes, save for Kinshiki. Senju Tobarama, brother, you must be jesting. In the Pure Land, Senju Tobarama gazes at his elder brother, terror etched on his face. He knows all too well the extent of his brother's prowess. Yet even his brother cannot defeat these two adversaries? In Awagakure, Noki stares at the video from above. Can even Uchiha Madara not overcome these individuals? What will the future hold? Hey, Grandpa, is Uchiha Madara really that formidable? Karatsuchi queries, bewildered as she gazes at Noki. She has grown weary of her grandfather's tales of Madara's might. To be honest, she has achieved a level of power akin to that of a Kage. And should the opportunity arise, she would indeed relish the chance to spar with Uchiha Madara. Karatsuchi, you have no inkling of Uchiha Madara's true strength. The only one who can rival Uchiha Madara is the Sage of Six Paths. Noki shakes his head, his tone exceedingly grave. Umbu of Kirigakure, excuse my ignorance. Is this considered a peak match? Second Mizukage, Kageyama Mangetsu, a peak match surpassing 5,000 points. Be sure to observe and learn. The scene continues. Sasuke begins to elucidate Momoshiki's plan. Taosher gazed at Sasuke with surprise, astonished that he was aware of his plans. However, this was now of little consequence. With a dismissive tone, Taosher mocked Naruto and Sasuke below. Without further ado, he swallowed several pills. At that moment, he slowly raised his hand, and a series of chakra attributes rapidly expanded from his palm. The onlookers watching the video were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Could this be the power of a deity? Onoki, this strike could likely obliterate an entire nation. Tsunade, are you joking? Even my grandfather couldn't withstand such a blow. The scene continued. Above in the sky, dark clouds gathered ominously. With a thud, Sarada collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Boruto, filled with terror, looked up. At that moment, a colossal black sphere appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping the entire venue. Massive bolts of black lightning rained down around the area. Bang, bang, bang. Several buildings were shattered in an instant. Boruto swallowed hard and quickly created a shadow clone to shield Sarada. Kuratsuchi, is Boruto fond of Sarada? Kushina, wow. My grandson is remarkable. He must protect the granddaughter of the Mikitani family. Minato, dear, let us not worry excessively about the children's affairs. Kushina, what do you know? Fugaku, I disagree. Sasuke, I too oppose this. The malevolent Boruto of the whirlpool. Itachi, I share the same sentiment. Boruto, hey, come on, it's not like that. The version of me in the video merely wishes to protect Sarada. The scene progressed, with the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Taosher, with a wild grin, hurled a phoenix forcefully to the ground. Bang! The phoenix struck the earth, triggering a violent explosion. Flames erupted, illuminating the night sky as if it were day, gradually dispersing the smoke below. Soon, numerous golden phantoms appeared on screen. The viewers were left in shock. Was this the power of Naruto? The chakra was astonishingly vast. Boruto, equally astonished, turned to his father. Realizing his father was the mightiest of warriors, he had always thought his father was merely bronze. During Boruto's era, he too stared in disbelief at the screen, realizing his father was so formidable. If his father was that strong, how could he ever surpass him in training? Unbelievable. Sasuke, trailing behind. Naruto, TCH. Foolish Sasuke. Sakura, why are you two arguing again? The scene continued. Taosher hurled down a bolt of lightning and subsequently unleashed a series of ninjutsu that swept across the surroundings. In the next moment, Sasuke lent the power of Susanoo to Naruto. Instantly, a purple phantom enveloped the fox's head. At this moment, the intensity of Taosher's fury escalated, relentlessly hurling a series of ninjutsu towards Naruto. The crowd in the square was adorned with expressions of deep concern as they beheld the multitude of bizarre phenomena emerging in the distance. Bang! Ultimately, the Susanoo succumbed to the overwhelming gravitational force, fracturing rapidly. The tempest forcefully toppled Boruto's shadow clone to the ground. Naruto turned to glance at the people behind him. Gritting his teeth, he could not afford to falter. Kabuto, with Naruto's strength, he should be able to easily deflect this ninjutsu, right? Kagaya Otsutsuki, indeed. It is to safeguard the village, isn't it? Hashirama Senju, Naruto is the most exceptional Hokage. The scene unfolded further. Taosher swiftly cast the black sphere from his hand. As the ominous orb drew ever closer, Naruto hastily entrusted Sasuke with the care of his children. Sasuke nodded and instantaneously appeared before Boruto and Sarada. Let us proceed, Kurama. You must hold firm. Naruto exclaimed as he clapped his palms together. Do not act foolishly. I am always prepared, Kurama responded. In the next instant, a surge of formidable chakra erupted violently. A golden-hued phantom gradually solidified, and before long, 9 tails extended towards the heavens, steadfastly bearing the weight of the descending black sphere. Yet, it was not over. A colossal golden giant, towering at 200 meters, emerged in midair, extending countless arms in an attempt to withstand the oncoming black sphere from above. I sense that this dual comparative writing style may pose some challenges. After summarizing Boruto's segment, I will then proceed to recount Naruto's. Chapter 14. Gradually Understanding Father. Haito, are you serious? Is this power truly this formidable? Second Mizukichi. Kirigakura's Kakashi, is this the strength of the 7th Hokage? Anoki, that's not the point. Naruto seems to still have some strength left. The scene unfolds. Countless hands strain to support the black sphere, and soon, a brilliant beam of white light shoots forth from above the sphere. Time appears to slow at this moment. As the radiance consumes everything around, in Boruto's eyes, only the proud silhouette of his father remains. Listen closely. He is full of weaknesses. Nearly devoid of merit, yet through sheer effort, he has ascended to the position of Hokage. Sasuke's words echo in his mind. You need not comprehend the current state of Naruto, rather, understand the journey he undertook to achieve his identity. Boruto's mind feels as though it has exploded. Staring blankly at his father's figure, that proud silhouette slowly turns its head, a smile gracing its lips. Father. Bang. A blinding white light instantaneously engulfs everything. When Boruto opens his eyes once more, he finds himself in a hospital amidst ruins, where all the injured have been brought. It is the 7th Hokage who has protected everyone. The onlookers watching the video see this moment, their pupils dilating in shock. Konoha streets. The most surprising ninja, huh? Kakashi gazes at the scene above, his eyes filled with complexity. With Naruto's strength, sending that sphere flying should have been a trivial task. Land of water, inside a women's bathhouse. Jiraiya observes the scene with a similarly complex gaze, murmuring, aiming to be Hokage, you are truly exceptional. No wonder, Naruto. In the wilderness. Itachi gazes at the scene above, nodding. Naruto, how fortunate Sasuke is to have a friend like you. Kushina Uzumaki. This is bad. Could it be that Naruto dies in the future? Sarada Uchiha. No, that is impossible. Chochoa Kimichi. Wait a minute, Sarada. Why have your eyes turned red? Konohamaru Saratobi, young wow, is that the Sharingan? Sasuke Uchiha. On the streets of Konoha. Sasuke looks at the chat group messages with a face full of existential doubt. My daughter has awakened the Sharingan. Isn't the difficulty of awakening it quite high? Why is it so effortless for her? The scene continues. Mother. Himawari's voice, filled with despair, resonates. Boruto throws off the covers and rushes toward a hospital room, soon finding his mother in a state of unconsciousness. It's all right. She is merely temporarily unconscious. Sakura shakes her head. How did this happen? Seeing Naruto being taken away by those people, she instinctively rushed forward. Sakura explains. Upon hearing Aunt Sakura's response, Boruto's expression becomes vacant. This is all because of me. How could I have been so foolish as to employ scientific ninja tools? If they were ineffective, perhaps the enemy would not have resorted to utilizing such jutsu. How utterly naive I was. 4th Kazekage Raza. Knowing the odds are against you, yet still choosing to rescue the one you love? Shimura Danzo. Truly foolish, Naruto is utterly unfit to be Hokage. That Hinata is a simpleton as well. Senju Tobarama. Enough, Danzo, silence yourself. I have yet to settle the matter of the Uchiha with you. 3rd Kazekage, Danzo's character leaves much to be desired. Hanzo of the Salamander. Seeing everyone criticize Danzo brings me some comfort. Mizukichi Terumi-me. Danzo must be the most fortunate among the ninja world, wouldn't you say? 4th Raikage A. Mizukichi, have a bit more confidence. Omit the word should. The scene continues. Boruto's expression is complex as he sprints out of the hospital. Surrounding him are vast ruins. Beneath the debris, numerous critically injured patients are receiving treatment. Boruto exerts every ounce of strength to navigate through the rubble, tears streaming down his face. In his haste, he trips over a suitcase lying on the ground. As he looks up, he catches sight of the scientific ninja tools on his wrist. In that moment, he truly comprehends the meaning of despair. He swiftly removes the tools, angrily hurling them to the ground. At this moment, he shakily rises, continuing to walk forward, aimlessly wandering. At that juncture, Sasuke picks up the scientific ninja tools from the ground, silently observing Boruto. It seems Boruto is beginning to understand his father. With a click, Boruto enters the office, filled with hope to see his father once more, yet to his dismay, the office is empty. At that moment, sorrowful music begins to play softly. Those watching the video begin to feel sympathy for Boruto. Losing a father overnight is a pain that anyone would find unbearable. Kakashi Hitaki, by the way, why has Teehee appeared in the video yet? Obito Uchiha. Useless Kakashi, have you already met your demise? Kakashi Itaki, perhaps. Obito, I shall come to accompany you. Obito Uchiha. Senju Tobarama, I can't shake the feeling that Obito is still alive. Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, you insipid Tobarama. Attempting to tarnish our Uchiha clan's reputation, Obito is a hero of our clan, sacrificing himself to protect his comrades. Minato Namikaze, second Hokage, Obito is my pupil. He is not like the other Uchiha. His nature is quite amiable. Kushina Uzumaki, you, with your white hair of the Senju, seeking to slander my Obito. Do you deserve a beating? Senju Tobarama, Obito Uchiha. Humph, it seems I was mistaken. I apologize to you. Obito Uchiha, it's all right. The scene continues. The sound of the violin grew increasingly somber, and Boruto found himself haunted by the words he had spoken in the past, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. In his youth, when his parents were absent, he had endured a solitary existence. Initially, Boruto believed that life without the companionship of family would be liberating. After all, without parental constraints, he could indulge in games, evade the rigors of school, and escape the incessant nagging of his parents. Yet now, he wished he could deliver a couple of sharp slaps to himself. He picked up his father's old clothing from the table, gripping it tightly, and then gently draped it over his own shoulders. Onlookers watching the video were taken aback by the scene. The resemblance between father and son was striking. Kushina Izumaki, they look like clones. Boruto resembles Naruto so much. Sakura Haruno, indeed, just a change of clothes, and I almost couldn't recognize him. Naruto Uzumaki, do we really look that alike? Sakura Haruno, absolutely. It's more authentic than a pearl. Chapter 15. The Rescue of Naruto. The operation commences. Uchiha Sasuke. Heh, your son is just as foolish as you. Vortex Boruto. Master Sasuke, why do you say that? Uchiha Sasuke, you can't truly believe that Naruto had a wonderful childhood, can you? Vortex Boruto. Uchiha Sasuke, you had a far better upbringing than he did, both mentally and materially. At your age, he had no family to support him. The scene continues. Boruto stands before a full-length mirror, gazing at his disheveled reflection. I truly am. So foolish. You are not mistaken in that regard. Sasuke's voice echoes. During the exam, everyone was blaming you. You were disqualified from being a ninja, and now you can no longer become one. Moreover, you made your sister cry, your mother is injured, and your father is still missing. Yet, your sister still loves you. And your mother continues to worry for you. Otherwise, you would truly end up like your father did. Sasuke gazes meaningfully at Boruto. So, what do you intend to do? Boruto hesitates, turning his head, his eyes filled with complexity as he looks at Sasuke. What did my father? How did he handle it back then? It seems you are not only interested in his weaknesses, then I shall personally inquire with him. I must go save him, Sasuke says slowly. Vortex Kushina. Wonderful news. Naruto is still alive. Namikaze Minato. That's splendid. Senju Tobarama. You two as a couple seem rather foolish. The scene continues. Master Sasuke, why do you still care for me? Because you possess immense potential as a ninja. I once lost to that man, but if it were you, you would undoubtedly surpass him. Sasuke gazes at Boruto with significance. How can you be certain? Because you are his son and my chief disciple, are you not? Moreover, you resemble him more than ever, in a rather lackluster manner. Sasuke speaks slowly. Lackluster, does that mean? Boruto's tone turns somewhat subdued. Lackluster signifies an indomitable spirit. Sasuke's lips curl slightly upward. Hearing this response, a fierce determination ignites in Boruto's eyes. Indeed, my father lost everything at this age, yet he persevered through sheer effort, didn't he? If I am his son, I too can triumph over the current challenges through that very spirit. At that moment, the 5 Kage swiftly arrive at the office, and everyone prepares to assist Naruto. The onlookers watching the video cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the 5 Kage's support, the ensuing situation should be favorable, right? Vortex Naruto. I never imagined that lackluster had such a meaning. Uchiha Sasuke, foolish Naruto. Vortex Boruto, Master Sasuke. Do you truly believe I possess great potential as a ninja? Uchiha Sasuke, young yes, you will be stronger than Naruto. In a certain residence. Boruto eagerly observed the chat group on his screen, rolling excitedly on his bed. How wonderful. I shall become even more formidable than my father. Yet, Boruto remained uncertain whether Sasuke was genuinely praising him or merely offering consolation. After all, his father's prowess was unparalleled. Dara, this foolish child. Your father is a sage of 6 paths. How could you possibly surpass him? 4th Kazekage Raza. Indeed, your father's strength is boundless. How could you contend with that? Boruto remained silent. The scene unfolded further. Sasuke retrieved a forehead protector from his pocket and handed it to Boruto, who took it with eager hands. At that moment, Sasuke, utilizing his Rinnegan, instantaneously conjured a black hole. Given the limited capacity of the black hole, it was imperative to select the most formidable team. Just as Boruto was about to step into the black hole, he suddenly heard his mother's exclamation. He turned to see Boruto. Hinata gazed at her son, her face etched with concern. In the next instant, Boruto secured the forehead protector around his brow, his gaze resolute. The image of Naruto as a child overlapped with his own. Hinata's pupils dilated at the sight. The resemblance between father and son was uncanny. I will go, Boruto said with a slight smile. At last, you resemble a true ninja. Let us proceed, Sasuke remarked with a hint of a grin. In no time, the group leaped into the black hole. Boruto, remember to take good care of your father. Hinata spoke slowly, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Just as the black hole was about to close, two figures swiftly rushed inside. Shikamaru frowned at the scene. What are those two doing here? Daru, I hope their presence doesn't hinder us. Fourth Kazekage Raza, let us hope they are not liabilities. The scene continued. Towering nearly 1,000 meters high, the god tree loomed in the sky. Kinshiki observed Naruto, bound and restrained, as he extended his finger to draw the chakra from Naruto's abdomen. Naruto felt a heart-wrenching pain surge through him. Kinshiki's expression soured. Naruto's resilience had prevented him from extracting the chakra of the Nine Tails thus far. You are disappointed. But you must understand, we ninjas do not surrender easily, Naruto weakly asserted. Soon, 5 figures descended rapidly from the sky. Now, Gaara commanded, decisively unleashing a torrent of quicksand. Simultaneously, Sasuke brandished his sword to sever the roots binding Naruto. Boruto dashed downward, kunai in hand, slicing through the branches that ensnared his father. Gaara and Dara stood upon the shifting sands, surrounding Kinshiki above. Karatsuchi and CHJR landed swiftly, encircling Kinshiki. Jiraiya, so white. No, wait. So long, that is not right. Fourth Kazekage Raza, Karatsuchi's legs are impressively long. Tsunade Senju, why are your points of focus so peculiar? In the bustling market district, Tsunade gazed at the scene unfolding above, her heart filled with anticipation. If it were the 5 Kage, they should be able to contend against these 2 Otsutsuki, shouldn't they? The scene continued. Do you think you can escape us? Gaara spoke slowly. Inferior beings. Tika disdainfully spread his palm, and soon a crimson glow began to coalesce in his hand. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed from above. Sasuke. Naruto weakly glanced at Sasuke, then turned to his son, confusion etched on his face. What brings you here? And what is that outfit? As Naruto spoke, his words trailed off. Something happened, but he is now a competent ninja. Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk, and without another word, he vanished from sight, needing to assist the 5 Kage. At that moment, only the father and son remained, locked in a gaze. Looking at you, I often see my younger self. Boruto brushed off his clothes. Compared to before. At least now I look cool, right? Yes, much cooler than before. So, you've always been keeping an eye on me. I'm sorry for what happened before. From now on, Naruto bowed his head, preparing to apologize, but his words were left unspoken. This is fine. As long as you can spend more time with me and not just lecture me. Also, I want to hear stories from your past. Boruto smiled faintly. Kushina Uzumaki, he resembles Naruto so much in his childhood. The pacing of this book is quite slow. It feels like not many will read it. Chapter 16. Sasuke, impart a lesson to him. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, he resembles Naruto to an uncanny degree. Anoki, by the way, where have those 2 individuals gone? Fourth Raikage, A. Indeed, we have not seen them for a while. Kisame Hashigaki, surely. Those 2 cannot have made a foolish mistake? The scene unfolds. Sasuke is engaged in a fierce battle with Kinshiki, exchanging blows, when Chojiro decisively rushes to his aid. However, he is swiftly knocked to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, Kinshiki is violently hurled away as Karatsuchi erupts from the ground, delivering a powerful punch. Sasuke descends from the sky, wielding his blade, and instantly shatters Kinshiki's axe. Seizing the opportunity, Chojiro launches a ranged attack while Karatsuchi expels clay to ensnare Kinshiki. Observing Kinshiki's successful confinement by the 2, Sasuke hastens to another battlefield. Chaos reigns across the battleground. Momoshiki narrowly evades the Raikage ambush. Just as Naruto swiftly dives down, preparing to form hand seals. Naruto, do not employ ninjutsu against him. Sasuke urgently calls out, swiftly flipping Momoshiki to the ground. At this moment, the 5 Kage swiftly encircle Momoshiki. You can absorb ninjutsu and rebound it. Much like those scientific ninja tools, Sasuke states, holding his sword with one hand. Thus, we must resort to taijutsu. Darui yawns. This decision is quite astute. Gaara crosses his arms. Momoshiki gazes at the encircling figures, a frown etched upon his face. Just then, the sealed Kinshiki, witnessing Momoshiki's predicament, struggles with great effort and ultimately breaks free from Kuratsuchi and Chojiro's confinement. Boom. The two are instantly sent flying. In a standoff with Sasuke, Momoshiki suddenly smirks. The viewers of the video are left perplexed. Fourth Raikage. What is this Momoshiki smiling about? Naruto Uzumaki. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Kushina Uzumaki. 1. I too harbor an ominous feeling. The scene continues. As Momoshiki turns to look at the two individuals perched on a tree branch, seemingly sensing a future of great intrigue. Is that your child, Fox? Momoshiki inquires. Activating his Byakugan and fixating on Boruto. It appears that the fate he bears is indeed fascinating. Boruto blinks in confusion. I sympathize with you, Fox. You possess such formidable power, yet cannot pass it down to the next generation. What are you talking about? Boruto responds, bewildered. Step back, Boruto. Naruto stands protectively in front of Boruto. In the next instant, the air in the distance is torn asunder. Kinshiki swings his blade, severing the god tree into two in a mere heartbeat. The viewers are left in shock. But this is not the end. Kinshiki then transforms into a crimson, fleshy orb, which Momoshiki seizes in his grasp. Momoshiki consumes the blood-red orb whole. The onlookers are repulsed by the sight before them, aghast that he has devoured his own comrade. Boom. A tremendous cloud of smoke erupted suddenly. The crowd recoiled several hundred steps, fixated on the distance. As the vast smoke gradually dissipated, Momoshiki spread his arms wide, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, and slowly opened his golden-hued eyes. Fox, you shall be next. Hashirama Senju, such an overwhelming presence. Madara Uchiha, this fellow, is even more powerful than Hashirama. Inoki, with such immense strength. Can Naruto and Sasuke truly prevail? The scene unfolded further. As the smoke completely cleared, Momoshiki's true visage was unveiled. You actually devoured your comrade. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. You consumed him. Boruto's lips quivered. What a monstrous path. Sasuke furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with discontent. Kinshiki willingly became my strength. The transfer of power is a custom of our clan. Momoshiki clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with challenge. In the next moment, he ascended into the sky. The game is over. It is time to deal with you foolish rebels against the divine. Momoshiki proclaimed, his pupils shifting to a blood-red hue. Not good. Sasuke swiftly charged upward with his blade drawn. On the ground, Naruto executed a Doton technique to shield his child before swiftly following suit into the sky. Bang! A fierce whirlwind surged from above, sending everyone flying. Momoshiki shouted loudly, and in an instant, the recently severed god tree once again began to decay. Momoshiki dashed toward one of the Kage. Raikage slowly turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply, and before he could react, he was sent flying with a single kick. Gaara decisively manipulated a torrent of sand, launching a rapid assault on Momoshiki. Momoshiki evaded the sand attack and landed a punch to Gaara's abdomen. Bang! In a fleeting moment, two Kage were knocked down. Subsequently, CH, Akimichi, and Kuratsuchi hardly lasted a few exchanges before being struck to the ground by 3 punches and 2 kicks. In the blink of an eye, everyone. Boruto's pupils dilated in shock. Those watching the video felt a wave of despair. Momoshiki's combat prowess was truly overwhelming. In the next moment, Momoshiki slowly turned his gaze from the sky, glancing downwards. Now it is your turn. Fox. Sasuke weakly rose from the tree, and Naruto struggled to support his body, but in the next instant, Momoshiki swiftly appeared before Naruto, delivering a decisive punch. Naruto was sent hurtling backwards. Without uttering a word, Momoshiki aimed another strike at Naruto's head. Naruto crossed his arms to block the blow, attempting to withstand Momoshiki's assault. However, it was in vain, as he was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, unable to fend off Momoshiki's onslaught. Kushina Uzumaki. Damn it, this wicked Sutsuki clan. Minato Namikaze. If I were in that scene. Tobarama Senju. I can hardly fathom that there exists an enemy whose strength surpasses that of my elder brother. Hashirama Senju. It seems I have become a relic of a bygone era. The scene continued. Momoshiki decisively struck at Naruto's abdomen, targeting his chakra points, and then unleashed a rapid punch. Bang! Naruto was suddenly propelled through the air. Momoshiki seized his head, disdain evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived swiftly on the battlefield, striking at Momoshiki with his blade. In response, Momoshiki effortlessly struck Sasuke's abdomen with one hand, then grasped his face. In this manner, Momoshiki ascended rapidly into the sky with both of them, only to plummet towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth fractured, sending a multitude of stones flying in all directions. Momoshiki dragged their faces along the ground, ultimately tossing them both away with considerable force. The situation grew increasingly dire. Boruto hovered in the air, his eyes filled with anxiety as he gazed down. At this moment, Naruto weakly rose to his feet, wiping his mouth and offering a slight smile. Now I understand compared to before. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Sasuke, equally fatigued, stood up and twirled his blade. Fourth Kazekage Raza, at this moment. I am uncertain how we can secure victory. Chapter 17, Naruto vs. Momoshiki. Explosive collaboration, ignite the flames. The scene unfolds, revealing a transformation not merely into a different individual, but rather into a monstrous entity. Naruto shook his head. He and Sasuke shared the same sentiment. Having just endured a series of passive assaults, they were gradually acclimating to the rhythm of battle. It had been quite some time since they had fought together. How absurd. To label me a monster when we are, in essence, not so different. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Momoshiki's mouth. Boruto watched the two below with deep concern. Dad. With Boruto's exclamation, it was as if the referee had signaled the commencement of the match. Boom. The rocks shattered instantaneously, accompanied by an electrifying soundtrack from the system. Sasuke and Naruto vanished from their positions. In a heartbeat, a golden phantom collided with blue lightning against Momoshiki. As the smoke cleared, he crossed his arms to block their assault. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Sasuke. Allow me to show this fellow a taste of my power. Are you still holding up? Naruto proclaimed, his form transforming into a radiant golden light. Sasuke's lips curled into a smile as the wind swept past, revealing his eternal Meijiki Sharingan and 6-Tomo Rinnegan. There was no doubt. They were now earnest in their endeavor. The preliminary tests were over. The true competition had only just begun. Boom. The golden and pale blue flashes surged towards Momoshiki. He parried the onslaught, executing backflips to maintain distance. The sound of ruptured air echoed as numerous crimson phantoms materialized, a manifestation of Sasuke's eternal Meijiki. With a blade in hand, Sasuke struck at Momoshiki, who deftly countered each blow. Although Naruto's taijutsu paled in comparison to Sasuke's, his attributes proved formidable. Their synchronized punches and kicks demonstrated a seamless collaboration. Momoshiki swiftly distanced himself, leaping to the ground below. The earth cracked beneath him like a spider's web. Assuming a Wing Chun stance, he adopted a provocative demeanor, directing his gaze towards the two in the sky. Naruto and Sasuke descended, one following the other. Boom. The three engaged in combat. Momoshiki thrust Sasuke into the air. Sasuke, with his blade in hand, launched a rapid kick. With a dismissive flick, Momoshiki deflected the blade. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged forward. Unlike before, a smile graced Naruto's lips as he managed to keep pace with Momoshiki's movements. Caught off guard, Momoshiki felt the impact of Naruto's strike upon his face, his expression now filled with fury. You bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke delivered another kick, sending Momoshiki rolling helplessly in the distance. Naruto and Sasuke, grinning, reveled in their long-awaited cooperation, flawless in their execution, even without the need for verbal communication. From afar, Momoshiki performed a backflip upon landing, retrieving a golden blade from his possession, twirling it skillfully while glaring menacingly at the two opponents. Boom! A stone was shattered beneath a foot. Two individuals rushed forward, one behind the other. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. With a swift motion, Tauscher wielded his blade, striking downward from the heights. The ground cracked instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto delivered a punch, while Sasuke simultaneously activated his Susanoo and landed a blow on Tauscher as well. Tauscher was sent soaring toward the distant mountaintop, thousands of meters away. In just a few strikes, Tauscher was propelled to such a great distance. The spectators watching the video gasped, their pupils narrowing in disbelief at the sheer strength displayed in this battle. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Naruto and Sasuke landed on the ground and sprinted towards the mountain peak nearly 1,000 miles away. In the confined space, they coordinated their attacks, one with a fist and the other with a foot, forcing Tauscher to retreat step by step. Tauscher suddenly erupted from the ground, standing atop the mountain. Naruto positioned himself in front of Sasuke, joining his hands in a prayer-like gesture. Sasuke swiftly retrieved a scroll from his robe and hurled it into the air. The scroll immediately released a cloud of smoke. Now, Naruto. With a swift series of hand seals, Naruto summoned a multitude of shadow clones. Seizing the moment, Sasuke decisively launched shurikens. The shurikens sliced through the air, propelled by lightning speed toward Taoshi. Observing the imminent threat, Taoshi quickly reached out to shatter them. Sasuke manipulated threads, causing a barrage of shurikens to rain down from above. Taoshi executed a backflip to evade, yet a scar was etched across his face. Fury ignited in Taoshi's eyes as he knelt, sweeping his hands outward. A tremendous force erupted from his center, instantly repelling the shurikens and tearing a circular pit into the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a cacophony ensued with countless shurikens, accompanied by splinters, plummeting to the earth. Taoshi gasped for breath. With a crack, the ground split open, and a wind-infused shuriken ascended rapidly, sending Taoshi soaring into the sky. In the heights, the shuriken transformed into smoke, revealing Naruto. Grasping a spiraling shuriken, Naruto hurled it toward Taoshi. Taoshi regarded the spiraling weapon with disdain, confident in his Byakugan to discern it as a mere transformation technique. In the next instant, the shuriken vanished into smoke. Sasuke, brandishing his blade, charged at Taoshi. A smirk curled upon Taoshi's lips, his eyes filled with contempt as he swiftly ensnared Sasuke with a multitude of red chains. Yet, a twist of fate unfolded. With a resounding impact, Sasuke activated his heavenly hand power, swapping positions with Taoshi. Taoshi was caught off guard once again, gritting his teeth in frustration. He gazed upwards at Naruto, who, in that instant, delivered a crushing blow to his face. Boom! From nearly 1,000 meters in the air, a fierce shadow plummeted rapidly. Taoshi was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several towering mountains around him. Sasuke descended swiftly, his hand forming a claw-like shape, targeting the distant ground. Earth explosion stars. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a multitude of stones erupted from the earth, completely sealing Taoshi within their grasp. A colossal meteor, nearly a kilometer in size, looms majestically in the sky, utterly sealing the fate of the Peach Style. The crowd watching the video gasps, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Is this truly a ninja? In the Rain Village, Nagato gazes at the video high above, a profound skepticism etched upon his face. Why does Sasuke execute the heavenly star with such ease, as if quenching his thirst? When he attempts this technique, it nearly costs him his life. Could it be that his Rinnegan is a mere facade? Instinctively, Nagato glances into a mirror. Within a cavern, the excitement intensifies. Sasuke, I still yearn for your body. Orochimaru hisses, licking his lips in a most repulsive manner. Beside him, Kabuto adjusts his glasses, his eyes similarly alight with enthusiasm. Truly, the esteemed Orochimaru. Jiraiya, this. Kisame Hashigaki, I must report. Naruto and Sasuke have previously employed this technique against me. Uchiha Madara? Who are you? In the Pure Land. Madara's eyes widen at Kisame's statement, his pupils narrowing sharply. Are there truly so many formidable figures in the ninja world now? If this continues, will his infinite Tsukuyomi become a mere jest? Kisame Hashigaki, well, let's put it this way. Naruto and Sasuke indeed used this technique against me back in the day. Pain, can you withstand the heavenly star? Kisame Hashigaki, no. Everyone. The pacing of this book is rather slow. It seems the readership may dwindle. Chapter 18. Susanoo engages the Nine Tails. Two warriors confront the four divine beasts. Zabuza Momochi, the two who fought against me back when they were merely 12 years old have become remarkably powerful in the blink of an eye. I am truly gratified. Karatsuchi, I had thought you were more formidable. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, you startled me. I thought the Hidden Mist Village had produced another formidable ninja. Chiyo. Huh. Relying on the Mizukage to yield strong ninjas is far less promising than looking to the Sunagakure. Anoki, this is not the crux of the matter. Has this Momoshiki truly been vanquished? Pain. The almighty push is nearly 1,000 meters. A normal person cannot escape from it. The scene unfolds. With a crack, the almighty push high above shows signs of fissures. Everyone is momentarily stunned. Kenji Inuzuka. Boom. The stones in the sky shatter instantly, and an enormous, unidentified object plummets rapidly. Naruto and Sasuke react swiftly, decisively raising their hands to reduce the object to splinters. Bang, bang, bang. Momoshiki falls at high speed to the ground. Thud. The earth erupts with numerous cracks, and in an instant, 4 dragon heads emerge from the ground. Seizing the moment, Sasuke kicks Naruto away and bravely withstands the assault from these 4 mysterious creatures. Pain. Impossible. He actually escaped the almighty push. Within a cavern, Nagato rubs his eyes, a look of disbelief crossing his face. The enemies of the future are so formidable. Even if he captures the nine-tailed beast to forge tailed beast weapons, it may prove futile. In the Pure Land, Madara also gazes in shock at the unfolding scene. The power of this adversary surpasses even that of Hashirama Senju. This scene continues. Before long, one of the dragon heads captures Sasuke, lifting him swiftly into the air. Naruto rises from the ground, rushing forward with great speed. At that moment, Momoshiki slams down upon the back of the dragon head. In the next instant, an intense heat emanates from his palm, surging towards Sasuke. Just as the heat is about to engulf Sasuke, a golden phantom streaks through the sky, shattering the wave of heat. Boom! Naruto embraces Sasuke, channeling the chakra of the Nine Tails to heal his wounds. Sasuke, barely lifting his head, gazes into the sky. Are you all right, Sasuke? Yes. It's not too serious. As the Nine Tails makes its appearance, Momoshiki rises swiftly into the sky. The nine-tailed fox, you have finally revealed yourself. In the next moment, a multitude of stones begins to ascend rapidly from the ground. The spectacle is awe-inspiring, akin to a tornado sweeping the earth, lifting smoke and countless objects to heights nearing 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous figure nearly 200 meters tall emerges in the sky. Your power belongs to me. Dream on. Naruto, harnessing the Nine Tails, charges forward and delivers a powerful punch. The stone giant raises its hand to block the blow. The shockwave from their clash shatters the surrounding mountain peaks. The stone monster, controlled by Tao Shi, seized Naruto's arm and delivered a series of punches before forcefully pinning him to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, cracking open as if struck by an earthquake. Naruto gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling to endure the onslaught. In the next moment, Sasuke placed his hand on his shoulder. Naruto exchanged a knowing glance with Sasuke, sharing a silent understanding forged over many years of companionship. Instantly, the Nine Tails donned a suit of purple armor, breaking free from its restraints. Extending its arms, the Nine Tails conjured a swirling mist that reached nearly 1,000 meters, simultaneously grasping a blade with one hand. You inferior beings! Tao Shi fumed as he commanded the stone monster to swing its fist towards them. Athe! In response, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly maneuvered the Nine Tails. The beast crouched low, wielding the blade to evade the enemy's attack. Bang! The shockwave from the enemy's strike obliterated the distant mountaintop. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and Sasuke decisively swung their blades towards the enemy's abdomen. Bang bang! With a sharp crack, a brilliant white light erupted, accompanied by dazzling sparks that billowed forth, enveloped in swirling smoke. But this was not the end. Amidst the smoke, Tao Shi, seemingly unwilling to concede, summoned a multitude of creatures, phoenixes, water gods, thunder gods, and wind gods, drawing upon the ninjutsu he had previously absorbed, akin to a secondary skill from the mobile game. Boom boom boom. The ground shook violently beneath the rolling smoke, creating a grand spectacle. Naruto tore the phoenix apart with his bare hands, molten lava cascading onto the ground. The thunder god unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars, quickly dispersing the smoke. Yet, in the following moment, Naruto and Sasuke coordinated their efforts, striking down once more with their blades. The scene was nothing short of magnificent as countless monsters attempted to ensnare Naruto and Sasuke, buying time for their true forms. However, Naruto and Sasuke, in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatched these creatures. Tao Shi, filled with bitterness, watched as the stone monsters he commanded began to crack and dissolve into swirling smoke. Gazing at this extraordinary and awe-inspiring sight from a distance, Boruto stood atop a mountain, his eyes wide with astonishment. Incredible! With the enemy seemingly vanquished, Naruto and Sasuke supported each other as they plummeted swiftly from the towering height. Boom! A vast cloud of smoke billowed forth. Fourth Kazekage Raza, wow! This level of power is truly astonishing. Fourth Raikage, I fear even my lightning guy would struggle to withstand such damage. Anoki, are these individuals truly still ninjas? Second Mizukage Kahaku, are these beings even human? Sannin Shinsaku, this is simply outrageous. Brahma Shima, indeed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, surely, this should put an end to our enemies. The scene continued. Is it over? The Raikage weakly inquired. Supported by Gaara. No. It is not yet finished, Naruto replied, shaking his head. At this moment, all the Kage descended to the ground, gazing upward at the sky. In the lofty heights, the figure of Peach appeared particularly frail. Everyone understood that it would only take a deft application of physical techniques to vanquish this creature. Boruto stood upon the roots of a tree, gazing down at the assembled crowd, and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, from behind a distant rock, Fong Zhu and his assistant suddenly emerged. Peach turned its gaze downward, its eyes instantly sharpening with vigilance. Two more foes had arrived. Well, at last, they had caught up. Fang Zhu leaped down from the heights with impressive speed. How did they manage to come here? Naruto wore a perplexed expression. They must have followed us stealthily. Reikage sighed softly, hoping these two wouldn't act foolishly. Fang Zhu signaled in midair before descending gracefully. Capture the prowess of the scientific ninja tools perfectly. Yes. Fang Zhu raised his hand, aiming at Peach in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a barrage of jutsu was unleashed towards the airborne Peach. The onlookers were filled with anxiety. This enemy was finally weakened. Wasn't this akin to delivering a health pack? Peach, standing aloft, observed the unfolding scene below with a smile curling at its lips, then slowly extended its hand. Bang! Sparks erupted in the sky, yet in the blink of an eye. These jutsu were entirely absorbed. Curse it, this is such a nuisance. Reikage fumed, nearly cursing aloud. Fang Zhu clutched his head, terror evident in his eyes as he realized he might have stirred up trouble. Can it absorb chakra? Fang Zhu turned to his assistant. With a crack, a stone split open from above, plunging the air into a heavy silence. Grandma Shima, are these two truly human? Anoki, my blood pressure is rising. Chapter 19, A Moment of Crisis. Boruto's ultimate rescue. This spiraling sphere carries the hopes of all. Fourth Kazekage Raza. These two teammates are simply extraordinary. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, young Sasuke. Sasuke, Lord 7th Hokage. I seem to be in an unusual state in the video. Shikamaru Nara, young Naruto. I fear that Sasuke has been manipulated. Itachi Uchiha. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that he bears signs of being under an illusion. The caster is highly proficient in genjutsu. Anoki. I see. It is likely the work of Danzo. Shimura Danzo. In the depths of the Leaf Village, Danzo gazed at the images in the sky, utterly bewildered. How could events from the Boruto era possibly be linked to him? Itachi Uchiha. I did not wish to reveal this, but given the current circumstances, Hokage-sama, Danzo has taken my eyes. Shin Uchiha. What? Fugaku Uchiha. We demand an explanation. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, you scoundrel. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's face contorted with rage as he perused the messages in the chat group. It was known that Itachi Uchiha harbored the profound will of fire. Yet Danzo had mercilessly harmed him and taken his eyes. Tobarama Senju. Monkey, what is going on? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, I have done my utmost. I never imagined Danzo would stoop to such depths. Meitarumi. This is quite the scandal for the village of Konoha. Fourth Reikage. Quite intriguing. Let us have more. I relish the drama. Anoki. So, Danzo took Itachi's eyes, then manipulated Sasuke, attempting to frame Naruto and his comrades to ascend as the 8th Hokage? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Goodness, Anoki, your analysis rings true. It does seem like something Danzo would do. Minato Namikaze, 3rd Hokage. During the Ninetales incident, I suspected Danzo had ulterior motives. He was most likely the one who leaked the Ninetales location. Shimura Danzo. No, I did not. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, you scoundrel. Only the high-ranking officials of Konoha knew the Ninetales location. How dare you deny it? I am truly. Meitarumi. Wait. Could the transformation of the hidden mist village into a blood mist village also be Danzo's doing? Fourth Reikage. Just enjoying the gossip. But this is becoming increasingly absurd. Kakuzu. My finances have dwindled significantly lately. Could Danzo be the thief? Yahiko. There is a possibility. During the first generation of Akatsuki, we were ambushed by that scoundrel Danzo. He might know the location of our funds. Shimura Danzo. No. Are you all serious? The scene unfolds further as the 3rd Reikage observes the bizarre developments, feeling that Danzo is merely a scapegoat. Amidst the chaos, Peach Style raises his palm, sensing his body rejuvenating to its former state. A smile gracing his lips as he realizes the similarity of these substances to the elixirs of his clan. Though crude, gratitude is owed to his adversaries. With that, he unleashes a succession of ninjutsu, causing the ground to shatter with explosive force. The two who initiated the ninjutsu are flung away into the distant mountain crevices. At this moment, the mountains in the distance begin to crumble, and a disdainful grin appears on Peach Style's face. Below him, a massive quicksand begins to disperse, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to ascend rapidly into the sky. Yet, in the next instant, they find themselves immobilized. Is this Shikamaru's shadow bind technique? Naruto's pupils widen in shock as a shadowy binding technique envelopes an area of 1 kilometer, ensnaring all shadows within it. This was the very technique Peach Style had absorbed earlier, and its application in such a manner is unexpected. With a crack, numerous black rods are hurled downward, striking Naruto's chakra points and rendering him vulnerable. Peach-style gazes at his palm, exhilaration coursing through him. Just moments before facing defeat, he has been revitalized and has severely weakened his foes. In light of this, you shall perish. Peach-style extends his hand, coalescing the essence of a phoenix. At the roots of a tree, Boruto watches this scene unfold, his teeth clenched in frustration. How on earth should he proceed now? His lips quiver as he recalls Sasuke's words. Sasuke had questioned his ninja way, a concept Boruto found difficult to grasp at the time, deeming it rather antiquated. Is it? Perhaps it is indeed old-fashioned, yet it will serve as the driving force in this battle and countless confrontations to come. Sasuke's voice resonates softly. Upon hearing this, Boruto's expression turns quizzical. I still do not understand. You will come to know in due time. In any case, you must rise, Boruto. Trust in my words. You can achieve it. The memories begin to fade away in this moment, as he fixes his gaze upon the vivid crimson light in the distance. Boruto's resolve solidifies. Now, it is my turn. There is no time for fear. I must trust in Master Sasuke. Peach-style, can Boruto truly defeat this Tsutsuki relying solely on himself? Maki, it seems unlikely. The foremost task for Boruto is to disrupt Peach-style and free everyone from his control. Kagutsuchi, that is no small feat. Cough. After all, Peach-style can absorb ninjutsu. The scene progresses, and the music ignites at this moment. Sasuke exchanges a confirming glance with Boruto in the skies. At this instant, everyone follows Sasuke's gaze upwards, where Peach-style appears perplexed. In the next moment, Boruto extended his hands, diligently molding a small Rasengan. This Rasengan appeared trivial, akin to a mere bean. Now it was time to take a chance. When did he learn this? Naruto's pupils dilated. Boruto, with his hands working the Rasengan, swiftly hurled it forward. Go! The Rasengan transformed into a tempest, slicing through the air as it surged towards the adversary below. Although it seemed insignificant, this Rasengan embodied the future of the ninja world. The spectators watching the video instantly felt a surge of tension. In the streets of Konoha, Kakashi observed the scene from above, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. It must hit its mark. In the land of water, within a hot spring. Jiraiya too wore a furrowed brow. This diminutive Rasengan, it must strike true. In a desolate wilderness, Itachi gazed at the scene from above, his expression equally grave. If this Rasengan fails to connect, then the future of the ninja world is doomed. It must hit its target. Go, Boruto. This Rasengan carries the hopes of the ninja world. The cries and cheers from the crowd echoed, their hearts ignited with fervor. Undoubtedly, this strike from Boruto would alter the very fabric of the ninja world. Is it life or death? Chapter 20. The intrinsic value of these 720 episodes. All of your youthful years spent here. I am destined to win. The Rasengan in the air gradually began to lose its velocity. Taoshiro let out a cold chuckle, just as he was about to absorb the Rasengan. It astonishingly dissipated in midair. The onlookers watching the video were momentarily stunned. The Wagakure disappeared. Did it just vanish? Naka's pupils constricted sharply, nearly causing him to double over. Kumogakure, Raikage A, who was lifting weights, crushed the dumbbell in his hand. Damn it, did we actually fail? Kirigakure. Mizukage Terumi May gazed anxiously at the scene high above. The ninja world fell into despair. But then, the Rasengan that had seemingly vanished in the air began to soften, like soothing music. Boruto fixated on this distant attack, gritting his teeth. Knowing all too well the unique properties of his Rasengan, Taoshiro, seeing the Rasengan disappear before it could approach, couldn't help but laugh. This is truly ridiculous. You don't even qualify to touch me. But fear not, you all will go to the same. Before Taoshiro could finish his words, boom. The Rasengan struck him squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. With Taoshiro losing control, all shadows instantly regained their normal movements. Wonderful. It hit. Ah, the ninja world shall not end here. Hooray for Boruto. Everyone in the ninja world erupted in cheers, jumping with excitement. This is truly incredible. It hit. Oh my goodness. Now, as long as everyone cooperates again, we can defeat Taoshiro. Noki, hard work pays off. It finally hit. Fourth Raikage A. By the way, why did Boruto's Rasengan disappear? Mizukage Terumi 1. I'm also super curious. Senju Tobarama, it must have merged with lightning chakra, right? The scene continued. Boruto swiftly descended from the sky. Dad. Boruto. When did you? Naruto's face lit up with joy. I told him, once he mastered the Rasengan, I would take him as my apprentice. Sasuke smiled slightly. And he learned it in just a few days, incorporating his adept lightning release. instinctively altering the nature of his chakra, creating a new technique. Sasuke explained. The vanished Rasengan. The father and son widened their eyes at Sasuke's explanation. The vanished Rasengan? He actually invented such a technique? Naruto turned to his son, his face filled with shock. Sasuke-sensei, Boruto exclaimed excitedly. Sasuke smirked, the atmosphere suddenly becoming warm and inviting. At that moment, Taoshur stood up from a distance. It's not over yet. What did you say? Is that all you've got? Otsutsuki Taoshur. You may seem omnipotent, yet you cannot absorb an invisible ninjutsu. Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Taoshur clutched his abdomen, panting heavily, while retrieving 4 elixirs from his bosom. What if he could not see? With these, he could unleash his will. He swallowed the 4 pills, relishing the sensation of his strength surging. With a fierce roar, a violent tempest erupted, hurling the onlookers a considerable distance away. 4th generation Wind Shadow, Luo Sha. The Otsutsuki clan is truly beyond the limits. 2nd generation Water Shadow, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu. How can we possibly fight back? With a mere pill, he recovers to full strength. Senju Hashirama, young ones, do not lose heart. There must be a way to overcome him. The gathered ninjas gazed at the scene above, their spirits once more dampened. This adversary was overwhelmingly formidable. However, their expressions soon turned to astonishment. For in the air, Naruto showed no fear. Instead, he wore a proud smile as he watched his son, Boruto, unleash another Rasengan. Boruto turned, his gaze filled with self-doubt. But my power is just too insignificant. Fear not. Sensing his father's unwavering confidence, Boruto clenched his fists. He began to mold a diminutive Rasengan, which appeared utterly trivial and even somewhat comical next to the colossal beast in the distance. In the next instant, Naruto placed his hand upon Boruto's as if to say, "Watch closely, my boy, the upcoming Rasengan will be magnificent." In an instant, the Rasengan in Boruto's palm transformed to a deep azure hue, rapidly expanding. Boruto looked up, astonished, meeting his father's confident smile. Together, they raised their hands, and in that moment, the music ignited. The spectators watching the video froze in place. As the Rasengan ascended, numerous phantoms emerged. Boruto recognized none of them. A disheveled man with long hair? Confusion washed over Boruto as his eyes transformed, granting him clarity to witness countless stories. So this was what his father looked like as a child, unkempt yet seemingly optimistic. His grandmother appeared next, smiling as they both molded the Rasengan together. It grew ever larger. Then came his uncle Neji, his grandfather. Following them were images of his mentor Sasuke as a boy, alongside his mother, all joining in the creation of the Rasengan. His father's childhood form rapidly enlarged, evolving from a state of profound insecurity into a figure who ultimately became Hokage. Over 1 million ninjas from the Allied Forces, 11 theatrical films. The weight of 720 episodes, and the 10 years of youthful vigor from everyone present coalesced within this Rasengan. The sphere expanded immensely. Feeling the heavy weight in his hands, Boruto was suddenly roused from his reverie. He had just witnessed a multitude of memories, observing his son bear the weight with resilience. Naruto gently withdrew his hand. The road ahead remains long and henceforth. Boruto must rely on himself to tread forward. How heavy this embodies the memories of my father, how much effort must be expended, and how many detours must be traversed. To transform it into this, tears welled up in Boruto's eyes. He gazed at his father, who wore a gratifying smile, having already let go. Now, the weight of these 720 episodes rests solely upon him. Boruto wiped away his tears, turned his head, and with unwavering determination, fixed his gaze into the distance. This time, without a doubt, I am destined to prevail. Anoki, this brought tears to my eyes. 4th Raikage, something must have gotten into my eyes. Dara, that scene was incredibly moving. Tobarama Senju, are you serious? Another great battle awaits in the future? The entire Ninja Alliance appears in the memory sequence. Hashirama Senju, undoubtedly Naruto is the most exceptional Hokage. Kakashi Hitaki, ahem, but what about Boruto? Sasuke Uchiha, young, he is the most outstanding ninja after all, he is my disciple. Vortex Boruto, young, even so I remain a ninja. The scene continues, as Momoshiki gazes disdainfully at the colossal Rasengan in the distance. This time I have seen it, there will not be a second chance. There is no need for me to elaborate further. The opportunity is but a fleeting one. Sasuke slowly stepped forward, drawing his blade. Let us go. This segment is truly heartwarming. I highly recommend everyone to watch the Boruto film. In my opinion, the finest film in the Naruto franchise is undoubtedly Boruto, Naruto the movie. Chapter 21. Those eyes will, sooner or later, seize everything that belongs to you. Boruto, Will we win? Sasuke, we will. The scene unfolds. Boruto infuses the Rasengan with lightning chakra, and the enormous sphere vanishes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Momoshiki unleashes a flurry of black rods. Sasuke, gripping his blade, deftly deflects each rod one by one before swiftly advancing forward. Bang, bang, bang. A thick cloud of smoke erupts from the roots of a tree. Sasuke decisively throws his blade, but Momoshiki deftly dodges. In the next instant, Sasuke and the blade swap positions, propelling himself forward with Chidori aimed directly at Momoshiki. The blade that just exchanged places with Sasuke now hovers in the air. Just this level. Bang. A sound of smoke erupts from behind the blade as Boruto swiftly throws a kunai. The kunai slices through the air, hurtling towards Momoshiki. As he gazes at the approaching Chidori, Momoshiki disdainfully extends his other hand to catch the oncoming kunai. Just as he is about to absorb the Chidori, Sasuke activates his technique, causing the Chidori and kunai to instantaneously swap places. The kunai thus pierces directly into Momoshiki's palm. You bastard! Momoshiki, filled with rage, swats Sasuke away with force. At this moment, his ability to absorb jutsu has nearly vanished. Sasuke collapses against the wall, weakly casting a glance towards Boruto. It's up to you now. Boruto. Naruto's chakra is constrained, and Sasuke is utterly exhausted. Both of them place all their hopes without reservation in Boruto. Momoshiki, you must win, my child. Kushina, cough. Indeed. Kankuro, I have a question. The enemies in the future are so strong. There should be more than one, right? Kurenai, your words are quite terrifying. The scene continues. Boruto executes the wind release, Gale Palm, forcefully hurling a shadow clone into the distance. Bang! The shadow clone punches fiercely into Momoshiki's abdomen. Momoshiki grabs Boruto's shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fury. A mere trick, but regrettably, this is not so simple. Boruto begins to speak, only to dissipate into smoke. From within the mist, several more shadow clones of Boruto burst forth. Momoshiki punches and kicks, swiftly dispatching 2 shadow clones. In the distance, Boruto, wielding a Rasengan, dashes forward like a tempest. Here, Momoshiki, wielding a black rod, thrusts forward. Boruto swiftly evades this strike. Simultaneously, another Boruto appears behind Momoshiki, his right eye gleaming with the Byakugan. Momoshiki, seeing this, becomes enraged. He thrusts the black rod, dispersing the Boruto before him into smoke. However, amidst the haze, the Rasengan still strikes against his abdomen. Clutching his stomach, Momoshiki stumbles back in pain. Damn it, I'm right here. Boruto's voice echoes from above. Momoshiki slowly raises his head, only to find Boruto gripping an enormous Rasengan tightly. A multitude of hurricanes swirled around. Go forth, Boruto. Naruto observed the distant scene with a look of satisfaction. The ninja world watched the spectacle above, equally stirred with fervor. Come on, Boruto, defeat the scoundrel. Vanquish him. Boruto is extraordinary. This Rasengan embodies the hopes of everyone in the ninja realm. Victory must be ours. The scene unfolded further. Boruto gripped the Rasengan tightly, launching it with ferocity. Momoshiki similarly conjured a dark red sphere with one hand. Bang! A tremendous repulsive force surged forth. Boruto gritted his teeth, retreating slightly. This technique is indeed insidious, yet I have vowed, there shall not be a second time. It is not over yet. Boruto's gaze intensified with unwavering resolve as he increased the force in his hand. Momoshiki also amplified his own power. Bang! The 2 spheres collided high above, expanding violently. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding area spanning several kilometers was obliterated, reduced to countless splinters and debris. The 5 Kage, caught in the aftermath, raised their hands to shield their eyes. Yet, I am the great Tsutsuki Momoshiki. His eyes burned with fury at being so underestimated. Bang! On Boruto's side. His sleeve tore rapidly, his arm turning crimson. He clenched his teeth, exerting even greater force as he pressed forward. Boom! The Rasengan swiftly penetrated the distant dark red sphere. In that fleeting moment, Boruto twisted his wrist. The Rasengan transformed into a tempest, voraciously consuming everything around it. I cannot believe this. Momoshiki's face twisted in disbelief. At this moment, he watched as Boruto broke through the whirlwind, charging toward him. Boruto's eyes shone with clarity. Everything around became a blinding white. The viewers of the video were equally exhilarated. Remarkable! Boruto has triumphed over Momoshiki. Maki, well done. Kisame Hashigaki. This little brat will undoubtedly achieve greatness. His strength is already at the level of a cinematic hero. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Is this truly Naruto's son? His tenacity is astounding. Kagaya Tsutsuki. Boruto has truly surpassed divinity with his mortal form. The scene continued. Can you perceive my existence, child of humanity? The surrounding white light gradually dissipated. As Boruto opened his eyes once more, he beheld Momoshiki lunging fiercely at him. What? So it is. You have inherited the power of the Tsutsuki. Yet you remain too feeble to discern your own fate. Momoshiki hovered behind Boruto. You wretch. Boruto's eyes blazed with fury, yet his body remained immobilized. Everything around him felt eerily void and hollow. I can clearly see your destiny. Remember, those blue eyes will one day strip everything from you. Momoshiki's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he grasped Boruto's hand. Moreover, brace yourself. Those who have vanquished the divine shall never return to the mundane. Upon hearing this inexplicable utterance, Boruto's eyes brimmed with confusion. The figure of Momoshiki swiftly transformed into smoke, dissipating rapidly. Proceed and contemplate your destiny, O mortal. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion obliterated the last remnants of the distant tree roots. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, witnessing the events unfold with astonishment evident in his gaze. At this moment, the Rasengan breached the Earth's atmosphere, ascending into the cosmos, where it subsequently erupted in a spectacular explosion. With a thud, Boruto collapsed onto the tree roots, panting wearily. Well done. The five Kage observed this scene from above, their faces alight with joy. The dark clouds above parted as the Rasengan carved a gaping hole, allowing brilliant light to cascade forth. This radiance, sharp as a sword, illuminated Boruto's position. Thus, Momoshiki was utterly vanquished. Weakened, Boruto propped himself up against the roots as sunlight bathed his face. Did I succeed? Confusion enveloped Boruto's countenance. Nara Shikamaru, what did Momoshiki's words mean just now? Uchiha Itachi, Boruto's eyes. Trivia, the plot of Boruto, Naruto Next Generations is not lacking. Rather, the slow updates of the manga have compelled the anime to create original storylines. Chapter 22, a retrospective on Naruto at 16, a hero of the ninja world. Young Naruto Uzumaki, is this the Byakugan? Hayashi Hyuga Boruto's era there seems to be a slight issue. Naruto. Please bring Boruto here so I may examine him. During the era of Boruto, Naruto nodded, swiftly embracing Boruto, his form akin to lightning, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had transported Boruto to the Hyuga clan's territory. Upon descending from his father's arms, Boruto's face was a canvas of astonishment. My goodness. Is my father this fast? This surpasses even the lightning release. Boruto, let your grandfather check your eyes, Hayashi said, concern etched on his face as he activated the Byakugan. After a meticulous inspection, Hayashi found no abnormalities. How strange. Is this not the Byakugan? Hinata Hyuga, Boruto's era Naruto. Boruto should be fine, right? Young Naruto Uzumaki, yes? The scene continued as the black rods on Sasuke and Naruto gradually dissipated into nothingness. Naruto lay on the ground, exhaling deeply, his gaze directed towards the heavens, imbued with a sense of contentment. The current circumstances, as you articulated, the essence of a ninja remains unchanged, regardless of how the world transforms. Sasuke approached, one hand resting on his hip. At that moment, gentle music began to play. You were indeed correct. Naruto chuckled lightly. He was remarkably akin to you. Sasuke, too, gazed skyward. Is that so? I must say, you were rather clumsy just now. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. You're no better. Don't get me wrong, at least I'm standing upright. Sasuke shook his head, extending his hand. Naruto grasped it. And together they rose, once more gazing at the sky. Above them, sunlight poured down solely upon Boruto, the music swelling in crescendo. Boruto took a few steps forward, reaching out in an attempt to capture the sunlight above. Simultaneously, a flurry of snowflakes descended from the sky, the sunlight illuminating Boruto's face. Memories of what Momoshiki had said flooded Boruto's mind, and he instinctively covered his eyes with one hand, a hint of solitude apparent on his visage. The child of humanity, indeed. I am the son of Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki. As the scene concluded, the screen abruptly faded to black. System, the childhood chapter of Boruto has come to an end. From a rebellious son to one who gradually comprehends his father. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. So, does this video specifically highlight Boruto for a particular significance? Second Suchikage, Anoki. Perhaps it is merely for show? Hashirama Senju, haha. I sense the aura of the Uchiha clan within Boruto. This lad is destined to become a rogue ninja. Uchiha fire. Haha. I truly cannot contain myself. Boruto, being the son of the Hokage, is destined to become one himself. How could you suggest he would turn rogue? Such defiance of fate. Uchiha Iron Fire. This white-haired fool is truly dim-witted. If Boruto were to become a rogue ninja, I would live-stream myself eating excrement. Uchiha Shana. Then I shall join in as well. Bring on as much as you have. Uchiha Detonator. Count me in too. Let it all be devoured by my mouth. The notion that Boruto would become a rogue ninja is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. It's utterly laughable. Saninja Hans. Senju Tobarama. A high-stakes recruitment in January, covers face with laughter. Uchiha Izuna. This Senju white-haired fellow is truly a source of mirth. Spreading rumors all day, covers face with laughter. Uchiha Madara. Oh dear, let us simply block him. There's no need to engage with such a fool. Senju Tobarama. Ha ha. You doubt my words, do you? You shall regret it in due time. At this moment, the right side of the screen froze, followed by the commencement of the left side. The video bore the title, The Fall of Heroes, The Rise of Legends. At 16, you are the hero of Konoha. Jiraiya, The Fall of Heroes, The Rise of Legends. Having just washed his feet, Jiraiya stepped out of the shop and gazed upward at the scene in the sky, his brow furrowing in dismay. Who would have thought that I would meet my end in the future? How unexpected, haha? Jiraiya chuckled at his own predicament. In the next moment, a group of Umbu swiftly approached Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, by the orders of the third Hokage, you are required to return to Konoha immediately. What has happened now? Jiraiya's frown deepened. Fourth Kazekage Raza, why has the scene returned to Konoha? Senju Tobarama, take a look at the title of this book. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I see. The scene continued. In a lush forest, small birds chirped joyfully, creating an atmosphere of warmth. Several ninjas from Konoha were patrolling in an orderly manner. What splendid weather we have today, one of the ninjas remarked. Before long, the tranquil life of Konoha village unfolded before their eyes. Kisame, I can hardly imagine Konoha village being this peaceful. Aoi, there is nothing to envy. Our Kirigakure is thriving as well. Kirigakure Umbu. Ah, indeed. The scene progressed, and the video took a dramatic turn. Pain swiftly arrived in Konoha, raising his hand to unleash a repulsive force, instantly sending several Konoha ninjas flying. The viewers of the video were left bewildered. Who is this individual? In the next moment, Pain, utilizing his Rinnegan, swiftly discerned the barriers surrounding Konoha. He first sent the animal path Pain into the barrier, and then rapidly summoned the 6 paths of Pain within it, creating the illusion that only one intruder was present. Boom, 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 accompanied by a cacophony of destruction. Numerous buildings crumbled. The once peaceful Konoha village was abruptly plunged into chaos. The cries of panic from bystanders and the fearful sobs of children echoed, painting a scene of devastation in the village hidden in the leaves. Fourth Raikage, I cannot fathom why, but witnessing the misfortunes of Konoha brings a peculiar sense of satisfaction to my heart. Inoki, I feel the same way. Chio, I too share this sentiment. May Konoha meet its swift end. During the era of Boruto, he gazed at the images in the sky before turning to his father, confusion evident in his eyes. Dad, I have always had a question. Why did our village, Konoha, eventually relocate into a pit, yet the footage does not depict it within one? This is a matter best directed to your Uncle Nagato. Naruto's lips twitched slightly. He felt a sense of bewilderment within. How could he possibly explain this to his child? It would be quite inappropriate to say that it was your Uncle Nagato who caused the destruction, wouldn't it? Chapter 23. Embrace the pain. How many flights of stairs must one carry a bag of rice? Senju Hashirama. Wait a moment. Why is Konoha village invaded every day? Senju Tobarama. Calm down, brother. In any case, Konoha village will be fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't survive until the era of Boruto. Vortex Boruto. Second Hokage. Senju Tobarama. What is it? Vortex Boruto. Why did Konoha village later relocate into a pit? Senju Tobarama. Huh? Senju Hashirama. What? Hiruzen. Why did you move Konoha village into a pit? Hiruzen Sarutobi. First Hokage. I did not do that. Namikaze Minato. Ha ha ha. Let us remain calm for now. The scene continues. Soon, reinforcements arrive on the battlefield. Sakura clenches her fists and crushes a centipede with a single blow. The 12 young ninjas also appear, swiftly halting the onslaught of monsters. The onlookers, witnessing the state of Konoha village, cannot help but furrow their brows. It must be said, Konoha is indeed the foremost village in the ninja world. Orochimaru, Konoha village should just perish quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru, you traitor. Deara, explosions are art. Inoki, Deara, you fool. Return to the village at once. In Iwagakure, Inoki listens to Deidara's remarks and feels a headache coming on. This rascal Deidara plays with his clay all day. I want to teach him dust release, but he refuses to learn. Grandfather. Deidara must have his own thoughts, Karatsuchi softly states beside him. This scene continues. After Pain defeats everyone, he plans to search for Naruto's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Naruto was supposed to come to the rescue, but that wretched Danzo actually killed the toad. The spectators watching the video see this, and their blood pressure skyrockets. Vortex Kushina. Danzo, are you insane? Shimura Danzo. Humph. The enemy's target is Vortex Naruto. Since that is the case, I cannot allow Naruto to return to Konoha. Am I wrong for doing so? Senju Tobirama. Then why didn't you come to help? From the beginning of the footage until now, you haven't made a move. In the Pure Land, Tobirama watches the scene from high above. Furious enough to want to slap Danzo across the face. That Danzo is utterly foolish. Tobirama, calm down and take a breath. Hashirama pats Tobirama's shoulder. The scene continues. Everyone attempts to stall Pain, but their efforts are in vain. Pain's power is overwhelming, and Kakashi tragically falls. Soon, Pain arrives at the Hokage's rooftop. Tsunade gazes at Pain before her, her pupils dilating sharply. For some reason, she finds this individual somewhat familiar. Jiraiya. Isn't that Yahiko? Yahiko, Nagato. Did you do this? Jiraiya. Wait a moment. What on earth has happened? Conan, Nagato. Could you both say something? Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei. I intend to achieve peace in the ninja world in my own way. The scene continues. Tsunade questions Pain on the rationale behind waging war. Pain, with an icy demeanor, responds that he merely seeks to collect all tailed beasts to create a weapon of immense power, aiming to use force to prevent further conflicts in the ninja world. Hashirama, I had previously allocated the tailed beasts to you. Why then are you still engaged in war? Madara, Hashirama, you are too naive. If you had followed my guidance back then, the ninja world would not be plagued by such troubles. Tobirama, evil Uchiha Madara. Do not try to deceive my elder brother here. The scene unfolds further. Just as Pain is about to depart, Tsunade shouts in anger, enough. It is common for small nations to endure suffering, yet we, the great nations, have also suffered. Please, do not initiate another war. Upon hearing this, Pain halts. Turning to face Tsunade. Chiyo, I struck you, and my hand also aches, so please, cease the senseless slaughter of innocents. Isame, this is how it is in the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo, Tsunade is still too young. Sensei, I request to take on the role of Hokage. Tobirama, get out of my way. The scene continues, with Pain regarding Tsunade, his gaze as cold as ice. How laughable. Feel pain, understand pain. Pain's form gradually rises. Tsunade gazes at Pain ascending into the sky, her eyes filled with confusion. Accept pain. Understand pain. What does he intend to do? Tsunade furrows her brow. Those who do not comprehend pain cannot truly grasp the concept of peace. From his elevated position, Pain looks down upon Tsunade, aligned with the sun in the sky, resembling a deity. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle from below, are struck with astonishment. What on earth is this individual planning? At this moment, a solemn and majestic melody begins to play. Pain slowly opens his mouth, raising his hands above his head. From now on, Pain gazes down upon the Hidden Leaf Village, his eyes as cold as ice. Let the world feel pain. As his words echo, a blinding white light suddenly erupts from above, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the brilliance. In the next instant, Shinra Tensei. Boom! A tremendous force of repulsion surges forth from the alleys of the Hidden Leaf Village like a raging flood. In the blink of an eye, numerous buildings collapse. And this force continues to intensify. Crash! In mere moments, the sprawling Hidden Leaf Village is reduced to ruins. The surroundings are a scene of devastation. Littered with debris, and many injured souls lie uncertain of their fates. Sakura struggles free from the slug's body, gasping for air, and turns to survey the horrific aftermath surrounding her. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal pit emerged in the Hidden Leaf Village. Boruto Uzumaki. Well, now I finally understand why the Hidden Leaf Village was built in a pit. Naruto Uzumaki, young adult, it was your uncle Nagato's doing. Sarada Uchiha. Incredible. But still, it cannot compare to Lord 7th Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha, young adult. The scene continues. Sakura gazed upon the desolate devastation surrounding her, her eyes brimming with despair. How could this happen? With trembling hands, Sakura clawed at the ground, etching deep marks into the earth as tears uncontrollably fell. Naruto, please, come back. Naruto, I beg you. Sakura shouted towards the distance, her voice piercing through the desolation of the ruins, echoing painfully. The next moment, a loud bang erupted. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly surged forth. The onlookers watching the video were momentarily stunned. Chapter 24. In the absence of the Sage Fox mode, the Sage mode stands as my most cherished trump card. The scene unfolds. Snap, snap. The melodious strains of Peking opera resonate, and a vibrant crimson ceremonial robe graces the screen. Naruto stands with arms crossed, his gaze resolute, adorned with a touch of orange eyeshadow. In the absence of the Ninetales mode, the Sage mode is indeed his proudest ace. The viewers, witnessing this moment, find themselves inexplicably stirred with fervor. Young Naruto Uzumaki, I never anticipated the footage of my youth would resurface, I must admit. It evokes a tinge of embarrassment. During the era of Boruto, students in class are instantly ignited with enthusiasm. Oh, it's the 7th Hokage. The 7th Hokage was so handsome in his youth. Truly deserving of the title, the 7th Hokage. The 7th Hokage is incredible from this moment onward. Second Mizukage, AO, to be honest. I still cannot comprehend the purpose of this dual timeline comparison. Mizukage Terumi it matters not. Both timelines hold captivating narratives. Anoki, as long as there's something to watch, that's all that matters. Why nitpick? Sasuke Uchiha, the 7th Hokage was indeed handsome in his youth. Dumb and electric, he truly was handsome. The scene continues, snap, snap. The operatic melody gradually fades as Naruto stands atop 3 toads, surveying the surroundings from his elevated perch. Wait, where am I? Is this still the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto scans the remnants of shattered walls, confusion etched across his face. Before long, Granny Chiyo provides a thorough explanation, and Naruto finally grasps the unfolding events. Damn, that inherently malevolent Pain. Tsunade, weary, struggles to emerge from the rubble, casting her gaze towards Pain in the distance, resolute in her determination to thwart him. Unforgivable. I shall never forgive you, Pain. Tsunade clutches her shoulder, her voice frail. It seems you have a semblance of understanding, Pain. But the one I seek is not you. Pain's tone is frigid. To seek. Before he can finish, one of the Azure Path's projectiles streaks through the air like an arrow, hurtling towards Tsunade. However, just as the peril looms, boom. Naruto plummets from the sky, spiraling Rasengan firmly in hand, shattering the Azure Path into fragments. It's me. Naruto fixes his gaze on Pain in the distance. Their eyes lock, and the immense aura of both warriors collides in that moment, erupting. Tsunade gazes at Naruto before her, momentarily lost, as if she perceives 2 familiar figures within him. To contend with these foes, there is no need for the Hokage of the Leaf to intervene personally, Granny. You may step aside and enjoy your tea. Naruto speaks with calm assurance. Naruto. Tsunade hesitates, her eyes filled with complexity. This child. Perhaps he truly can surpass our ancestors. Uchiha Sarada, the 7th Hokage, is truly magnificent. In a certain residence, Sasuke observed his daughter's remark with a hint of jealousy. What on earth, that underachiever, can he really be more handsome? Sakura, noticing Sasuke's envious expression, stifled a laugh. The scene continued. Naruto Uzumaki faced Pain, his voice icy. Let's bring this to an end. Naruto retorted, filled with fury. The once grand Hidden Leaf Village had now turned into ruins, without a doubt. This Pain was the antagonist. He must be eradicated to achieve peace in the ninja world. Having just employed the Deva Path, Pain was momentarily vulnerable, requiring time to recuperate. Therefore, Nagato's thoughts raced as he swiftly commanded his puppet to shield the Deva Path. Frog Gigi, take Tsunade to safety. Understood. Lady Tsunade. Tell everyone in the village to refrain from engaging. I cannot fight while protecting them. Then take the slug. It possesses intelligence on those foes. Tsunade retrieved a small slug from her pocket. Naruto nodded in agreement. After both sides readied themselves, the animal path decisively summoned 2 beasts. As the summoned creatures charged, Naruto promptly invoked his own summons. The battle commenced with summoning. The spectators watching the video furrowed their brows. These 2 are the summoners of legends. Naruto, splitting into 2 shadow clones, swiftly formed 2 Rasengan behind his back. The clones grasped the Rasengan, propelling the summoned creatures into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 frogs drew their weapons, leaping high to strike. Observing Naruto's fierce tactics, Nagato's brow furrowed in concern. He promptly commanded the Hungry Ghost Path to restrain Naruto. Naruto, however, decisively utilized his frog hand seals, swiftly dispatching the Hungry Ghost Path before the atmosphere grew tense. The viewers could not help but swallow hard. Senju Tobarama, is this how fierce young people fight nowadays? Senju Hashirama, father, one gets used to it. Wasn't Boruto's battle even more intense? Mizukage Terumi, I feel like the order of this video is incorrect. Shouldn't we assess Naruto first, then Boruto? Fourth Raikage A, indeed. This constant exchange feels rather convoluted. System, you still have the audacity to be picky about freebies. The scene continued, on the battlefield. The thoughts of many raced like lightning, colliding in a flurry of ideas. The three frogs swiftly eliminated Pain's summons, and Naruto forcefully slammed the hungry ghost path into the ground. Time was of the essence. Naruto was acutely aware of the limited duration of Sage Mode and needed to resolve matters swiftly. At that moment, Naruto split into two shadow clones once more, decisively gathering his Raisin Shuriken. He then hurled the Raisin Shuriken with great force. Nagato, seeing the spinning disc approach, furrowed his brow in alarm. He hurriedly maneuvered the human path to pull the animal path aside, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The animal path reacted swiftly, immediately summoning a primordial bird. The bird let out a resounding cry and charged towards Naruto with great speed. As Naruto observed the situation, he leapt into the air, deftly evading the impending strike. At that moment, the spiraling shuriken below began to swell rapidly, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Pain, gazing at Naruto as he descended, regarded him with an icy stare. It seemed this young man was not to be underestimated. He was indeed worthy of being Jiraiya's disciple. Jiraiya, enough. Cease this at once. Do not continue the fight. Naruto Uzumaki, I cannot forgive. This man has slain my master Jiraiya. Nagato Uzumaki, young one, do you truly understand what peace entails? Naruto Uzumaki, brother, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your body. Nagato Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Wait. My future self? Have you lost your mind? This man has killed Master Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki, your brother Nagato has his reasons. He acted out of necessity. Obito Uchiha. Naruto. Within a cavern, Obito observed the scene unfolding in the sky, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Surely, Naruto could not bring himself to forgive him. That would be too much to hope for. He himself had not yet forgiven his own actions. This narrative does not delve into conspiracy theories. Aside from Danzo, all other characters are portrayed as righteous. I implore you, having reached this point, might you bestow a small token of appreciation? The Lotus Leaves will once again go hungry tonight. Chapter 25. Hinata. Why did you save Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki, young adult Uncle Obito, the one aiming to be Hokage, is the coolest. Obito Uchiha, but I. Kushina Uzumaki. Wait. What is going on here? Minato Namikaze. Obito, it can't be that you're still alive. Shin Uchiha, damn. Did that bastard Tobirama really predict this? Tobio Uchiha. Ahem. Obito, please don't be alive. Otherwise, I shall truly have to break my word. Obito Uchiha. The scene continues as Naruto skillfully employs his Rasengan techniques, aided by Gamabunta, to successfully defeat the animal path. Pain observes this distant spectacle, his brow furrowing tightly. Indeed, Naruto is the first to push him to such extremes. However, once Naruto vanquishes the young girl path, his Sage Mode dissipates. Seizing the opportunity, Pain charges toward Naruto. Reluctantly, Naruto begins to flee. The three toads, witnessing this, hastily rush forward to buy Naruto some time to escape. Pain effortlessly dodges their attacks and continues his advance toward Naruto. Naruto extends his hands, struggling to block each of Pain's strikes. Thus, the two engage in a back-and-forth battle. Before long, Naruto begins to tire. Sarada Uchiha. Not good. Lord 7th Hokage is in danger. Sasuke Uchiha. Enough, Sarada. Are you truly my daughter? Why do you always concern yourself with Naruto? Boruto Uzumaki. Master Sasuke, rest assured. I care about you. In my eyes, you are far superior to my father. Naruto Uzumaki. Enough, you rascal son. Why do you obsess over Sasuke every day? 4th Kazekage Raza. Did you two perhaps switch children at birth? Zabuza Momochi. Oh no. Could these two really have been switched at birth? Naruto Uzumaki, young adult? Within a residence, Naruto gazes at his child. The two of them exchanging wide-eyed stares. Enough. Boruto, can you refrain from incessantly calling out for Sasuke? Making it seem as though he is your true father. Naruto takes a sip of tea, his expression one of exasperation. Boruto's mouth twitches slightly. Can he really be blamed? Sarada brags about her father every day. He can hardly be expected to remain silent. The scene shifts again. As Sage Fukasaku gathers the shadow clones still in Miyaboka Mountain to concentrate on entering Sage Mode. The shadow clones return to the ninja world, and Naruto swiftly dispels them. At the moment the clones are dispelled, an influx of memories rushes in like a tidal wave. Naruto enters Sage Mode. He opens his eyes and shatters Pain's black rod as he charges in. The onlookers, witnessing this moment, are taken aback. Wow, Naruto is quite the clever one. Shinja Hashirama, can this method be used to store Sage Mode? Hatake Kakashi, these two have been fighting for a while. Why does he have so much chakra? Might Guy, Kakashi, if it's not working, let us resort to Taijutsu. Hatake Kakashi, that one be necessary. The scene continues. Naruto activates Sage Mode and delivers a powerful kick, sending Pain flying. Pain, bewildered, gazes at Naruto from the air. The atmosphere becomes tense. Naruto launches another Rasen Shuriken. Pain, with no choice, summons the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb the attack. At that moment, the spectators watching the video are stunned. This ability to absorb ninjutsu is reminiscent of the. With no other options, Naruto's mind races, and he quickly devises a strategy. He first throws down a cloud of red smoke. Pain, confused, stares at the distant red haze. In the next moment, the smoke is sliced open, and a Rasen Shuriken hurtles through. Just as the Hungry Ghost Path prepares to absorb it, he realizes that this shuriken is actually a transformation technique in disguise. The Hungry Ghost Path is instantly subdued. Another shuriken is thrown from the smoke, and Pain, with a sharp glare, decisively disperses it. The tide of battle begins to shift. At this moment, Naruto descends rapidly from the sky and eliminates the hell path behind Pain. Realizing he is surrounded, Pain decisively raises his hand. Shinra Tensei. Bang. A powerful repulsive force surges forth, sending everyone flying, followed by 3 toads being launched away. Finding himself in a stalemate with Naruto, Pain employs Universal Pull, drawing Sage Fukasaku closer. Seizing the moment, Pain swiftly knocks Naruto to the ground. Shinja Tobirama, this Pain possesses remarkable combat intellect. Were I in his place, I would stand no chance. Minato Namikaze, it's impressive that Naruto has lasted this long. Kushina Uzumaki, what should we do now? Naruto's hand has been pierced. It pains my heart to see this. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, remain calm. Someone will come to rescue Naruto soon. Shimura Danzo, that Navi boy Naruto thinks he can challenge Pain and still protect Konoha. The scene continues. Pain restrains Naruto and begins to elaborate on his ideals. Naruto's expression stiffens. If what Pain says is true, can his actions throughout the years truly be considered just? The viewers of the video cannot help but fall into deep contemplation. In the Pure Land, why must there still be war? I had already shared the tailed beast with them. Hashirama squats on the ground, drawing circles, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Brother, I had already told you. You should have kept the tailed beast in the village. At least that would have prevented war. Tobirama looks at Hashirama, hesitant to speak. After a moment, he turns his gaze to the screen high above. It must be said, the resemblance between Naruto and his elder brother's personalities is striking. The scene unfolds further. At this moment, Hinata hastily arrives on the battlefield, determined to rescue Naruto. Boruto, watching the video, is taken aback. Surprised to see how emotional his mother was in her youth, yet it is precisely this aspect of her that drives her to confront formidable foes for the sake of her father. How did you two meet? Himawari inquires curiously. Glancing at Naruto. That brings us to Uncle Obito. Naruto replies with a light chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Uncle Obito? Boruto queries, puzzled. Recalling that Uncle Obito was a close friend of Kakashi-sensei, whom he had heard about from his teacher. The scene continues. Hinata, in her attempt to save Naruto, is repeatedly struck down by Pain. The viewers of the video cannot help but feel sympathy for Hinata. Why do you save him? Pain coldly questions Hinata. Unable to comprehend why such a seemingly insignificant individual would dare to challenge a deity. Because I love Naruto-kun the most. Hinata replies softly. The audience watching the video falls into a contemplative silence. Zabuza Momochi, is this what pure love is? Hashirama Senju, how reminiscent of the past. Ino Yamanaka, such sincere love indeed. The pacing of this story is somewhat slow. Many of you may find it testing your patience. It seems unlikely that anyone will read this story. Alas. Chapter 26. This is Hell. Nara Shikadai, Lady Hokage. So this is how you came to be with the 7th Hokage. Nara Shikamaru, young This brings to mind the tale of how I enjoyed my time with your mother. Nara Shikadai. Dad, how did you meet Mom? Nara Shikamaru, young I intentionally lost the match, you know? Tamari, Boruto you fool. Were you really throwing the match that day? The scene unfolds as Pain, losing interest in Hinata, decisively launches her into the air, gripping a dark rod that he thrusts through her head. A splatter of blood erupts. Naruto, witnessing the gruesome act from afar, is left in sheer shock. This is Hell. 4th Kazekage Raza, my goodness. It's a blaze. 2nd Mizukage Hozuki Mangetsu, Indeed, it has ignited. Vortex Boruto, wait a moment. So many people died in the village. Yet they all came back? Vortex Nagato, if all goes as expected, it should be due to my activation of the Rinne Rebirth. Vortex Boruto, what is Rinne Rebirth? Vortex Nagato, it's one of the fundamental abilities of the Rinnegan, allowing for the resurrection of the deceased. Vortex Boruto, incredible! Uchiha Sarada, I never anticipated that the Rinnegan surpassed the Sharingan. The scene continues. Suddenly, the ground quakes violently. The onlookers are momentarily stunned as a crimson beam pierces through the earth, soaring into the sky. They sense the ominous aura that envelopes the ground, swallowing hard. Do you despise me? Even so, can you still claim that understanding exists between individuals? Pain's gaze, cold and piercing, fixates on Naruto. In the era of Boruto, Sarada gazes at the high-altitude scene, astonished. I never realized the 7th Hokage endured such tragedy in his youth. Her eyes brim with compassion. Yet even so, he overcame immense hardships to become Hokage. Aizuno Yamabuki whispers softly. In the Hokage's office. Has the Nine-Tails gone berserk? Hiruzen puffs on his pipe, his expression complex. I never expected the future to be filled with such turmoil. Minato, my old friend. I'm sorry for not taking better care of Naruto. The battle rages on. The combat becomes increasingly abstract, leaving the viewers with puzzled expressions. Pain leaps to perform calisthenics, only to be struck by several boulders. Ultimately, he is smashed into the ground, with only his head protruding, his visage distorted from the blows. Do you hate me? Yet, my suffering surpasses yours by far. Pain, consumed by fury, clenches his fist and strikes the ground fiercely. Boom. The subterranean waters of Konoha are shattered by Pain's assault. Fourth Kazekage Raza, wow. That's an immense amount of water. Such a waste, it's rather regrettable. As the scene unfolds, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Pain strides across the water's surface. His velocity increasing, pursued relentlessly by numerous outstretched arms. Before long, Pain finds himself compelled to unleash Shinra Tensei while standing upon the water. Yet, it proves futile as Naruto, in his six-tails form, effortlessly shatters the Shinra Tensei and delivers a flurry of blows to Pain's face. Astonishing. Is this the caliber of the Jun ninja techniques? In the midst of the tumult, Senju Tobarama observes, in this state, Naruto should possess the strength of a Kage. To which the sage, Keisuke, adds, the Jun ninja techniques feature Naruto, unafraid of the time-space police. This is the future I foresee. The combat between the two intensifies, spiraling into chaos. Just as Naruto prepares to launch another assault, his necklace suddenly snaps, unleashing several beams of green light. Without hesitation, Naruto crushes the necklace in his grasp. Tsunade exclaims, that necklace is worth a mountain. Naruto, how could you just? Kakuzu, witnessing the scene from above, is aghast. Did he just obliterate such a valuable necklace? In the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu stares at the footage, his face a mask of disbelief. Naruto truly is a spendthrift. He just destroyed a fortune. Kisame approaches, attempting to console Kakuzu. Come now, don't be upset. I've noticed my finances dwindling lately. Are you the thief? Kisame, bewildered, finds himself accused of theft despite his intentions to comfort. The scene progresses as Naruto charges at Pain, sending him hurtling several mountain ranges away. With no viable options left, Pain retreats to prepare his ultimate technique, the Chibaku Tensei. The viewers of the video are equally astonished as a small black sphere ascends into the sky, causing the ground to erupt chaotically, stones soaring upwards amidst a heavenly melody. Tobarama remarks, this Pain possesses Kage-level power. I fear even I cannot best him. To which Izuna retorts, that's merely because you're weak. Tobarama counters, and can you defeat him? Izuna boasts, I would commence with the great fireball technique. While he uses a substitute, I would then unleash my ultimate skill. Tobarama muses, so, a strategy akin to a machine. Pain interjects, isn't that merely a wheelchaired approach? Izuna responds, is this not a wheelchair? Your approach is even more so, chasing others while biting with a formidable body. Hans remarks, I've been away from the internet for a while. Is this how the youth communicate these days? The scene continues. Suddenly, Pain unleashes a furious roar. A colossal meteor nearly 1,000 meters in diameter appears in the sky, obscuring the sun. The viewers, having previously witnessed Sasuke's single-handed Chibaku Tensei, remain relatively unfazed. Yet, with the Nine-Tails sealed away, a wave of uncertainty washes over the crowd. How will Naruto respond next? Within the confines of the ceiling space, Minato swiftly grasped Naruto's hand, leading into a place of warmth, and subsequently revealed to Naruto that he was his father. Upon seeing his father, Naruto instinctively raised his hand and struck Minato in the abdomen. Minato Namikaze. Why did you hit me? Naruto Uzumaki, young adult cough cough. The scene continued as the two engaged in conversation, eliciting increasing sympathy from the onlookers for Naruto. At the tender age of 16, having endured scorn from a young age, he had risen to this moment. Was this the journey of the seventh Hokage? Sharing heartfelt words with his father, Naruto expressed the grievances he had carried along his arduous path, while Minato listened quietly, his gaze growing ever more complex. Once Naruto had vented his frustrations, Minato affectionately ruffled his hair. If it were you, you would surely succeed, for you are my son. Really? Indeed, no matter the circumstances, as parents, we must always believe in our children. Minato offered a gentle smile. At that moment, bearing the hopes of all. Naruto's gaze became resolute as he stood atop the celestial body, intensely focused on pain below. This time, he vowed he would not be defeated again. Hashirama Senju, in truth, Nagato's perspective is not entirely flawed. They simply stand on different sides. Naruto Uzumaki, I still find it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Hashirama Senju, at your current age, it is only natural that you struggle to understand. Having recounted this segment of Naruto's journey, we shall now turn our attention to Boruto. A friendly reminder, Boruto has become a rogue ninja, and the plot is charged with intensity. Chapter 27, the forbidden technique created by the seventh Hokage. The scene unfolds. As the Nine Tails vanishes, the battle transitions to a one-on-one confrontation. Naruto, fueled by his unwavering determination, triumphs over pain. Subsequently, he drives a black rod into his shoulder. Sensing Nagato hidden within a distant hollow tree, Naruto swiftly makes his way to the hollow, engaging Pain in a dialogue about his thoughts. Moved by Naruto's resolve, Pain decides to employ the rebirth technique, resurrecting all those who had perished before. Ino Yamanaka. I never expected Naruto would reach this point. Conan. Nagato. Isn't this a bit too reckless? Nagato. No, I am placing all my hopes in this new world. Tobirama Senju, if all goes as planned. It seems it's time to assess Boruto next. At this moment, the screen on the left freezes, revealing a line of small text. Naruto, at the age of 16, has become a hero of the ninja world. But what of Boruto at 16? Fourth Kazekage Raza can't hold it together, so Boruto at 16 is the rich second-generation protagonist. Is he? Young Boruto Uzumaki. This scene continues. Having recently defeated Kinshiki, Boruto enjoys a relatively carefree life. However, in moments of leisure, his gaze often drifts to his palm. A mysterious black mark has appeared on it, though he cannot recall when. At this moment, Boruto stands atop his father's Hokage rock, watching his teammates gradually drift away, leaving him solitary. He lowers his head, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he unwraps the bandage on his palm. Can one who has vanquished a god ever return to being merely human? Boruto lifts his gaze towards the horizon, clenching his fist. That absurd prophecy. He refuses to believe it. From the very beginning, he never intended to live a life as a mere mortal. Isn't that self-evident? He is a ninja. At this moment, Boruto's inner monologue resonates throughout the scene. Previously stated, this is not a tale of a young boy aspiring to become Hokage. That is his father's story. This is a narrative uniquely my own. Boruto descends rapidly from the heights. Months later, influenced by the mark upon his palm, Boruto seeks out Sasuke to discuss this matter privately. Sasuke, with a complex expression, has already perceived the situation surrounding Boruto through his Rinnegan. I will investigate the mark on your hand. If you sense anything amiss, contact me immediately. Returning to the present, the group swiftly begins executing a mission to apprehend a band of thieves. To their surprise, this gang is linked to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Boruto is assigned the role of protector for a young child. As the spectators watch the interactions between Boruto and the child, amusement washes over them. Indeed, to handle a mischievous child, one must rely on another mischievous child. With no other option, Boruto resorts to employing his father's long-forgotten forbidden technique to pacify the rambunctious child. The audience, watching the video, is left in a state of confusion. Madarumi. The Mizukage, a forbidden technique developed by Naruto? Uchiha Sarada. My goodness, you must be joking. The ninjutsu developed by Lord Seventh. System, a piece of trivia. Naruto once utilized this forbidden technique to incapacitate Kagaya Otsutsuki. Anoki, is that true? We must learn it thoroughly. During the era of Boruto, Sarada activated her Sharingan. Scrutinizing the video in the sky. That's Sarada, perhaps we should not watch this. Sasuke's forehead was beaded with sweat. He was well aware of Naruto's forbidden technique. It was certainly not suitable for children. As expected, in the next moment of the video, Boruto performed a transformation technique, morphing into a long-haired girl, and then embraced 1010, gently whispering in his ear. The audience watching the video fell into an immediate silence. Hinata Hyuga Boruto, where did you learn this? Boruto Uzumaki. Ah, well, in a certain residence, Boruto's gaze darted toward his father. However, his father frantically shook his head, pleading silently, "Please don't say it was me, big brother." Boruto swallowed hard and turned his attention to his mother. In the next moment, the veins on her temples bulged. Boruto suddenly shivered. Boruto Uzumaki. Ugh. Akatsuchi. I hope that child Boruto is all right. The scene continued. Time flew by, and a year later, Boruto's life underwent numerous changes, during which he met Kawaki. Within a certain residence, Hinata and Naruto were busy preparing dinner. Suddenly, Kawaki appeared in the room without warning. The two turned their heads, their faces filled with astonishment. I've caused you trouble. I made quite a ruckus along the way. Kawaki's gaze was complex and inscrutable. Kawaki, when did you come in? Naruto asked, perplexed. The ninjas in Konoha assigned to monitor me are still as useless as ever. Their over-reliance on chakra leads to this predicament. Lord Seventh, please do not mention my affairs to others. As Kawaki spoke, he moved a chair and slowly sat down. What about your mission? Let us sit and talk. I have something to discuss with you. Kawaki shook his head. The audience watching the video was filled with confusion. What on earth did Kawaki intend to discuss with Naruto? During their conversation, Kawaki's mental state appeared somewhat off, which heightened the tension among the viewers. Hinata, upon hearing Kawaki's words, was moved to tears and raised her hand to deliver a fierce slap. Bang! The table shook violently as the slap landed. Hinata, calm down. Naruto anxiously stood up, quickly supporting Hinata's shoulders. He is utterly insane. No normal person would entertain such thoughts. Tears streamed down Hinata's face, her eyes filled with worry. From your perspective, that is indeed the case. Kawaki also rose to his feet, clenching his teeth, a manic expression crossing his face. The viewers watching the video were left with countless questions. The fourth Raikage, I find myself utterly perplexed by the narrative of Boruto. The fourth Kazekage. Raza, I too am at a loss. Hashirama Senju, this Kawaki seems rather off. His mental state appears to be on the brink of collapse. Tobarama Senju, brother, let us not rush to conclusions just yet. Hashirama Senju, my intuition is seldom wrong. This Kawaki undoubtedly harbors issues akin to the mental turmoil experienced by the Uchiha clan. Izuna Uchiha. Unbelievable. Surely, he cannot intend to seal away Naruto and Hinata in the next moment? Taijima Uchiha. This foolish Tobarama constantly tarnishes the reputation of our Uchiha clan. Tetsuhana Uchiha. Does this Kawaki not appear entirely normal? How could he possibly seal Naruto? If he were to do so, I would gladly eat my words. This scene continues. In conclusion, I have reached a determination in order to safeguard you. Seventh Hokage. I have resolved to employ this extreme measure. Kawaki leans on the table with one hand, his left eye undergoing a transformation. In the next instant, a swirling black vortex rapidly expands beside Naruto and Hinata, ensnaring them in an instant. Naruto, in a state of desperate urgency, flails his arms, striving to break free. Yet his efforts prove futile as the black vortex, akin to the tendrils of a living creature, ensnares him tightly. The sound of cracking resonates through the living room. A cacophony of chaos as numerous photo frames and stacks of paper tumble to the ground. When all is said and done, it will be you who delivers my end. Until then, please remain at ease, esteemed Seventh Hokage. The camera ultimately freezes on a single image. Within this scene, the photo album of Naruto's family lies shattered into fragments. The viewers of the video witness this with wide eyes and contracted pupils. Tobarama Senju, how is this even possible? Naruto possesses considerable strength, being a Hokage. How could he be sealed away? Hashirama Senju, there is something decidedly peculiar about Kawaki's abilities. Chapter 28, The Peculiar Abilities of Kawaki in the Realm of Pure Land. Hashirama gazed at the scene unfolding high above, his pupils constricting sharply. Kawaki's abilities were indeed enigmatic. Caution filled Hashirama's expression. Brother, do you believe you can contend with Kawaki? Tobarama inquired with curiosity. Most likely, yes, Hashirama nodded. Kawaki, at 13, lacks substantial combat experience. Within a cavern, Obito observed the images above, his eyes suddenly turning crimson. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he found himself unable to discern Kawaki's capabilities. This power, could it be related to the Rinnegan? Obito's thoughts spiraled as his pupils constricted in realization. He never anticipated that Madara Uchiha had such a contingency plan. In the hidden Cloud Village, Reikage lifted a dumbbell with one hand while simultaneously scrutinizing the scene above. Reikage-sama, what are your thoughts on this matter? Mabui adjusted her glasses. This Kawaki is formidable. However, if I activate the lightning release, I should be able to handle him. In the hidden sand village. Chiyo furrowed her brow as she beheld the images above. She soon issued orders to reinforce the village's defenses, assuming the role of acting Kazekage following the death of Raza. Senju Tobarama, humph, this Kawaki is as malevolent as the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, once again, you tarnish our name. Senju Tobarama, you wicked clan. Deserve to be sent to the cotton fields. Senju Hashirama, enough, brother, calm down, the Uchiha are not all bad. You merely view them through a tainted lens. The scene continued. Shikamaru swiftly learned of Naruto's vanishing chakra and promptly gathered a multitude of Konoha ninjas surrounding Naruto's home to commence their investigation. What is happening? Could it be related to Kagaya? Shikamaru's brow furrowed. Uncertain, but within mere seconds of the Hokage's disappearance, Kawaki's chakra suddenly emerged, a Konoha ninja explained slowly. What did you say? Cold sweat broke out on Shikamaru's forehead. In a particular residence, Boruto quickly received the dreadful news regarding his parents' misfortune. That fool Kawaki. Boruto's brow knitted tightly as he hastily departed the residence. He intended to return home and confront Kawaki for answers. In a corner, Himawari returned home, clutching shopping bags. Only to find the house in disarray, numerous picture frames shattered on the floor. Simultaneously, she learned of her parents' disappearance. With a thud, the shopping bags fell from Himawari's grasp. Her pupils dilating, and her complexion paling. Mom, Dad, on Hokage Rock, Boruto sprinted swiftly, a swirling black vortex emerging ahead. The vortex expanded rapidly, seemingly poised to engulf him. In a moment of desperation, Boruto thrust his hand forward, breaking free from the encircling tempest. Orochimaru, watching the video, was left speechless. Orochimaru, could this be a cursed seal? Within the cavern, Orochimaru's countenance radiated excitement as he flicked his tongue. It appears that my future experiments will indeed bear fruit. The power of the heavenly curse mark is truly formidable. Even Naruto, the Hokage, cannot withstand its might. Truly, Orochimaru-sama deserves his accolades. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his face alight with admiration. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, is this Kawaki a product of your experiments? Tsunade Senju, wait a moment. I think I understand. Orochimaru and Danzo have collaborated to create this tattoo? Tetsu, I see. It essentially means Danzo has framed Naruto Uzumaki. Shimura Danzo? Inside the cavern, Danzo stared blankly at the messages in the chat group, bewildered. Why am I the one taking the blame again? The screen continued to display scenes of Boruto plummeting towards the sloping mountainside. If only I had sealed you away as well, it would have made things much simpler. Kawaki's cold voice echoed from behind him. Boruto steadied himself and turned around, instantly recognizing Kawaki standing ominously behind him. Kawaki, you intend to return home, don't you? I knew you would pass through here. What do you want? What have you done to my parents? Boruto's eyes were filled with anxiety. Yet, the only response he received was Kawaki's outstretched finger. In the next instant, a loud bang resounded as several black cubes fell rapidly from the sky. This is the divine technique extracted from the realm where time stands still. The seventh Hokage is imprisoned within that space, Kawaki explained slowly. What did you say? Cold sweat broke out on Boruto's forehead. Do not fret. They are quite safe. As long as they remain in that space, they will neither age nor starve. At this point, Kawaki paused momentarily. However, he continued, a wedge forming around his body. You will never see them again. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive black cubes appeared in the sky. Boruto's pupils constricted, and he hastily rolled to evade the impending strike. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Kawaki lunged forward, claws poised to strike. Boruto quickly raised his hand to grasp a kunai, deflecting the blow. What have you done? Why are you doing this? Boruto clutched the kunai tightly, straining against the assault. Because you are a member of the Otsutsuki. Is further explanation truly necessary? Kawaki's eyes burned with fury. You are foolish. Stop this. In a moment, everyone will arrive, and your actions will brand you a rogue ninja. Boruto shook his head, his gaze frantic. I am well aware of that. Hence there is no time for idle chatter. I have no path of retreat left. Kawaki tightened his grip. Just as he was about to pin Boruto to the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted from the earth, sending wooden shavings flying. Boruto activated his second wedge form, his eyes icy with resolve. You fool, it seems mere words cannot convey the gravity of the situation. Likewise. Brother. Kawaki's expression mirrored his coldness. Observing the tattoos manifesting on both of them, the ninja world fell into a profound silence. The fourth Reikage, questioned with ignorance. Is the ninja world now embracing tattoos? To which Izuna Uchiha responded, am I out of the loop? Aren't we still engaged in ocular techniques? Madara Uchiha interjected. Isn't the ocular prowess undeniably impressive? The scene unfolded as the two combatants distanced themselves amidst the swirling smoke, positioning themselves in a standoff. Boruto swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the lightning release. Thunder Arrow. A bolt of lightning tore through the air, hurtling towards Kawaki. With a mere gesture, Kawaki absorbed the strike. In an instant, he retaliated with a ferocious kick, sending Boruto hurtling backward, just as Kawaki prepared to deliver a fatal blow. An enormous fireball surged forth from the distant shadows like a tempest. Kawaki raised his hand once more, absorbing the onslaught. The crowd gazed upward, spotting Sarada perched high above, her expression fraught with urgency. Enough, Kawaki. Cease this at once. I'll only say this once. If you wish to live, do not impede me. Kawaki's gaze turned frigid. Are you serious? Sarada, flee now. It's futile to reason with him. He is truly capable of taking a life. Boruto shouted, propping himself against the ground in desperation. I find myself unable to continue this fanfiction. I intend to pursue original writing instead. Chapter 29. The transformation has begun. The chessboard must be upturned. Uchiha Makoto. My granddaughter is truly adorable. Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, she resembles Sasuke remarkably. Uchiha Sasuke, my daughter in the future. In the streets of Konoha. Sasuke lifted his gaze, his face a canvas of disbelief. Speaking of my daughter, why is she wearing glasses? Sasuke appeared utterly bewildered. Sasuke, are you just now realizing this? Naruto mirrored his confusion, as it was the first time he had heard of a member of the Uchiha clan needing glasses. Uchiha Taiho, I feel compelled to comment. Why does Sarada need glasses? Uchiha Taijima, how tragic. Has the strength of our Uchiha descendants diminished to this extent? Uchiha Shinai, the next generation must rely on glasses. Indra, we ought not to jump to conclusions. What if the Sarada possesses formidable Mangeki abilities? The scene continued. Sarada leaped down from a small hill, clutching a kunai tightly, her gaze fixated on Kawaki. My idol is the seventh Hokage. I cannot stand idly by in such circumstances. A ninja? Kawaki chuckled to himself, slowly advancing forward. At the same time, he waved his hand, instantly conjuring a scythe. Indeed, you ninjas are doomed to an early demise. With the scythe in hand, Kawaki lunged forward. In a moment of crisis, Boruto swiftly embraced Sarada, narrowly evading the strike. Thud! The two tumbled to the ground. When Sarada opened her eyes again, she anxiously looked at Boruto, only to see a distinct gash across his right eye. During Boruto's era, he gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. Will I lose an eye in the future? Is this Kawaki truly serious? Sarada shared his shock. In her understanding, comrades should never harm one another. Mitsuki observed the scene above, his face contorted with rage. Unforgivable. This Kawaki dares to harm Boruto. He must be stopped. Senju Hashirama. Why are the new generation fighting? Senju Tobarama. Brother, do you still not understand? This Kawaki possesses the genes of the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama? Senju Tobarama. This is my deduction. The scene unfolded further. In any case, enough chatter. We must escape. Kawaki is serious. Boruto pressed his hand against his wounded, bleeding eye, his brow furrowed tightly. Get out of the way, Sarada. How long will you obstruct me? Kawaki looked down at Sarada from above. Just as Kawaki prepared to strike again, suddenly, Mitsuki extended his arm, seizing Kawaki's hand. Kawaki furrowed his brow, about to unleash his shrinking ability, only to realize his body was immobilized. Enough, Kawaki. Shikamaru's cold voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up. A wave of relief washing over them. The Leaf Village reinforcements had arrived just in time. At that moment, Sasuke descended from the heights, swiftly drawing his blade and placing it against Kawaki's throat. It's over, Kawaki. Dad. Sarada felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Ino Yamanaka. Thankfully, Shikamaru arrived just in time. Tenten. If Kawaki had struck just now, Boruto would likely be dead. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Remove the word likely and replace it with certainly. Third Kazekage. Enough, Raza. Spare me your disgraceful remarks. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Orochimaru drugged me and brought several people to assault me. What could I do? Orochimaru. Heh. The scene continued. Boruto, are you all right? Konohamaru supported Boruto, his eyes filled with concern. At that moment, Shikamaru began to interrogate Kawaki. The direction of events from here hinges upon your attitude. Answer me. What have you done to the Hokage and the Hokage's wife? Kawaki's gaze was icy. I merely did what I deemed necessary. For the 7th Hokage and for the village of Konohagakure. As their conversation unfolded, Boruto gradually opened his injured right eye, revealing a Byakugan. The onlookers watching the video were left in utter shock. Due to the video editing, they were unaware that Kinshiki had usurped Boruto's body. In an instant, Boruto extended his hand, absorbing the shadow that bound Kawaki. Seizing the opportunity, Kawaki unleashed his shrinking ability and swiftly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared atop Naruto's Hokage rock. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the audience was left aghast. Hashirama Senju, hold on. Can someone please explain what is happening here? Jin Q. Logically, Kawaki should want to kill Kinshiki, so Kinshiki has no reason to assist him. Kabuto Yakushi, trying to disrupt the chessboard, are we? The scene continued. Kinshiki manipulated Boruto's body, urgently urging Kawaki to flee. Although confused, Kawaki complied. For the enemy of my enemy is my friend, a temporary truce was established. After witnessing Kawaki's successful escape, Kinshiki released his control over Boruto. Faced with this unforeseen development, Shikamaru felt a headache coming on. He quickly gathered his forces, dispatching numerous troops to pursue Kawaki, while the remaining few looked anxiously at Boruto. Boruto covered his injured eye. And before him, Kinshiki's phantom emerged. Little brat, you have lost your azure eyes. You must understand that this is merely the beginning. Soon, you will instantaneously lose everything. Kinshiki's eyes gleamed with mockery as he uttered these ominous words. The viewers of the video were left utterly bewildered. Prepare yourself. A dreadful future has already begun. Kushina Uzumaki. Boruto, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Minato Namikaze. Kushina, please remain calm. This is merely a glimpse into the future. Hashirama Senju. What is this Momoshiki attempting to achieve? In the Pure Land. Tobirama gazed at the scene unfolding high above, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. To lose everything in an instant, what could this phrase possibly signify? Tobirama. What is your perspective on Kawaki's inexplicable vanishing ability? Hashirama, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned with the meaning behind those words. The information at hand is far too scant to draw any conclusions. Nevertheless, I am indeed troubled by Momoshiki's utterance. My instincts suggest that a significant upheaval is imminent. Caution flickered in Tobirama's gaze. The scene continued to unfold. Boruto clutched his injured eye. Confusion etched across his face. Your eyes will one day take away everything that belongs to you. After leaving this ominous statement, Momoshiki gradually dissipated like smoke. Sasuke observed Boruto's mutterings, his expression tense. Was he just conversing with that Momoshiki fellow? Momoshiki Otsutsuki, by the way, Sasuke should not be able to see Momoshiki, so does that mean, to Sasuke, Boruto is merely talking to himself? Kisame Hashigaki, that would seem to be the case. A normal person might think Boruto has lost his mind. Chapter 30. The Reversal of Divine Techniques. The Ninja World in Shock. Water Shadow Terumi May, I suddenly comprehend the necessity of such a dual comparison. Onoki. Indeed, Boruto's plight is truly tragic, to be controlled by a mere Momoshiki. 4th Kazekage Raza. I have a feeling that the worst is yet to come. The scene continues. Mitsuki, pursued by enemies, hastens into the distance. Boruto, concerned that Mitsuki might make a reckless decision, urges Sarada to follow him. In the underbrush, Kawaki, having exhausted his chakra, can no longer maintain his diminished form and is now slumped against a tree, gasping for breath. In the distance, numerous Leaf Village pursuers are still scouring for his whereabouts. Damn it. Kawaki's brow furrows in frustration. In the next moment, Ada, utilizing her clairvoyant abilities, perceives Kawaki's predicament. She descends from the sky to offer her assistance. The spectators watching the video are left baffled. Is this girl serious? At that moment, chaos reigns on the battlefield. Ada parts the foliage and swiftly locates Kawaki. Ada? Confusion fills Kawaki's eyes. Do not worry. I will be your ally, forever standing by your side. Ada's face flushes slightly. Ally? By approaching me, without concealing your chakra, aren't you inadvertently revealing my location to them? Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Ada shakes her head. The audience watching the video shakes their heads in disbelief. 4th Kazekage Raza. This girl is clearly infatuated. This guy has become a rogue ninja, and yet she still chooses to be with him? 2nd Water Shadow, Kagaya Hgitsu, attacking the Hokage. This will surely leave a permanent mark, won't it? 2nd Suchikage, Mu. Certainly, to put it more severely, a death sentence would not be excessive. This scene progresses. Damn it, forget it. It no longer matters. Kawaki clutches his head, his expression contorted in pain as he strikes a nearby tree. More than myself. I wish for you to ensure the safety of Lord 7th Hokage. Kawaki. Ada hesitates, words caught in her throat. That bastard Momoshiki must not be allowed to roam freely. Otherwise, one day, both Lord 7th Hokage and this village will cease to exist. Kawaki's brow tightens. Thus, he must not be allowed to act freely. If he is given the liberty to move as he pleases, it will be too late, and events will spiral into irretrievable chaos. But he is the son of the 7th Hokage. Who in the entire Leaf Village would dare to kill him? Who would oppose the entire village just to take his life? Anger fills Kawaki's gaze. He envisions Boruto striking at him, and his fury ignites. Why is this guy the son of the 7th Hokage while I possess nothing? Kawaki rises, firmly grasping Ada's shoulders. Ada, tell me, why him? If only he were not the Hokage's son, not my brother, but merely an inconsequential outsider, how much better would that be? Even in death, no one would mourn for him. Please, stop speaking, Kawaki. Do not utter such words again, if you would be so kind. Aida's forehead glistened with perspiration. Aida, gaze upon me. With those eyes that perceive all truths, look at me. I am but a worthless being, a failure, incapable of safeguarding anything. Kawaki's voice trembled with a hint of tears, and in that moment, he truly felt the weight of despair. System, high energy detected ahead. In the next instant, Aida cupped Kawaki's face, and the two began to ascend slowly. A tremendous surge of natural energy radiated forth. Boom. The energy pierced through the ground, soaring into the sky. High above, their actions appeared somewhat intimate. However, as they rose, the distant ground unfolded like a chessboard before their eyes. What was once a deadlock was shattered. Kawaki stared in astonishment at this scene. Yet, it was not over. The natural energy continued to expand, instantly enveloping the 5 great nations and even penetrating the entire earth. Exhausted after releasing the energy, Aida collapsed into Kawaki's embrace. He held her, his face a mask of shock. In the next moment, a rustling in the nearby grass revealed several Leaf Village pursuers who had found Kawaki. Yet their expressions were bewildered, devoid of any intent to kill. Uchiha Shursui, what is this overwhelming energy? Uchiha Madara, is this a ninjutsu? Shinja Hashirama, strange ninjutsu. It caused no tangible harm. Kisame Hashigaki, damn, it covered the nations in an instant. Its power is extraordinary. Kuratsuchi, what is the purpose of this ninjutsu? It caused no destruction. Senju Tobarama, this ninjutsu is peculiar. In a cave, Obito watched the aerial footage, equally astonished. Is this the infinite Tsukuyami? Why does it encompass the entire shinobi world? Obito furrowed his brow, activating his Manjiki Sharingan to scrutinize the screen. Yet he perceived nothing unusual. The scene continued. Boruto shielded his injured eye, gazing at the distant beam of white light, feeling utterly bewildered. What was that light just now? Behind him, Momoshiki appeared, a mocking smile gracing his lips. At this moment, as Kawaki noticed the approaching Leaf ninjas and prepared to strike, Aida called out to him. Kawaki turned, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Aida. Just then, Shikamaru contacted everyone through the microphone. What? The Hokage's son is 12 kilometers east of the Hokage Rock? Shikamaru was utterly perplexed. It was unclear why. The young master was with Miss Aida. Several Nin shook their heads. 4th Kazakage Raza. Wait. Are you referring to Boruto as the Hokage's son? Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, my son was at the Hokage Rock earlier, was he not? Sasuke Uchiha. It seems to have been triggered by that beam of light. Sakura Haruno. What on earth has transpired? The footage continued. I sensed Boruto's chakra. He is currently near the Hokage Rock. A member of the sensing team reported. At this moment, the travelers paused in their journey, turning their gazes towards the Hokage Rock. Those watching the video were left bewildered, their chat filled with question marks. The crowd exclaimed in confusion. In the bathhouse, Jiraiya was equally perplexed. Why has Boruto's location been exposed? On the moon, Otsutsuki Kinshiki similarly gazed at the video with a furrowed brow. Why would Boruto's position, as a protected individual, be revealed? Yet, before they could ponder further, the scene shifted, and all present displayed murderous intent, hastening towards Boruto's direction. Sarada halted, glancing into the distance, her eyes brimming with confusion. Wait, why are we sharing Boruto's location now? Shouldn't we be concealing it to protect him? Perhaps something has occurred with Boruto. We should retreat, Mitsuki. Sarada turned to her companion, only to find Mitsuki standing rigidly, his expression filled with anger. Sarada was taken aback. Why was Mitsuki so furious for no apparent reason? Uchiha Sarada, hold on. What is going on? Uchiha Itachi. Every technique has its fatal weakness. Think calmly. It must be connected to that overwhelming energy we just sensed. Uchiha sure sway. Indeed. I share your thoughts. This girl named Ada must harbor some secrets. I am so tired. I long to sleep. Chapter 31. The Principle of Omnipotent Divine Arts. Shocking the ninja world again. Water Shadow Terumi-me, wait a moment. I completely do not comprehend. What is happening? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I see. That immense energy just now must have altered everyone's memories, resulting in Boruto and Kawaki swapping positions. Orochimaru. Truly impressive, Master Sarutobi. Your analysis is quite insightful. Jiraiya. Old man. How can you be so certain? Tsunade Senju. That is not the crux of the matter. If Boruto and Kawaki have indeed exchanged positions, the situation could become dire. The scene unfolds further, as Boruto, clutching his injured eye, leans against a tree, wandering around. Beside him, the ethereal figure of Momoshiki manifests. Little brat, the game has begun to turn. Tell me, what thoughts cross your mind when you lose all your pieces? Momoshiki gazes at Boruto with a meaningful expression. Boruto, still shielding his wounded eye, responds with confusion, humph. You seem to be in good spirits. I wonder what will happen next. Look behind you. Momoshiki's lips curl into a smirk. At that moment, a figure swiftly parts the grass. Sarada, spotting Boruto from a distance, finally relaxes her worried heart. Himawari, I've found Boruto. He is here. As Sarada turns to speak, she realizes Himawari stands nearby, staring intently at Boruto. Sarada is taken aback. She never anticipated Himawari would be so furious. Why are you back again? What about Kawaki? Boruto, perplexed, looks at the two. Sarada. Himawari speaks coldly, drawing everyone's attention. As she does so, she removes the forehead protector from her brow. Stay away from him, this guy. Huh? Both are momentarily stunned. The next instant, a tremendous surge of sage chakra sweeps in, causing the surrounding grass to dance wildly. Hashirama Senju, this Himawari can use sage techniques? Tobarama Senju, sage techniques? Jiraiya, that is not the point. This child has directly entered sage mode. Incredible. Minato Namikaze, sage mode is indeed challenging. I have only a rudimentary understanding. Jiraiya, how could I not know the difficulties of sage mode? Why is this child managing it so effortlessly? Orochimaru. Fool. Because this Himawari is my son. Tsunade Senju. Obito Uchiha. Who is that child's mother? Orochimaru. Naturally, she is also mine. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Fourth Reikage. Anoki. The people of Konohagakure, have they all become this formidable? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru has defected from the village. He is no longer one of us. Jiraiya. Goodness, Orochimaru, are you truly this monstrous? In the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya gazes at the messages in the chat group, unable to contain his astonishment. As his words fell, the individuals swathed in towels within the bathhouse turned their heads in unison to gaze at him. In an instant, the atmosphere became laden with silence. Ahaha. I am Jiraiya, the greatest hero of the ninja world. I have come here to gather materials. By the way, do you require autographs? Ah. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted as an array of objects rained down upon Jiraiya's head. Observing this, Jiraiya clutched his head and promptly fled. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya, you scoundrel. Why have you ventured into the bathhouse again? Jiraiya, let us not dwell on that. Given the situation depicted here, isn't Boruto facing a veritable mob? Karatsuchi. Indeed. With no one to assist Boruto, how can he possibly escape alone? Fourth Kazekage, Raza, could it be that Boruto is destined to perish this way? Vortex Boruto. The scene unfolded further. You scoundrel, you have thoroughly incensed me. Mitsuki's eyes blazed with fury as numerous serpents materialized around him, all fixating their gaze upon Boruto. Mitsuki, what has gotten into you? Sarada looked at Mitsuki in shock. I shall ask you one last time. What have you done to Lord Seventh Hokage? Mitsuki's gaze was as frigid as ice. Calm down, Mitsuki. I do not comprehend what you are implying. What do you mean by that? Boruto, clutching his injured eye, wore a perplexed expression. It seems you have chosen silence. Kid, quickly escape upwards. Leap onto that branch. A mocking voice from Tao resonated. Boruto hastily leaped away. The next moment, a multitude of serpents erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Boom. The earth was instantaneously breached. Boruto's complexion turned ashen. He understood that Mitsuki was genuinely harboring murderous intent this time. Hey, wait. Mitsuki, what is wrong with you? Sarada was in a state of utter anxiety. It is his disregard for warnings. I can no longer assure his safety. Mitsuki allowed Sarada to shake his shoulders in vain. This is inconceivable. Logically, Mitsuki would not attack Boruto. What could have transpired? Sarada's face also turned pale. At that moment, Tao's mocking words echoed once more in Boruto's mind. It appears he has come with murderous intent, and he is not alone. Others are also here to kill you. If you wish to avoid confrontation, you must flee, like a cornered dog. I do not understand what you were saying. Boruto clenched his teeth, his face a mask of confusion. It is that Ada who has employed her divine arts, and you are under the influence of this omnipotent jutsu. Ada, that individual? As Boruto spoke, he evaded several waves of serpents. Countless branches were snapped under Mitsuki's onslaught, and Boruto's face was filled with concern. Uzumaki Naruto, young, wait a moment. How should we handle such a situation? Uzumaki Boruto, young, fear not. I am still alive. In the Hokage's office, Naruto observed his son's remarks, allowing himself a moment of relief. Naruto, we must swiftly devise a plan. The changes of the future are likely due to that Ada altering everyone's memories. Shikamaru approached swiftly, his face etched with urgency. Indeed, I heed your words. Is it not imperative that we first locate that lad named Kawaki? Precisely. I have dispatched members of the Umbu to ascertain their whereabouts. As for Mitsuki, let us summon him to the Hokage's office. Shikamaru's mind raced with a flurry of plans. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Naruto nodded, placing unwavering trust in his strategist. Moments later, a contingent of Konoha's Umbu escorted Orochimaru and Mitsuki to the Hokage's office. Chapter 32, The Collapse of Zarana. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha. All right. Those who mocked Boruto before can now come out and apologize. Covering face, laughing, the fourth Raikage, AI. I truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Onoki, indeed, suddenly becoming a rogue ninja. The scene continues. Omnipotence. This is the ultimate power. One that only a deity can wield, a divine art among divine arts. Momoshiki floated beside Boruto, speaking slowly. As Boruto dodged Shimon's attacks, he anxiously conversed with Momoshiki. The viewers, upon hearing Momoshiki's explanation of the divine art of omnipotence, felt their pupils constrict sharply. No way, this ISNTA joke, right? This ability to distort reality. Can it truly still be considered a ninja technique? At this moment, Momoshiki directed his gaze toward Boruto, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Having foreseen a most intriguing future, Boruto, battered and bruised, barely escaping to the hidden leaf village, only to discover that everyone stood opposed to him. And behind him, nothing but emptiness. Once close companions now harbored hostility toward him. My stance and Kawaki's have completely reversed. What on earth is happening? Boruto's eyes brimmed with anxiety. The change lies in the memories of the people, specifically, the aspects surrounding your shared understanding, Momoshiki remarked disdainfully. You likely never considered that through the hands of the once divine Tsutsuki clan, your human memories have been altered multiple times. The viewers gasped, their pupils narrowing dramatically. Uchiha Shursui, the amount of information in this video is overwhelming. Saratobi Izashi, so what you're saying is, everyone's memories have been tampered with multiple times? Shinja Hashirama, this matter is exceedingly strange. What is the truth? Uchiha Madara, in my view, these are merely inconsequential grains of sand. The scene continues. By the way, you now completely possess the traits of the Tsutsuki and are immune to the effects of the divine art of omnipotence, as is the practitioner, Ada. Momoshiki shifted his tone. For some reason, that Uchiha girl seemed unaffected as well. In any case, aside from the four of you, the memories of the others have all been altered. Regardless, Kawaki has now become the son of the Hokage, raised in the Hidden Leaf Village, namely, Vortex Kawaki. And you are merely a thankless outsider. Attacking the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsutsuki Boruto, do you comprehend your current predicament? Momoshiki inquired slowly. The viewer's pupils dilated sharply. This plot twist was utterly explosive. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha. Goodness, this plot is astounding. In the wilderness, Itachi gazed at the scene in the sky, his brow furrowed. Omnipotence, he murmured. It seems quite intriguing things are unfolding in the future, Mr. Itachi. Hisame Hashigaki beside him began to speak. As the two walked side by side into the distance. In the realm of the Pure Land, Tobirama gazed at the scene unfolding high above, his face etched with astonishment. Such an unexpected turn of events. Is this the omnipotent divine technique? Tobirama's brow furrowed deeply. What will Boruto do now? This is utterly outrageous. Hashirama, filled with rage, stomped his feet. He had never witnessed such a beast as Kawaki. The scene continued. Shikamaru inquired with Ada about the condition of the seventh Hokage. Kawaki suddenly seized Ada by the collar, his gaze frigid. Just moments ago, he had spoken with Ada about how to confront this situation. Boruto has killed Lord 7th Hokage. As Ada's words fell, Shikamaru's pupils constricted sharply, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Sarada was desperately shaking Mitsuki's shoulders, her face fraught with anxiety. Mitsuki, please listen to me first. I will hear your explanation later. I must chase after that guy immediately. Sarada, let me go. Mitsuki's tone was icy. Mitsuki. Urgent notification. Urgent notification. Shikamaru's voice echoed in everyone's minds. According to the latest intelligence, the missing 7th Hokage is very likely dead at the hands of Boruto. As Shikamaru's words echoed, Sarada's pupils dilated, her mind racing as if it would explode. She could not fathom the situation before her. First, Boruto and Kawaki had swapped positions, and now, the idol she had always revered had met such a tragic end. Tobirama Senju, could this child be on the verge of awakening her Sharingan? Sasuke Uchiha, has she unlocked a Tomo already? Truly, she is my daughter. Itachi Uchiha. Sarada, are you all right? Sarada Uchiha. Yes, uncle, I am fine. The scene progressed. Sarada's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment. How could this happen? What an inexplicable turn of events. Tears began to well in Sarada's eyes. You need to return to everyone. I will handle that guy. Mitsuki glanced at the despondent Sarada and then dashed away. His speed increasing, his mind consumed by a singular thought. No matter what, he must kill that traitor, Boruto. At this moment, Sasuke hurriedly approached. However, on his way, he suddenly spotted his daughter kneeling on the ground. Sasuke rushed forward with concern etched on his face. Sarada. Father, are you all right? Are you hurt? Where is Mitsuki? Sasuke hastily helped his daughter up, his worry palpable. Father, Mitsuki has become so strange. Everyone is acting oddly. Saying they want to kill Boruto, but that's not how it is at all. Sarada sobbed, her words coming out in a muddled manner. Upon hearing his daughter's distress, Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly. This is quite understandable. After all, Boruto has committed such a heinous act, nearly taking Kawaki's life, and even. Sasuke's words trailed off, yet it was evident to all that he was seething with rage. Naruto, who had been his companion for so many years, had been mercilessly slain by that wretched Boruto. Father. Sarada gazed vacantly at her father, witnessing his transformation into this peculiar state, her eyes devoid of hope. Resembling a camel crushed by the final straw, utterly unable to rise again. We must put an end to this before Boruto escapes the village. You should return to the village, Sasuke said, gently patting his daughter's shoulder. Wait, father. Please let me explain. Sarada stood up, grasping her father's garment with urgency. She was resolute in her determination to persevere. Naruto Uzumaki, young no, what should we do? Are we truly going to kill my son? Kakashi Itaki, Naruto, please remain calm. Arika Umino, indeed, take a deep breath. Naruto Uzumaki, young I cannot remain calm. Someone. Please save Boruto from the video. Chapter 33. What on earth, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It seems Sasuke has fallen victim to online bullying. Minato Namikaze, Naruto. Exercise some rationality. Kushina Uzumaki, indeed, be a bit more rational. Naruto Uzumaki, young alright. Hashirama Senju, by the way. Why does this scene keep focusing on Sasuke? Surely he didn't save Boruto, did he? Mamashiki Tsutsuki. How naive. Without the Tsutsuki bloodline, Sasuke's memories can be altered just as easily. The scene unfolds. Just as Sarada was about to explain, suddenly, the class leader's voice crackled through her earpiece. Sarada, can you hear me? Answer me quickly. Meanwhile, Shinki stood on a branch, equally anxious. The class leader? Sarada's face displayed confusion. Great. There's something I need to confirm with you. Do you think your mental state is normal? What do you mean? Time is of the essence. I'll be brief. On the other side, Boruto was sprinting through the forest, his speed increasing, his expression filled with caution. The immediate priority was to escape from the hidden leaf village. Suddenly, a bird resembling an ink-painting sword from above. Boruto, momentarily distracted, failed to notice a gigantic hand reaching out before him. Bang! The enormous palm struck Boruto, sending him flying. And he tumbled several times on the ground before regaining his balance. Just as Boruto intended to flee again, his body was suddenly ensnared by a shadow-binding technique. At that moment, the trio of Inogen, CHCH, and Shikadai swiftly emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing the familiar faces before him, Boruto's expression brightened. Just as he was about to greet them, "You bastard, I always considered you a friend, Boruto. Yet you killed your own brother." Shikadai's eyes blazed with anger. "You even took the life of the 7th Hokage, who cared for you deeply. You scoundrel." Shikadai. You all, let me explain. Boruto's lips quivered, about to speak. Shut up, you scoundrel. We are not your friends. Shikadai shouted furiously. Boruto's expression froze in an instant. Fourth Kazakage Raza. What the hell? This is unbearably painful. Second Mizukage Kagura. Indeed. One's companions have suddenly turned into foes. Mizukage Meitarumi. I finally understand why a dual comparison was necessary. Nagato Uzumaki. The depth of this child's suffering far surpasses my own. Hashirama Senju. This is not the time for such discussions. How will Boruto escape? Tobarama Senju. Right, Boruto can't possibly die for real, can he? That must not happen. This scene continues. Do you feel mentally clear? Shinki asked with concern. I'm not sure. Everything has felt inexplicably strange since just now. Sarada shook her head. Sarada, stay calm. You're definitely fine, and so am I. The class leader stepped on a branch and swiftly leaped forward. What do you know about the class leader? The specific details remain unclear to me, but it appears highly likely that this matter is related to Ida. Was it Ida who did this? Sarada's eyes brimmed with shock. What on earth is going on? Everyone's memories have been altered by her. That's the only explanation I can fathom. Yet, for some reason, neither you nor I were affected. Kanji shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, Sasuke gazed at his daughter, whose expression was vacant, filled with concern. Since earlier, everyone had been pursuing Kawaki, but in the blink of an eye, they turned to hunt Boruto. The class leader spoke with an especially grave expression. Something extraordinary has certainly transpired here. We cannot comprehend this situation. Our immediate priority is to ensure Boruto escapes from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kanji's tone was fraught with urgency. Upon hearing the class leader's words, Sarada's eyes turned a deep crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could this be? It's too much. Why must they all harm Boruto? Sarada, are you all right? What on earth has happened? Sasuke's brows knitted together, his face etched with worry. At that moment, Sarada turned to her father, clutching at his clothing as if grasping the last lifeline before drowning. Father, please let me explain. Boruto could never have killed the 7th Hokage. Everyone has been deceived. Regardless of whether he did it or not, the fact remains that everyone wants him dead. Sasuke helplessly shook his head. It is not like that. It can't be. Sarada's gaze was hollow. Moments ago, she had felt hopeful, like a drowning person grasping onto a rope, only to discover it had snapped, leaving her breathless in despair. Her idol had perished, her childhood friend was being hunted by all, and the true culprit remained unscathed, with all blame cast upon Boruto. A torrent of negative emotions surged through Sarada's mind. Senju Tobarama, why has Tishi awakened her Sharingan yet? Uchiha Taijima, is this child's talent lacking? Uchiha Izuna, she is only 12. How could she possibly awaken a Manjiki? The 3 tomo is the pinnacle for her age. Uchiha Sasuke, shouldn't it be a single tomo? Uchiha Izuna, what is this nonsense? What do you mean by a single tomo? Indra, I awakened my Manjiki at 12. Uchiha Shursui, I awakened my Manjiki at 14. I believe the requirements for awakening are not that stringent. Uchiha Itachi, I awakened my Manjiki at 12. I believe the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, enough. On the streets of the Hidden Leaf, Sasuke observed the scenes in the chat group, feeling as if he were under siege. With his entire family gone, he had awakened only a single tomo, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. The scene continued. You scoundrel, why did you betray us? Shikamaru demanded furiously. Speak up, you beast. As Boruto's lips quivered, he hesitated to speak, his complexion ashen. It was indeed perplexing. If they were to take your life, I too would cease to exist. However, given your past connections, you likely would not resort to their demise. Allow me to take control, and you may strike them down. Tao Shi leaned closer to Boruto's ear, insidiously whispering. You are insufferable, just be quiet. All right, Sarada, you truly look fatigued. You should return to rest. I have no time to linger. Sasuke gently patted his daughter's shoulder. Yet, in the next moment, Sarada slowly lifted her head, her Sharingan spinning rapidly. Father, this is my first act of defiance, and it shall be my last. It matters not if you do not comprehend me, but please, I implore you, assist Boruto. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the 3 tomo in her eyes converged swiftly, forming an intricate solar pattern. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict sharply, as if his mind had been detonated. The onlookers, too, were left in utter astonishment. What? A kaleidoscope Sharingan. Goodness, this is indeed a kaleidoscope Sharingan. That is the legendary I possess solely by Uchiha Madara. Who could have imagined that after so many years, the kaleidoscope Sharingan would re-emerge? What era are we truly living in? Chapter 34. The Eyes of the Uchiha Clan Speak. The scene continues. Father, I beg you. Sarada's voice was hoarse from crying. Take good care of your mother. Sasuke's gaze was resolute, and after leaving those words, he vanished in an instant. He understood better than anyone the price one must pay to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke. No way. Is my daughter awakening the Mangekyou already? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara. Awakening the Mangekyou at 12 is an exceptional talent. Uchiha Shursui. I wonder what Sarada's Mangekyou abilities will be. Senju Tobirama. Humph, a bunch of wicked Uchiha. The scene continues. Boruto's arm soon bore the mark of a wedge. Momoshiki. If you dare harm my comrades, I will not let you off. With sheer determination, Boruto fought to suppress Momoshiki's invasion. You still speak of comrades? Look around. Who among them does not wish to kill you? You have long since lost any semblance of companionship. Momoshiki scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Boruto furrowed his brow tightly. You know it all too well. Admit it. Everyone here wishes for your demise. You have no place to hide. And you have even lost the meaning of living. Momoshiki continued to wear a scornful expression. So, you might as well remain in eternal slumber. Just as despair enveloped Boruto. Suddenly, someone yanked the collar of his back. Boruto was taken aback, feeling the force from behind, and slowly turned his head. The person was none other than Sasuke. Come. Let's leave the village. Sasuke's brow was furrowed, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. At that moment, he placed all his hopes on Boruto. He chose to believe in Sarada's Mangekyou Sharingan, to have faith in his daughter. Nothing more. At that moment, the people of Konoha witnessed Sasuke leading Boruto away. Their eyes filled with shock. What on earth is happening? The master and disciple stepped onto the branches. The day I visited Naruto's home was the first time I met him. Sasuke frowned, striving to recall the past. He felt as though his memories were continuously being rewritten. It was that day that I got to know him. He was determined to become my apprentice. And it wasn't long before he mastered the Rasengan. To save Naruto, we fought against Momoshiki together. As Sasuke spoke, he turned to glance at the somewhat unfamiliar Boruto before him. That child is Kawaki. Naruto's son, that is the person I came to know. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Boruto's expression grew complex. He had originally thought his master would remain unaffected, but unexpectedly. Noki, is it merely because he believes in Sarada? Senju Tobirama. No, it is not just that. Sasuke has chosen to trust in Sarada's Mangekyou Sharingan, and thus decided to take a gamble. Naruto Uzumaki. This. Sasuke, you. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. You should be grateful. Tail of the Crane. Mei Terumi. Sasuke, this wager seems exceedingly perilous. Jiraiya. The plot twist is absolutely explosive. Sasuke still perceives Boruto as the perpetrator who harmed Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even so, should we not trust our daughter's Mangekyou Sharingan? The scene unfolds. With her clairvoyant abilities, Ada observes Sasuke fleeing with Boruto. At this moment, Ada gradually ascends into the sky. Kawaki, I shall return first. There are matters I must address. On a mountaintop in a vast plain, Sasuke sits upon a stone, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. For now, they remain undetected, yet Ada's gaze is unyielding. Let us rest briefly before we set off. Boruto, clutching his injured eye, gazes at Sasuke in bewilderment. Master Sasuke, you should regard me as an adversary like the others in the village. Why do you not? That forehead protector was intended for Kawaki. How did it come to be in your possession? Sasuke interrupts Boruto. Subsequently, Sasuke enumerates a series of inconsistencies, yet inexplicably, these discrepancies seem to resolve themselves mere seconds later. Sasuke furrows his brow. I never fathomed that my own memories could be so unreliable. I find myself at a loss as to what to believe. Thus, I have made a decision. Sasuke lifts his gaze, his eyes resolute as he regards Boruto. Even amidst doubts regarding my memories, I shall choose to believe. To believe in my daughter, to believe in Sarada. Master Sasuke. Boruto, still covering his wounded eye, is taken aback. I will assist you. If this is what my daughter desires, then I possess the worth to fight for it. The audience watching the video is instantly engulfed in astonishment. Tsutsuki Kinshiki, you fool. Are you serious? To consider Boruto an enemy while simultaneously protecting him. Young Sasuke Uchiha. I have never trusted memories. I place my faith in Sarada's eyes. Fourth Kazekage Raza. This is exceedingly reckless of Sasuke. I still fail to comprehend. Can anyone elucidate? Hashirama Senju. Allow me to explain. The Uchiha's eyes are referred to as the eyes of the soul, for the ninja world harbors a profound fear of the Uchiha Sharingan, rendering them unable to meet their gaze. Hashirama Senju, consequently, the Uchiha never conceals the emotions within their eyes, and when subjected to intense stimuli, they awaken the Sharingan. particularly the highest form. The Manjiki Sharingan, the magnitude of the stimulus is indeed formidable. Kabuto Yakushi, this ninja world truly abounds with heroes. Orochimaru, indeed. Sasuke, my desire for you grows ever stronger. Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, must you be so repulsive? The scene continues. I am uncertain whether my actions are indeed correct. Therefore, I implore you to validate the righteousness that Sarada holds dear. Sasuke gazed intently at Boruto, speaking slowly. Boruto shielded his injured eye. At this moment, Momoshiki appeared beside him, furiously pointing at Boruto. You little brat, relinquish your body. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, even if this man aids you. You have already forfeited far too many precious things. Boruto retorted with evident dissatisfaction. Stop your incessant rambling. It's unbearable, you scoundrel. As soon as he finished speaking, Momoshiki's fury intensified. You wretch, I have told you that you have no chance of turning the tide. Do you still fail to comprehend the situation? Surrender your body at once. What gives you the right to claim I lack clarity? How laughable. If anyone is without hope, it is you. Now, peacefully succumb to slumber. You rogue. Boruto furrowed his brow, refusing to back down. This little brat possesses remarkable mental fortitude. Momoshiki stared at Boruto in astonishment. Chapter 35. The story has only just begun. I am Boruto Uzumaki, a ninja. Kagura, I am already looking forward to the unfolding of the plot. Kuratsuchi, indeed, the storyline is truly astonishing. The scene continues. With a sharp click, the sound of high heels striking the ground echoes. Boruto turns his head, confusion evident in his eyes. I know that a simple apology is far from sufficient, but I still must express my regret. Boruto-kun. Ada begins slowly. She is Ada, and that boy is Demon? Sasuke feels beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze particularly vigilant. I believe you should be aware of what has transpired within you. Ada continues softly. You mean to say that my position has switched with Kawaki's, correct? I merely wish to assist Kawaki, nothing more, yet it seems I inadvertently erred. Ada shakes her head. I never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Observing the silence that envelopes the two, Ada's expression mirrors complexity. So, this is the outcome you inadvertently caused. Your true ability is to manifest your thoughts into reality through the all-powerful technique? Boruto inquires, perplexed. More or less, the situation is dire. Ada shakes her head. So, is the current predicament what Kawaki desires? Boruto gazes down at his toes. You remain remarkably composed. I expected you to be quite disheartened. I am indeed disheartened, but... Boruto pauses momentarily. What concerns me more is, that fellow. Boruto's eyes brim with vigilance. I can feel it now. He has lived in solitude and unease all this time. Boruto sits upon a stone, in stark contrast to me. I have always harbored the belief that I understood everything, which is rather frustrating. Perhaps so. Even so. It seems to me that he still regards you as a true brother. Ada hesitates. Boruto falls into silence. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is this what brotherhood means? Second Mizukage Terumi Mei. What a superficial bond. Hashirama Senju. This plot becomes increasingly infuriating the more one contemplates it. Tobarama Senju, brother. While you may be angry, why suddenly pat my shoulder? Hashirama Senju. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. The scene proceeds. Sasuke gazes at Boruto before him, speaking with profound significance. Naruto once had nothing. Much like your current circumstances, he was distanced by many. Upon hearing his master's words, Boruto's expression turns intricate, memories of his father as a child surfacing in his mind. Back then, he naively believed his father had enjoyed a splendid childhood. Outside the screen, within the Ninja Academy, Boruto observes the scene high above, his gaze filled with complexity. He never anticipated such a turn of events in his future. But what of it? Did not his father also traverse such a path step by step? The scene continues. As Boruto listened to Sasuke's words, his gaze gradually solidified. Nonetheless, that underachiever still became Hokage, earning the recognition of everyone through his own efforts. If you truly are his son, then like him, strive to bring about change. Sasuke fixed his penetrating stare on Boruto. This brat only spouts nonsense. I've squandered the perfect opportunity to plunge him into despair and frustration. Kinshiki gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with anger. He wanted to say more. But in the next instant, he froze. Speaking of which, I do not feel I have lost everything, Kinshiki. Boruto slowly began, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you trying to say? Kinshiki's gaze turned particularly frigid. My father is the 7th Hokage, and I carry the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. My grandfather is the 4th Hokage. More importantly, Boruto declared, tightening the headband around his forehead. I am the inheritor of the will of fire of Konohagakure, a ninja. A smile spread across Boruto's face, his eyes unwavering. At that moment, the music ignited. The audience watching the video felt a surge of passion. This child's determination is astonishingly steadfast. Incredible! Jiraiya, the spirit of never giving up. That is what a ninja embodies. Minato Namikaze, truly worthy of being my grandson. Kakashi Hatake, it's just like Naruto in his youth. Naruto Uzumaki, young adult even so. Am I still a ninja? Gaara of the Sand. Wow, that statement is incredibly impressive. Hashirama Senju, indeed. This child Boruto is the most exceptional ninja I have ever encountered. Tobirama Senju. A ninja is one who excels in endurance. This child is truly remarkable. The scene continued. To put it plainly, the current situation is a result of my own making. Ultimately, it boils down to my insufficient strength. Boruto declared. Rising from the stone, I must grow stronger, strong enough to change everything. If it were my father, he would have surely done the same back then. Boruto gazed into the distance, and at that moment, Naruto's ethereal form appeared beside him. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of relief. Boruto, are you truly just 12 years old? Ada exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Now is not the time for such discussions. Boruto chuckled lightly. However, even though this was unintentional on my part, I bear an inescapable responsibility. To atone, I will not divulge any information about you, regardless of what Shikamaru and Kawaki say. Ada responded slowly. Hearing her words, Boruto's smile widened. Thank you. I think you're quite a decent person. By the way, please convey my gratitude to Sarada for asking Uncle Sasuke to assist me. A gust of wind tousled Boruto's hair. Tell her, I will definitely return. She need not worry. Although I am not merely a messenger. All right, I will pass it on. Ada nodded. Hey, Boruto. Strive to grow stronger, strong enough to compel me to unleash my true abilities. Demon rested on Ada's shoulder, slowly beginning to speak. Boruto turned his head, letting out a light chuckle. Haha, I feel as though I would need several lives to suffice. It was time to depart. The villagers of Konoha would soon be in pursuit. Sasuke rose to his feet. I am truly grateful to you, master. Boruto gazed at Sasuke with a face full of appreciation. I do not act out of faith in you. Rather, I do this for my daughter. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. Boruto walked towards the distance, his tattered garments fluttering in the breeze, with Sasuke closely by his side. The master and disciple ventured towards the setting sun, their silhouettes appearing resolute, akin to an unyielding banner. Once, there had been only a dead end with no paths to tread, but now, a refreshing breeze carried the thoughts of both back to the village of Konoha. Sarada and Kanji stood atop a high mountain, their eyes fixed intently on the horizon. Boruto, Dad, you must return safely. In another realm, a figure loomed. Boruto, you have taken from me someone of great significance. Prepare to pay for your sins with your life. Kud's gaze was icy, inwardly cursing Boruto. Atop Hokage Rock, Kawaki stood with his hands in his pockets, staring into the distance. No matter where you flee, I will ensure your demise. As long as you remain a member of the Otsutsuki. Brother, the thoughts of all, the profound significance of episode 720, and the decade of youth shared among them, coalesced into a gentle breeze, unreservedly enveloping Boruto. From this moment forth, Boruto would shoulder the hopes of all, resolutely striving to become formidable. I will make you understand completely. I shall make it known to you. Imbecile, I am not an Otsutsuki. I am Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto's fists collided, his gaze unwavering as he peered into the distance. The dramatic twist, along with the upheaval of the entire worldview, left the spectators in a state of astonishment. Chapter 36. During Sasuke's peak, he effortlessly controlled 9-tailed beasts, leaving Boruto in a state of shock. The system chimed, announcing the successful assessment of 12-year-old Boruto. The mundane days, devoid of any turbulence, represented the happiest times of his life. Fourth Kazekage Raza expressed his emotions, stating, I was moved to tears. Boruto is truly a man. Kakashi Hatake remarked, it's no surprise he is Naruto's son, that indomitable spirit is commendable. Jiraiya mused, it seems my novels are due for another volume. Uchiha Sasuke smugly declared, humph, impressive, isn't it? This is my disciple. At that moment, the right screen darkened, followed by the left screen illuminating with an image. The audience perked up, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the left screen. The image revealed Sasuke, his gaze icy. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. First of all, I intend to eliminate the current 5 Kage within this infinite Tsukuyomi. As soon as his words fell, Kakashi and Sakura wore bewildered expressions, mirroring the astonishment of the audience watching the video. After a moment of stunned silence, messages began to appear in the chat group. Raza exclaimed, "No way. Are you serious about killing the Kage?" The second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, retorted, "Didn't you already die? Why are you panicking?" Tsunade remarked, "This Sasuke." Kakashi interjected, "Sasuke, you." Dayara chuckled, "Heh, this Sasuke really knows how to show off. I bet his disciples enjoy the same theatrics." Haiden added, "For some reason. I inexplicably feel like confronting Sasuke." The scene continued as Sasuke swiftly activated his Rinnegan, seizing control of the nine-tailed beasts before unleashing the Shinra Tensei. Enormous meteors, nearly a kilometer in size, enveloped the nine-tailed beasts. With the Sage of Six Paths running low on chakra, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Naruto. Sasuke resolved to confront Naruto in their usual spot, intent on eliminating him once and for all. As he turned to leave, Sakura gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. "Sasuke, I know I am powerless. My heart is filled with admiration for you, yet I cannot fight by your side. Is it so humiliating to beg and weep like this?" Sakura reached out, weakly grasping the ground. In the next moment, Sasuke smirked and decisively used a genjutsu to pierce Sakura's heart. "You are indeed bothersome." The viewers of the video fell into a profound silence. Was it necessary for Sasuke to employ a genjutsu against Sakura? Did he expect her to engage in a romantic game? Sasuke wore a look of disdain. Sarada Uchiha remarked, "Father was like this as a child." While Sakura from Boruto's era remained speechless, young Sasuke coughed awkwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Cough, cough. That was all in the past. I was young and reckless then. As the past unfolds, Kakashi gazes at Sasuke, hesitating to voice Sakura's thoughts, but Sasuke remains unresponsive. Having recently lost his family and uncovered the truth about his brother, he is consumed by a desire for vengeance, seeking to reshape the world in his own image. The onlookers watch in silence as Sasuke's memories unfold. Senju Tobirama, humph, the Uchiha are inherently impulsive. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama, are you unwell? Always targeting the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara, brother, block him, ignore this fool. The scene transitions as the two swiftly arrive at the Valley of the End, standing atop their respective statues. Locking eyes. Just like before, you shall be defeated here. I will no longer be struck by your fists, nor will I allow you to act recklessly. Naruto's intense gaze is fixed on Sasuke, his resolve unwavering. I will not relinquish the title of Hokage. You fail to grasp its true significance. I have declared it a revolution. My understanding of Hokage differs from yours. As they assert their perspectives, the expressions of the onlookers grow increasingly complex. Second Mizukage. Terumi Mei, if we were to follow Sasuke's notion, could ruling through force truly bring about peace? Senju Hashirama, it is utterly impossible. Such a method cannot endure. Senju Tobirama, indeed, considering the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, Sasuke's strength would be insufficient to withstand it. Uzumaki Boruto, that is not the crux of the matter. Isn't this Sasuke sensei at his peak? Yamanaka Ino, he looks so cool. The scene continues, the music swelling at the right moment, showcasing the alternating figures of Naruto and Sasuke. Their contrasting upbringings are starkly evident. Interestingly, Sasuke and Boruto share some similarities, both initially enjoying harmonious family lives before gradually losing everything. With a rustle, a leaf drifts down to the surface of the lake, creating ripples. A gust of wind sweeps through, and the atmosphere grows tense. The spectators swallow hard. Is a confrontation imminent? Just how formidable were Naruto and Sasuke at their zenith? Sasuke's gaze is fixated on Naruto in the distance, who, undeterred, attempts to persuade him. Yet Sasuke is resolute in enacting change in his own manner. Seeing their dialogue yield no results, the scene shifts, adorned with a filter, revealing the two during their time at the Ninja Academy, each harboring animosity towards the other. Iruka observes them with gentle eyes. Then, let the competition begin. Bam! Sasuke plummets from the sky, racing forward, his shadow growing ever larger. Naruto follows suit, both descending into the lake, creating a tremendous splash. Their shadows rapidly expand until they collide. Bam! A powerful shockwave erupts from the center, sending towering sprays of water into the air. Sasuke's icy gaze fixes on Naruto as the two engage in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Bam bam bam. They trade blows, each punch met with another. Sasuke sees Naruto's hand, utilizing the momentum to form a seal. Naruto attempted to intervene, but was swiftly sent flying by a series of punches and kicks from Sasuke. With a decisive leap into the air, Sasuke unleashed a mighty fireball. The impact resounded as the fireball struck the lake's surface, sending water splashing in all directions. Naruto executed continuous backflips to evade the barrage of fireballs that followed. Just as he was about to form a seal with both hands, he was interrupted by a kunai thrown by Sasuke. Grasping the string attached to the kunai, Sasuke swiftly closed the distance to Naruto, employing taijutsu to prevent him from forming any seals. Fourth Kazekage Raza, it is evident. Sasuke possesses a distinct advantage in taijutsu. Second Mizukage Kahaku no Yagura. Indeed, in terms of taijutsu, Sasuke surpasses Naruto by a significant margin. Uzumaki Kushina, that is not the crux of the matter. Why are these two fighting so fiercely? Namikaze Minato. Kushina, please remain calm. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, how can you strike your own friend? Uchiha Makoto, precisely. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 37, The Battle of the Valley of the End. Third Kazekage, in their prime. These two were far stronger than during the era of Boruto. Black Earth, perhaps not entirely. They haven't even unleashed their full power yet. Zabuza Momochi, in fact, I once gave both of them a good thrashing. Inoki. Kakashi Hitaki, Mr. Zabuza is referring to their childhood. Zabuza Momochi, just tell me, did I not defeat them? The 6th Hokage, the 7th Hokage, and Uchiha Sasuke combined have never bested me. Laughs while covering face. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, what about now? The scene continues. Naruto retreats rapidly, yet is struck repeatedly by Sasuke's punches. Each time Naruto attempts to retaliate, Sasuke deftly evades. After a series of blows, followed by a kick, Sasuke sends Naruto crashing into the lake below. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly performs hand seals. Boom. A tremendous cloud of smoke erupts, and numerous shadow clones, accompanied by his true self, soar into the sky. Seeing the multitude of clones descending upon him, Sasuke quickly turns to evade, even managing to knock one clone away into the distance. However, he did not anticipate that Naruto's real body would take advantage of the smoke cover to launch a rocket-like attack. Sasuke, caught off guard, finds himself rolling on the ground with Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto grabs Sasuke's foot and flings him into the distant valley. Bang! A violent fissure opens in the valley. Sasuke grits his teeth, his gaze icy as he looks up. In the next moment, Naruto gathers chakra into a Rasengan with one hand and thrusts it fiercely towards Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke performs a backflip to dodge, and the area is immediately enveloped in smoke and chaos. Several shadow clones of Naruto, each wielding a Rasengan, charge towards Sasuke and encircle him completely. Kushina Uzumaki, please stop fighting. Within the Pure Land, Kushina watches the scene with deep concern. In her heart, neither Naruto nor Sasuke can afford to be harmed. Minato Namikaze, they can no longer persuade each other with words. It must be resolved through force. Perhaps this is the only solution. Mikoto Uchiha, must it be this way? The scene progresses. Utilizing his martial prowess, Sasuke repels the encroaching Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, Naruto is forced back slightly. At this moment, Sasuke spreads his arms and decisively activates the power of his Rinnegan. Sensing imminent danger, Naruto attempts to leap away. But Sasuke's cold voice resonates. Universal pull. Fire release. Flame Thunder God. With a swift thrust, black flames pierce through Naruto's chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones dissipate into smoke, leaving only Naruto's true form fixated on Sasuke. Suddenly, 2 golden arms extend from Naruto's back, rushing towards Sasuke with great speed. Sasuke quickly retreats to create distance. Bang. In the distance, Naruto activates Sage of Six Paths mode, shattering the smoke with one hand as he charges forward with incredible speed. Sasuke immediately leaped into the air, deftly evading several grasping attempts while swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Boom. A colossal fire dragon tore through the air, lunging towards Naruto below. Faced with the imminent fireball, Naruto gritted his teeth and resolutely clenched his fist to counterattack. Boom. With a furrowed brow, Naruto slid backward, leaving deep marks on the ground. In the next moment, Sasuke decisively utilized the Heavenly Hand power, swapping positions with the truth-seeking orb behind Naruto. And with one hand gripping Chidori, he forcefully slammed Naruto towards the lake's surface. Boom. The ground erupted into a massive wave of water. Naruto was sent flying through the air, and Sasuke unleashed several arrows. Gritting his teeth, Naruto, wary of Sasuke using the Heavenly Hand power to ambush him again with the truth-seeking orb, resolutely tossed several orbs away. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows were neutralized by the truth-seeking orbs, ultimately plunging into the lake below. The lake's surface instantly roiled, producing enormous waves. However, in the next second, Sasuke swiftly cleaved through the massive wave. Commanding the complete Susanoo, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on Naruto below. Naruto activated his Nine Tails mode. Boom. Two towering giants, each standing 200 meters tall, emerged on the lake's surface, instantly creating tumultuous waves. Sasuke swung his dual blades towards Naruto, who used his tail to block the strike. Thud. The aftermath of their clash shattered a mountain peak nearly 1,000 meters away. Sasuke gathered his strength, throwing a punch, which Naruto met with a punch of his own. Boom. Their fists collided, causing the entire lake to seethe violently. Those watching the video were momentarily taken aback. High above, torrents of lake water cascaded down like a torrential rain. Boruto. Wow, is my dad really that strong? Kakashi Itaki, Boruto Pineapple Head. This was your father in his prime. During the Boruto era, Sarada and Boruto gazed up at the 7th Hokage with admiration. Ah well, I suppose I was just about that strong in my prime. Naruto scratched the back of his head, chuckling lightly, his tone laced with a hint of casual bravado. Beside him, Konohamaru furrowed his brow, a furrow forming on his forehead. No way. Naruto, you were that formidable in your prime, and you call it just okay? Who in the entire Hidden Leaf village could surpass you, aside from Uchiha Sasuke? The scene continued, with the violent explosion caused by their clash lingering in the air. Naruto gazed at Sasuke in the distance, their eyes locking. Likewise, amidst their confrontation, it seemed they gradually began to understand each other's childhoods. Naruto threw a punch at Sasuke, who returned the favor with a punch of his own. Young Naruto sat alone on a swing. Young Sasuke, in a desolate home, empty and cold. The music, akin to a gentle flute, gradually took on a sorrowful tone. Those watching the video couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the two. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive splashes erupted from the lake's surface. Sasuke locked Naruto's neck with his arm. At this moment, the scene shifted back to their childhood, during their early encounters. Naruto had pinned Sasuke against a wall. With a frigid tone, Sasuke remarked, "How could you, who have always been alone, possibly understand my feelings? It is precisely because of the bonds we form that the pain of loss is so much greater. You cannot even begin to grasp the essence of loss." Thud. Sasuke delivered a powerful kick, sending Naruto flying, and the scene returned to the present. Naruto soared through the air, crashing into several mountain peaks. Just as he was about to lift his head and rise, suddenly, a blinding light appeared ahead, and a barrage of fireballs rushed toward him. Naruto quickly leaped into the sky, but soon after, even more massive fireballs surged upwards. Boom, boom, boom. The sky resonated with violent explosions. Gritting his teeth, Naruto plunged down from the heights, pinning Sasuke to the ground. As Sasuke prepared to stab Naruto with his blade, Naruto swiftly blocked the attack with his tail. Thud. The lake's surface erupted violently, resembling a tempestuous upheaval. Sasuke, wielding his long sword, fiercely attempted to strike Naruto, who continued to deflect the assault with his tail. The aftermath of their clash obliterated several distant mountain peaks. The spectators, watching the unfolding battle, were utterly astonished. This was nothing short of a divine confrontation. Senju Tobirama. A discerning I can easily see that Naruto is holding back. Senju Hashirama. Indeed. 4th Kazekage Raza. Is he really holding back? I fail to perceive it. Chapter 38. Are the shinobi of Konoha truly terrifying? Haito. 1. I too fail to discern any leniency here. Anoki, the prowess of these two individuals may surpass even that of Uchiha Madara. 4th Raikage A. Even if I were to activate my lightning armor, I would still struggle against their onslaught. Aburame. Raikage, perhaps it's best to retract your statement. 4th Kazekage Raza. Raikage remains as amusing as ever. Facepalm laughter. In the village of Kumogakure. Aburame, I felt increasingly awkward as he observed the footage shared in the chat. My goodness, the ferocity of these two is astonishing. If you could truly withstand their might merely by donning a lightning armor, that would be nothing short of supernatural. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kiba watched the video with uncontainable excitement. This is incredible. I have made up my mind. From now on, my goal will be to surpass Naruto and Sasuke through relentless training. Are you serious? Shikamaru, beside him, wore a look of utter bewilderment. No, this is absurd. Those two in the video are clearly cheating. Goodness. Shikamaru could confidently assert that no one in the entire shinobi world could rival Naruto or Sasuke in strength. Little did he know a certain adult with a pineapple hairstyle remarked, You are as weak as a mere 6 paths, the footage continued. What? Have you ceased to retaliate? Sasuke's icy gaze bore down upon Naruto, who was in a defensive stance. Naruto furrowed his brow, exerted his strength, and forcefully propelled Sasuke away. Then seized his heel and slammed him into the lake's surface. Boom. The lake erupted into tumultuous waves. Naruto began to gather the tailed beast bomb. As the surrounding water vapor gradually dissipated, revealing Sasuke lying helplessly on the ground. Naruto gazed at Sasuke with a complex expression, hesitating to unleash his attack. Sasuke stole a glance at Naruto, his fingers twitching slightly. Boom. The ominous clouds above seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen hand. As a colossal bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, viciously gripping Naruto's neck. Instantly, Naruto was engulfed in excruciating pain. When he opened his eyes again, he found Sasuke towering above him. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke ascended into the air, intending to resolve matters with Naruto once and for all. The blinding white light gradually faded. The lightning evaporated the lake below. Goodness, such a vast expanse of water has vanished just like that? The viewers of the video were left in stunned disbelief. As the steam gradually cleared, Naruto, disheveled, struggled to rise from the lake's surface, resembling a drenched dog. Having been on the defensive, you were left with no other path but death, Sasuke remarked coldly. Naruto panted heavily, half kneeling on the ground. I do not wish to kill you. Senju Tobirama. This is what the malevolent Uchiha are like. So arrogant. Uchiha Izuna. Huh. Senju Tobirama continually insults our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Oh, just block him, and disregard such a fool. The footage progressed. You wish to revert to your former, solitary self. How could I possibly stand idly by? Naruto's voice was weak, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Because of you. I am acutely aware of such pain. So witnessing your relentless pursuit of solitude. As he spoke, Naruto once again began to gather the chakra of the tailed beast. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, and similarly, his palm began to coalesce with Chidori. Bang! In an instant, the two figures vanished from their original positions, colliding fiercely in midair. Boom! In the next heartbeat, a blinding white light erupted, engulfing the entire screen. Leaving the spectators in awe, their mouths agape. This radiant light surged like a torrential wave, swiftly inundating the ground around them. System. Fun fact. These two are still Genin. Sarada Uchiha, what? You must be joking. The 7th Hokage is still a Genin? Boruto Uzumaki. Reikage. Is this information truly credible? Konohamaru Saratobi. So, the 7th Hokage is still a Genin. Kankuro. No way. If he is a Genin, what does that make me as a Jonin? Shin Uchiha, they are both Genin. In the Hidden Leaf Village. Two gate-guarding ninjas gazed in bewilderment at the scene unfolding in the sky. No way, brother. Has the strength of the Genin from the Hidden Leaf Village become this formidable? Kurenai Yui, the 7th Hokage, is actually a Genin. This is unbelievable. Shikamaru Nara. What a coincidence. Boruto is also a Genin. 4th Kazekage Raza. My goodness, both father and son are Genin. It's a legacy, isn't it? Facepalm, the scene continued. The white light gradually dissipated. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in a distinct space, engaged in conversation. Sasuke was resolute, believing that because his opponent was Naruto, he had no choice but to eliminate him. He sought to dominate the ninja world through sheer force and implement total surveillance. However, Naruto thought Sasuke was speaking nonsense. Such methods could never achieve genuine peace. Their ideologies clashed intensely, a torrent of thoughts flooding their minds. The viewers of the video were inevitably drawn into contemplation. If what Sasuke claimed were true, could the ninja world indeed usher in peace? Yet, when considering the impending invasion from extraterrestrial beings, this notion seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Koratsuchi, can a clash of titans truly reveal the depths of one another's hearts? 4th Reikage. I do recall such a premise existing. Fugaku Uchiha. Now is not the time to dwell on that. If Naruto hesitates to strike, they may remain locked in this stalemate indefinitely. The scene progressed. With a crack, after their exchange, the two retreated a short distance from one another. Those petty tricks cannot kill me, Sasuke declared, gazing at Naruto from a kilometer away. I have told you. I do not wish to kill you, Sasuke. Naruto was about to continue when. Enough. Sasuke's eyes were icy as he interrupted Naruto, raising his hands simultaneously. At this moment, the 9 celestial bodies of the earth suddenly shuddered violently, and the music transformed into a solemn and sacred melody. The spectators watching the video furrowed their brows in confusion. What could Sasuke be planning? If memory serves correctly, these 9 celestial bodies are sealed with 9 tailed beasts, are they not? In the next instant, The 9 celestial bodies, as if drawn by an invisible force, swiftly extended towards Sasuke. In the blink of an eye, they arranged themselves in an orderly fashion, standing behind Sasuke and forming the likeness of the deity Takamikazuchi from the mythos of the Sakura nation. The onlookers gasped in shock, their pupils constricting as their minds felt as though they had been detonated. Anoki, how is this possible? Isn't this from a mythological tale? Second Mizukichi. Kaigetsu, does Takamikazuchi truly exist? Hanzo of the Salamander, this twist is utterly astonishing. Fourth Raikage, can anyone analyze what exactly Sasuke intends by summoning the 9-tailed beasts? Otsutsuki Kagaya, could it be that he is about to on the moon? Sage of the Six Paths gazed intently at the video, his pupils narrowing dramatically. A genius, truly a genius. This incarnation of Indra has ingeniously conceived the idea of utilizing Susanoo as a vessel. Chapter 39, The Present Me, is the strongest existence in this ninja world. Little Boruto was left in a state of disbelief. Otsutsuki Yura, brother, do you mean? Otsutsuki Kagaya, indeed. Ebisu, Sage of Six Paths. Could you refrain from being so cryptic? Otsutsuki Kagaya, continue watching, and you shall understand. The scene unfolds. Suddenly, Sasuke's Susanoo appeared to be missing half of its form. At the same time, Sasuke raised one hand. From this moment forth, I shall become the mightiest in this realm, and this shall be my first stride towards the position of Hokage. Could it be? Naruto gazed intently at Sasuke's transformation, his lips quivering. In the next instant, 9 celestial bodies in the sky unleashed a torrent of chakra, which flowed into the Susanoo. The Susanoo's form swelled dramatically. The 9 tails observed the transformation above with a furrowed brow, swiftly engaging in analysis with Naruto. Upon hearing the 9 tails' words, Naruto's expression turned cautious. There was no doubt that Sasuke was about to get serious. At that moment, Sasuke was enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning. Gazing down at Naruto with an air of superiority, Sasuke slowly lowered his palm, his eyes filled with disdain. Naruto crossed his fingers and decisively conjured 4 shadow clones. Observing Naruto's use of shadow clones, Sasuke's expression turned scornful, and he taunted, "Are you resorting to that trick again? Naruto, this technique, which you excel at, only serves to highlight your own weakness. It is merely a means for you to alleviate your solitude." As Sasuke spoke, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Naruto frantically searched for Sasuke's location, suddenly feeling a gust of wind beside him. Turning to look, Sasuke, wielding lightning, struck one shadow clone down from a height of 1,000 meters. Boom! A shadow clone plummeted from the sky. The ground trembled violently. Sasuke then turned his gaze towards the remaining 4 Narutos, allowing them to pummel his form with no effect whatsoever. He raised 3 arms to block their attacks. The 3 shadow clones ensnared Sasuke's limbs. Naruto's real body descended rapidly from the sky, unleashing a flurry of punches. With a crack, Naruto's fist collided with Sasuke's face, only to dissipate like an illusion into a torrent of liquid. Naruto, watching the unscathed Sasuke from afar, suddenly felt his own arm fracture. Goodness! Is this hardness truly so formidable? Anoki, this is astonishing. It must be several times stronger than Uchiha Madara. Deidara, enough, old man. Can you stop glorifying Uchiha Madara? Hanzo the Salamander, haha. It seems the legendary Uchiha Madara is not all that impressive. Hashirama Senju, I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. Isn't it Uchiha? Haha. Who are you to speak? You surely know how powerful my elder brother is. Madara Uchiha, just a bunch of insignificant beings. The scene continues. Sasuke extended his hand, seizing 2 shadow clones and forcefully smashing their heads together. A resounding thud echoed. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful kick to the clone binding him from behind, causing the atmosphere to become palpably tense. With a single hand, Sasuke conjured a blade of lightning, swiftly severing Naruto's arm, followed by a kick that sent Naruto hurtling towards a distant mountain peak. Naruto crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. In the next instant, a javelin of lightning pierced through his skull. From above, a thick bolt of lightning descended with ferocity, instantly leveling the distant mountain. Naruto cast a wary glance at the dissipating clones, his demeanor growing increasingly cautious. At this moment, numerous shadow clones soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of yellow that collided with Sasuke. Yet these assaults bore no consequence for him. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of tailed beast bombs erupted like cannon fire. But Sasuke, wielding lightning, deflected each one behind him. The distant landscape was engulfed in violent explosions. However, the battle did not cease. 2 Narutos relentlessly attacked Sasuke. ultimately propelling him to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Their clash of power shattered the clouds above. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Goodness, is this still a ninja? Water Shadow Turumime. I fear there may not be a soul in the entire ninja world capable of besting Naruto and Sasuke. Vortex Boruto. Goodness. Was my master Sasuke truly this formidable in his prime? Senju Tobarama. Having absorbed the power of nine-tailed beasts, he is merely slightly stronger than Naruto. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Dodo, can you contend with this Sasuke? Senju Tobarama. I disdain battling the malevolent Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke, who are these remnants of a bygone era? If I so desire. Kawaki. Indeed, if I too feel inclined. The scene continued. Bang, bang, bang. The clashing of metal reverberated incessantly as the three engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Even the residual force from their encounters shattered the surrounding air. Goodness, the strength of the six paths is truly terrifying. Everyone gasped in astonishment, yet the fight was far from over. After a fierce exchange, Naruto swiftly retreated downward. At that moment, three Narutos began to gather tailed beast bombs in their mouths. Sasuke, acting decisively, raised his bow and prepared to unleash his shot. Bang! 3 arrows of lightning pierced through the tailed beast bombs, their power undiminished. Hurtling straight towards Naruto. In the next second, the lightning surged below, intertwining with one another. The smoke from the explosion lingered in the air. Half of Naruto's body was directly pierced through. Sasuke, observing Naruto's disheveled state below, smirked. If he were to feel inclined, you have merely obtained a fraction of the tailed beast chakra, and you cannot hope to contend with me at this moment, nor can you withstand it. As Sasuke spoke, he conjured another arrow. This time, he was prepared to give it his all. Gazing at the roiling lightning in the distance, Naruto's expression turned grave. Yuzuki Kushina, stop it, stop it. Please, do not continue to fight. Uchiha Makoto, that is not the main issue. Sasuke genuinely intends to kill Naruto this time. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, you ungrateful child, hasten to apologize to your friend. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm sorry, is that sufficient? Yuzuki Naruto, In the scene, Naruto's brows are tightly furrowed. Is it done yet? Kurama, at this moment. On the surface, a colossal fox is diligently gathering natural energy. It seems I might have accumulated a bit too much. Everything that can be collected from the ground is here. I shall now transmit it to you. Boom. The Nine Tails instantly dissipates into smoke. In the blink of an eye, that overwhelming natural energy erupts like a radiant pillar, soaring into the sky. The spectators of the video are left in profound astonishment. Chapter 40. This is my strongest move. Ashura Shuriken versus Indra's Arrow. In the scene, a colossal surge of natural energy ascends like a raging tide, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Cleaving through the surrounding air. Bang! Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the natural energy rush into his body like a torrent. It has begun. Observing the transformation unfolding in the distance, Sasuke's brow furrowed. He sensed it, such immense natural energy, suddenly. At this moment, the Nine Tails behind Naruto began to move its hands, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. This is indeed the Ashura form. Naruto clenched his jaw tightly, fixating on Sasuke with the Nine Tails. Are you ready? Naruto spread his hands wide. In the next instant, 3 arms rapidly coalesced into dark spirals, while the other 3 simultaneously formed golden spirals. The 6 spirals were tightly grasped in his palms, and a powerful whirlwind surged outward from Naruto's body. So, you finally intend to kill me? Sasuke's gaze was icy. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. We bear far too much at present. Memories of their carefree childhood together flooded Naruto's mind. Back at school, they were blissfully unaware. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had become mortal foes. But, I too desire to battle you. Sasuke's words during the Chunin exams echoed vividly in his mind. I wish to face you fairly, to defeat you. But certainly not now. You understand, don't you? Naruto's voice was laced with fury. With that, he hurled the 6 spirals towards the distance. Watching the spirals fly, Sasuke unleashed an arrow from his hand. This arrow was infused with an immense amount of chakra, channeling the strength of all 9-tailed beasts into this strike. The 2 assaults, like arrows released from their bowstrings, pierced through the clouds, rushing toward one another with fervor. Sasuke gazed at this scene with a complex expression. This battle is our ultimate duel. Indra's arrow is the most powerful ninjutsu I can unleash at this moment. Bang! The 6 spirals collided with Indra's arrow, first clashing, then merging. A blinding white light rapidly expanded, Vanish. Sasuke silently chanted in his heart. In the next second, a violent explosion obliterated the entire landscape. Countless lightning bolts flickered and raged, and nearby mountains spanning nearly 1,000 miles were reduced to dust. Yet, it was not over. The statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were also struck by this terrifying force, collapsing with a thunderous roar. At this moment, within a radius of thousands of kilometers, vast amounts of quicksand churned like boiling water, and whirlwinds rampaged around the roots of the divine tree. Kakashi, filled with concern, shielded Sakura, his gaze fixed on the distance. This power is truly astounding. Those two are reckless. The onlookers watching the video fell into a profound silence. What the hell? Are these two individuals truly human? Shima, are these individuals genuinely poets? Fukasaku, do you realize that this actually carries an insulting connotation? Jiraiya, wow, is my disciple truly this formidable? Minato Namikaze, they must not come to any harm. Kagaya Otsutsuki, it's difficult to say. These two are acting recklessly, employing this technique without regard for consequences. Kagaya Otsutsuki, brother, who do you believe will ultimately triumph? Kagaya Otsutsuki, it's highly probable that Naruto will. Boruto Uzumaki, is my master so powerful, yet still succumb to my father? Sarada Uchiha, truly worthy of being the 7th Hokage. The scene unfolds further. A colossal tornado emerges, accompanied by crackling lightning, as thick smoke billows from the ground. The onlookers are left in utter astonishment. Someone cannot help but inquire. Considering these two were genin, could they indeed participate in the Chunin exams? A moment of silence ensues, followed by the realization that it appears they may indeed qualify for the Chunin exams. At this juncture, a green leaf, cradling clear water, gently drifts downstream. The surrounding fog lingers, and the statues of Hashirama and Madara lay in ruins. Suddenly, two phantoms descend from the sky, one purple and the other golden. The spectators watching the video become instantly alert. Bam! The two figures crash onto the ground. Sasuke gasps heavily, propping himself up to glance into the distance. As the smoke gradually clears, Naruto is revealed, half kneeling on the ground. Damn, he is still alive. Sasuke's eyes are icy. At this moment, Naruto's chakra is nearly depleted. Amaterasu. A fierce black flame ignites on Naruto's arm. In the next instant, he envelopes himself in the red cloak of the Ninetales, discarding the cloak onto the ground, breaking free from the Amaterasu. The viewers, witnessing this spectacle, cannot suppress their bewilderment. Is it possible that this black flame was so easily dealt with? As the scene progresses, Sasuke attempts to utilize his Rinnegan abilities, but is suddenly struck with excruciating pain in his eyes. Clearly, his chakra has been exhausted. With a crack, Naruto shatters the water's surface, charging forward. Sasuke receives a blow to his jaw, as multiple Narutos emerge from various points, relentlessly assaulting him. With a cold gaze, Sasuke barely manages to fend off Naruto, gradually descending to the ground. At this moment, Sasuke seizes a thread and, with Chidori, swiftly propels himself into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Naruto transforms into smoke, yet one shadow clone suddenly restrains Sasuke. Taken aback, Sasuke finds himself confronted by the real Naruto emerging from a nearby corner. Bam! A punch lands squarely, sending Sasuke crashing to the ground. Naruto gathers Rasengan in one hand, charging towards Sasuke. Just as Sasuke prepares to retaliate, he realizes that his Chidori has vanished. The onlookers watching the video suddenly felt a surge of tension. During the era of Boruto, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, Boruto anxiously gazed at the screen above. Could it be that Sasuke-sensei was on the verge of defeat? Yet, in the very next moment, the scene took an unexpected turn, leaving everyone bewildered. For there stood Naruto, clutching a Rasengan in one hand, who, while running, stumbled over a mere pebble. Thud! The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush as Sasuke stared at Naruto in utter disbelief. Rakage, did he really trip over a stone? Killer Bee, looks like the capitalist has set him up. Oh yeah. Danzo, you've triumphed again. Shimura Danzo. As the footage progressed, Sasuke seized the opportunity to land a kick, sending Naruto sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, he mounted Naruto, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto could only passively endure the blows, feeling the relentless pain radiating from his face. The audience, captivated yet hesitant, found themselves at a loss for words, contemplating what to say but ultimately refraining from utterance. The sight of Naruto tripping over a stone was utterly perplexing. Was it a deliberate act or merely an unfortunate accident? Chapter 41. Because I am the one. Water Shadow Terumi May. If Naruto hadn't stumbled just now, he should have won, right? Fourth Reikage A. Remove the word should. Fourth Kazakage Raza. It's amusing, Naruto. Hanzo of the Salamander. Raza, you have no right to laugh at Naruto. You worthless fool, defeated by Orochimaru. Pain. Humph. If memory serves, you also fell at my hands. Did you not? This scene continues. Just as Sasuke intended to land another blow on Naruto. Naruto seized Sasuke's collar and swiftly executed a rocket headbutt. Bang. Sasuke staggered a few steps, and before he could regain his composure, Naruto delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Sasuke glared at Naruto, who was approaching him slowly, gritting his teeth. Naruto sniffled, his expression unusually complex. Stop struggling. Just accept your fate. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Naruto took a deep breath. Then both charged at each other, their antics resembling that of two intoxicated dancers swaying unsteadily. The onlookers found the spectacle oddly amusing. Killer Bee. Oh yeah, this is what true fighting looks like. Water Shadow Terumi Mei. This music is unbearable. Anoki. I heard that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village has been ostracized by his own village. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Making all this noise every day, no wonder he's been isolated. The scene continues with the two engaged in a turn-based battle, one punch followed by another. After a series of exchanges, Naruto's teeth were knocked out, and Sasuke's jaw was left flattened. The audience fell silent, suddenly comprehending why Sasuke's chin was so flat during the Boruto era. At this moment, the scene shifted to memories of their childhood. Just after their brawl, as they were about to release their jutsu, they unexpectedly grabbed each other's collars once more. Sakura was startled awake, her heart racing. You're finally awake. Kakashi sighed in relief upon seeing Sakura safe and sound. As dusk descended, the golden light gradually enveloped everything in a beautiful atmosphere. Sakura lowered her head, her eyes filled with complexity. What about Sasuke and Naruto? They were locked in their final duel. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. The twilight cast its glow over the Valley of the End, where the riverbed was gradually drying up. The two continued their relentless battle, flailing on the parched riverbed. Whenever fatigue struck, they would drink from the ground water, then resume fighting. Such vigor, exhilarating indeed. The viewers found themselves at a loss for words, pondering whether it was truly necessary for these two to continue this fight. It really wasn't necessary. Kushina Uzumaki. Stop. You mustn't fight any longer. Please, stop. Uchiha Makoto. Indeed, you are both so badly hurt. In the realm of the Pure Land, Nai and Mei-In stared anxiously at the unfolding scene. Within the frame, Sasuke swiftly delivered a punch to Naruto's abdomen, prompting Naruto to retaliate with a powerful blow to Sasuke's head. With a sharp crack, Naruto's forehead protector fell into the lake. Breathing heavily, Naruto struggled as he neared the completion of his chakra formation, only for Sasuke to suddenly siphon away Naruto's chakra using the abilities of his Rinnegan. The atmosphere, which had slightly eased, became taut with tension once more. Weak and vulnerable, Naruto collapsed to the ground. Sasuke coldly elucidated, "This is one of the powers of the Rinnegan. I possess the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and victory is only natural." Gradually rising, Sasuke conjured a Chidori with one hand. Gazing down at the gasping Naruto, he declared at last, "I can return to being alone." In an instant, the air was filled with the cries of thousands of birds, illuminating the previously dim space with a brilliant blue light. "Farewell, my only true friend." With his Chidori poised, Sasuke lunged towards Naruto. Yet, at that critical moment, Naruto, through the reflection of his forehead protector, discerned a flaw in Sasuke's Sharingan and decisively struck upward with a powerful punch to Sasuke's chin. With a resounding thud, Sasuke was sent flying, tumbling into a distant valley. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Goodness, my heart is in my throat. Zabuza Momochi, indeed. Uchiha Sarada. I never imagined such an event had transpired. Vortex Boruto. Master Sasuke, why have I never heard you mention this? Uchiha Sasuke Young. As the scene continued, the Nine Tails regarded Naruto with admiration, acknowledging his formidable counterattack. Kneeling on the ground, Naruto retrieved his forehead protector and gazed upward. In that moment, Sasuke gripped a stone tightly, extricating himself from the crevice. Why? Why do you persist? Time and again, Sasuke's voice grew increasingly furious as he pounded the stone. Why must you continue? You should simply resign yourself to death. Sasuke's eyes bored down upon Naruto, who was engulfed in a roar of defiance. After a moment of silence, Naruto slowly replied, "I cannot." Sasuke's pupils dilated. Naruto lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Because I am your one and only." Upon hearing these words, The audience watching the video suddenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that these two? Vortex Naruto, young, wait a moment. I am already married. Uchiha Sasuke, young, I am married as well. Mizukage Terumime, what if, after your marriages, you still? Karatsuchi, I didn't expect there to be hidden plot lines. Anoki, the village hidden in the leaves is far too open-minded. Fourth Raikage A, the village hidden in the leaves truly excels. The fourth generation Wind Shadow, Luo Sha. Indeed, the hidden leaf village is impressive. They have accomplished what none of us could achieve with such ease. Sarutobi Izashi. This scene continues. Sasuke gazes upward, inhaling deeply before resuming his focus on Chidori. Naruto, with unwavering determination, meets Sasuke's eyes. The Nine Tails, anxious, cautions Naruto, be careful. That fellow has infused Chidori with his earthly power. Undoubtedly, this next move will determine the outcome. Concerned that Sasuke might absorb more of Naruto's chakra during the process, the Nine Tails relinquishes all remaining chakra to Naruto before succumbing to slumber. The Nine Tails wishes to impart further wisdom but is momentarily taken aback as Naruto turns to it. A smile gracing his lips, fist raised in the air. The Nine Tails mirrors the gesture, extending its fist to meet Naruto's. At that moment, music begins to play. Naruto senses the Nine Tails' sentiment and strides forward. As Naruto's silhouette grows larger, the Nine Tails' expression radiates pride. The onlookers, moved by the scene, cannot help but shed tears. Reflecting on Naruto's arduous journey, Naruto advances slowly, his figure expanding. At this moment, the setting sun casts its golden rays, enveloping the scene below. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto. I am truly grateful to you for guiding Sasuke, who had strayed from the right path, back to righteousness. Yuzuki Naruto, as a young man, Itachi brother. It is my duty to do so. This narrative does not delve into conspiracy theories. Chapter 42, The Gradual Understanding Between Two Individuals. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto. You, Senju Tobirama, Boruto, you have witnessed your father's arduous journey. Vortex Boruto, indeed, I have seen it, and in the past. Dad is my second idol. Senju Hashirama, and who is your first idol? Vortex Boruto, it's Master Sasuke. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, the nefarious Uchiha, how dare you indoctrinate the Hokage's child? I shall. Uchiha Izuna, this foolish Tobirama is beyond redemption, take him away. Next, the scene continues. High above, a withered leaf drifts gently downwards, ultimately landing on the water's surface, creating ripples. Naruto and Sasuke spring into action. Naruto leaps into the sky, a white phantom assisting him in forming the Rasengan. His pupils constrict suddenly as he turns to see his companions approaching, beginning with his father and mother, and increasingly more individuals. Their collective will converges, aiding Naruto in crafting the Rasengan. A subtle smile graces Naruto's lips as he genuinely feels the strength bestowed upon him by his comrades. In this moment, he cannot possibly lose. In contrast, Sasuke finds himself supported by Uchiha Itachi, who aids him in forming the Chidori. While he stands in opposition to the world, only his brother chooses to extend a hand to him, just as Itachi once proclaimed, regardless of the path you choose to tread in the future. I will always love you unconditionally. However, Sasuke remains fixated on Naruto in the distance, entirely oblivious to the care of his brother behind him. The onlookers, watching the video, fall into silence, touched in an inexplicable manner. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, your disbelief in your comrades will inevitably lead to your downfall. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, you, the one who annihilated our clan. What right do you have? Senju Hashirama. Young one, remain calm. Your brother's actions and the clan's destruction must have had their reasons. Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, why didn't you kill me back then? Uchiha Obito. Within a cave, Obito gazes at the screen high above, hesitating to speak. If memory serves, at that time, Sasuke had fled in tears, running so swiftly that even with Kamui activated, he could scarcely keep pace. Obito shakes his head, redirecting his attention to the screen. On the screen, Naruto's phantom grows increasingly larger, and Sasuke's does as well. The two of them swiftly collide their trump cards. Boom. A violent shockwave erupts, shattering the statues of Hashirama and Madara beside them. Hashirama, watching the video, wears an expression of sorrow. Not at all, my brothers. If you wish to fight, please do so properly. Why must you destroy the statues of Madara and me? In a fit of frustration, Zhu Jian stamped his feet. Yet the honest and simple-minded fellow found himself at a loss for words to express his anger. The scene continued to unfold, as bright light rapidly spread, enveloping everything around. Then, the screen turned black, revealing a line of small text. Whose youth is this again? Hey bae. I was brought to tears. Shuang Meiming. So, in the end, who emerged victorious? Mu. More than that. I'm far more concerned about 16-year-old Boruto. Hey too, Grandpa. Your words make me eager as well. The imagery pressed on. The following passage delves into stream of consciousness, requiring a degree of literary comprehension. Those who struggle with such narrative may choose to skip this chapter. At this moment, the scene abruptly transitioned into a void, and memories of Naruto and Sasuke's childhood materialized on screen. The two engaged in conversation, the ticking of a clock resonating in the background. Are we dead? Sasuke's gaze was one of confusion. This feeling, Naruto hesitated to articulate. As their dialogue unfolded, the scenes metamorphosed, depicting the shared experiences of their youth. On the rooftop, water trickled down. Sasuke stepped forward, and in an instant, the bright sky transformed into darkness. How tragic. Sasuke observed the throng below. A multitude of villagers, faces twisted with malice, encircled the childhood figures of Naruto and Sasuke. It is because of the Nine Tails that you, and because of the Uchiha that I, have been ostracized by the village. They all despise us, and we harbor hatred for the village, for its people. Sasuke articulated this sentiment. The tailed beasts and some orphans watching the video shared similarly complex expressions. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke endured immense suffering in their youth, their divergent backgrounds leading them down opposing paths. It is not as simple as that. You do not understand at all. Naruto gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. The two reappeared by the riverbank. Naruto sprinted upward, while Sasuke turned to gaze at the solitary figure of Naruto above. The young Naruto swung back and forth on a swing, each motion revealing a different phase of his growth. Sasuke approached, his expression intricate. I'm sorry, Granny Tsunade. I had promised you, yet still. Naruto lowered his gaze to his toes, his tone tinged with sorrow. Together they looked towards the horizon, where the flourishing Hidden Leaf village lay. By the way, Infinite Tsukuyami. This is dire. If we are absent, how will we unravel this jutsu? Naruto's face shifted to one of shock as he suddenly recalled. Seeing Naruto in this state, Sasuke could not help but chuckle lightly. Despite our demise, we still concern ourselves with the future of the world? Naturally, the world cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Sakura and Kakashi are still around. They should have a plan. Sasuke shook his head. I hope so. As the two conversed, the onlookers gradually began to grasp the essence of their sentiments. At this moment, Naruto clasped his shoulder, suddenly gripped by a surge of pain. Sasuke wore an expression of bewilderment, but in the blink of an eye, Naruto, who was seated on a swing, vanished. Confused, Sasuke scanned his surroundings, his gaze drawn to the statues high above. The Hokage, perhaps in his youth. He had once sat upon his brother's back, as Itachi carried young Sasuke forward. Perhaps, after some time you might be able to carve your brother's statue, right? Sasuke began to speak, but no sooner had he uttered the words than Itachi halted in his tracks. With a sharp crack, Itachi disappeared, leaving the young Sasuke in a state of panic, his face etched with fear. Darkness enveloped him, and the scene was filled with numerous corpses. Suddenly, the perspective shifted, revealing Itachi in his final moments, gazing at him with a look of contentment. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Regardless of what you may become in the future, I shall always love you. Itachi gently pressed his forehead against Sasuke's. Sasuke fell into silence, allowing the rain to drench him. Brother, I will soon be able to see you. The sound of water dripped incessantly onto the ground. Sasuke opened his eyes to behold a full moon. At last, I have returned. Naruto spoke in a faint tone. Sasuke's pupils contracted as he turned to face Naruto, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his arm. Glancing down, he noticed that both he and Naruto had suffered a severed arm. As you can see, if we move recklessly, we will bleed excessively. Naruto Uzumaki. So it was my blow that broke Sasuke's arm. I had intended to help him take revenge. Sasuke Uchiha. Kushina Uzumaki. Please, do not fight anymore. Chapter 43. Naruto becomes the hero of the ninja world, but what of young Boruto? Uchiha Mikoto. It pains me to witness this battle between the two. Naruto Uzumaki. Seriously, can't you two just have a proper conversation? Why resort to fighting? Gu Xi and Ju Shi. Indeed, it seems that in their struggle, the power of the six paths has been squandered. The following narrative may appear somewhat abstract, and it is quite normal for one to find it tedious. After all, it requires a certain level of comprehension. Those disinterested may choose to skip ahead without affecting the subsequent storyline. The scene unfolds. Sasuke turns to Naruto, his expression etched with confusion. What? Why would you go to such lengths to stop me? Sasuke's demeanor is intricate. He has plunged into darkness, severing all ties in pursuit of power, even despising the self he has become. Yet Naruto insists on standing by him. Sasuke gazes intently at Naruto, his eyes a tumult of emotions. What? It seems you have come to some understanding. Now my body is paralyzed, yet my mouth has become. Naruto chuckles lightly, evading the question. Enough. Answer me. Sasuke exclaims in anger. In that moment, Naruto turns to face Sasuke directly. Because we are friends. No sooner had the words left his lips than a torrent of memories flooded his mind like a film reel. There was a time when Sasuke, with an icy demeanor, questioned Naruto. Who are you really? Yet Naruto's answer remained unwavering. Because we are friends. Is it merely due to this bond? Sasuke hesitates, words caught in his throat. I have heard this before. What do I truly signify to you? Upon hearing this, Naruto lets out a soft laugh. Then gazes up at the twinkling stars. I cannot say for certain. I am unclear as well, but seeing you bear the weight alone, severing your past. For some reason, it pains me deeply. Naruto's expression is complex. The anguish is unbearable, and I cannot stand idly by. At this moment, Naruto feebly lifts the corners of his mouth, his face pale, his voice slightly hoarse. However, there is nothing that can be done now. Every part of me aches. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke falls into silence. Memories of the past swirl in his mind. Since childhood, both of them had been despised by the villagers. Naruto often played pranks and acted out, merely seeking attention. Upon first encountering Naruto, Sasuke discerned his intentions. Each time he saw Naruto, he was acutely aware of him. Yet Sasuke feared that emotions might compromise his strength, constantly attempting to sever their bond. He even briefly entertained the notion of abandoning his quest for revenge, but soon dismissed that thought. As Naruto rapidly ascended in strength, Sasuke's gaze became increasingly complicated. The figure of Naruto grew ever more distant. You are always ahead of me, just like brother once was. Gazing at the ethereal image of Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke murmurs. Today is no different. At that moment, Itachi's voice suddenly resonates. I entrust this to you. This has been my plan from the very beginning. Naruto's gaze is resolute. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Itachi's lips curled into a smile, revealing a rare expression of contentment. Entrusting this to you is indeed the right choice. Is this Naruto's memory? Sasuke pondered, confusion evident in his gaze. My future aspiration is to become Hokage. To have everyone in the village acknowledge my existence. Naruto's voice resonated in the scene. Sasuke witnessed Naruto's memories. Once a weakling, Naruto had persevered to reach his current stature. Along the way, many chose to believe in him. Naruto, you actually. Sasuke's thoughts surged. No matter how powerful you wish to become. Itachi's voice echoed from behind. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he abruptly turned, only to see the reanimated Itachi imparting something to Naruto. Do not attempt to bear everything alone. Since your dream mirrors that of our father, remember my words. Itachi gazed at Naruto with a serious expression. Naruto swallowed hard. It is not that one must become Hokage to be acknowledged. Rather, it is those who are acknowledged that can become Hokage. Do not forget your comrades. Itachi's words awakened Sasuke. Brother. Itachi extended his finger, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke stepped back and, upon raising his gaze, found Itachi offering him a tender smile. The illusion gradually transformed into the Naruto of today, their positions continually shifting. Iruka-sensei appeared behind Naruto, while Sasuke found himself surrounded by emptiness. In an instant, countless companions emerged behind Naruto. Yet he remained alone, engulfed in void. As Naruto's companions multiplied, he gradually became an object of admiration. Sasuke gazed at the familiar faces in the distance, his expression becoming numb. At this moment, Naruto smiled at him. Beside Naruto was the place reserved for him. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's pupils dilated, and his eyes brimmed with tears. He had traversed this path, continually shutting himself off, unwilling to befriend anyone in his quest for revenge. Yet each time he had failed, he never anticipated that Naruto would care for him so deeply, never abandoning him, consistently placing him in a position of importance. Sasuke bit his lip, fighting back tears, lowering his head. After a moment of silence, Sasuke lifted his gaze, opening his eyes. Is that so? If so, then allow me to see. Uchiha Fugaku, the eyes of the Uchiha speak volumes. Senju Tobirama, humph. Quite fitting for the Uchiha clan's character. Senju Hashirama, sob, this is truly moving. Uzumaki Mido, Hashirama, can you not be so dramatic? The scene continued. Tick-tock, the image gradually grew dim, as if shrouded in an ancient filter. The blood of Sasuke and Naruto intertwined, slowly dripping below. Where are we? It seems we both slept until dawn, and we didn't perish after all. Sasuke chuckled softly. Upon hearing Sasuke's jest, Naruto paused. I was planning to give you a good beating. I absolutely must wake you up this time. Huh. Sasuke chuckled softly. Given our current state, are you still contemplating a fight? Of course, no matter how many times it takes. I concede. Sasuke gradually spoke. Naruto was taken aback. It is I who has lost, he said slowly. Through their gaze, one could discern Sasuke's innermost thoughts. After all, the eyes of the Uchiha clan possess a language of their own. The audience watching the video fell into silence upon hearing Sasuke's words. You fool, there is no such thing as victory or defeat in this battle. Naruto shot a glare at Sasuke. I merely wish to rouse my dazed brother. The true contest lies ahead. Naruto. Sasuke's lips curled upwards. I acknowledge you. If I were to perish here, this lengthy cycle of cause and effect would come to an end, which could be deemed a form of revolution. Should I break the infinite Tsukuyomi, I could pass the Rinnegan to Kakashi after my demise. I desire to conclude matters on my own terms. Stop thinking about ending everything through death. You must survive to assist me. I intend to unite everyone, and that includes you. Naruto fixed his gaze firmly on Sasuke. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke's eyes glistened with tears, a solitary drop silently cascading down his cheek. He turned his head, not wishing Naruto to witness his vulnerable state. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke but chose not to address it. At that moment, a pale light began to rise in the distance, bathing the two in a gentle glow. Sakura and Kakashi rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Sakura hurriedly tended to their wounds, and as the three shared laughter, Kakashi's eyes brimmed with relief. How wonderful it is that the three of them have returned to their former selves. The left screen played until this point, abruptly halting, followed by darkness as white text appeared. 17-year-old Naruto has become a hero of the ninja world, guiding his wayward friend back to the right path while realizing his own dreams. From having nothing, he gradually built a fulfilling family. Such a Kijinoki. What kind of environment has that young Boruto grown up in? Chapter 44. 3 years later, has Sarada become a little delinquent? System, hold on. I am still tallying the rewards. Distributing rewards to Naruto Uzumaki. Reward. Naruto Uzumaki at the pinnacle of Sage of Six Paths. Reward. 2 resurrection cards for Naruto Uzumaki. 4th Kazekage Raza what? Resurrection cards? Obito Uchiha? Naruto Uzumaki. I will use this resurrection card to bring back my parents. On the streets of Konoha, Minato and Kushina gazed at their palms, their expressions filled with disbelief. They have truly returned to life? Kushina blinked in astonishment. This system is remarkable. Minato looked up at the 2 screens high in the sky, his gaze cautious. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Minato embraced Kushina, sensing Naruto's chakra, and swiftly made his way to Naruto's side. Naruto, it's been a long time. Wah. Minato, let me down quickly. I want to hug Naruto. Kushina exclaimed, patting Minato's head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Minato set his wife down, only to see Kushina enveloping Naruto in affection, showering him with hugs and kisses, her eyes brimming with adoration. Kushina thought to herself, if only I could have a few more resurrection cards, I could bring Obito back too. Within a cave, Obito stared intently at the messages in the chat group, his pupils dilating in shock. Minato-sensei has truly returned. Obito's lips trembled, reflecting his bewilderment. Firstly, the flying thunder god mark on him had yet to vanish. If Minato-sensei sensed him, his existence would be revealed. Secondly, he felt immense shame for the wrongs he had committed and felt unworthy to face Kushina and Minato-sensei, harboring no hope for their forgiveness. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from above. The left screen vanished, and the right screen flickered to life. On it appeared a few lines of text. Even so, I remain a ninja. This is my story, but initially, it was the story of my father and me. The young boy's dream was to become someone like Master Sasuke, secretly safeguarding the ninja world. As the narration concluded, the scene rapidly shifted. Bang! She forcefully pushed the door open, her hands striking the table with fervor. I have expressed my thoughts so many times. Why can't you grasp my meaning? That should be my question for you. Sarada, I have made numerous concessions, but it was he who first crossed the line and even killed the Hokage. Shikamaru observed Sarada, his brow furrowed. Firstly, there is a problem with the matter we are discussing. Boruto could never have killed the 7th Hokage. At the very least, he deserves an explanation. Sarada's tone was urgent. If he has nothing to hide, why did he run away? I have Ada as a witness. Konohamaru's gaze was icy. Yet, anyone faced with such a lethal pursuit order would choose to flee. Sarada hesitated to respond. Listen, Sarada, the current situation in Konoha necessitates the pursuit of Boruto. Regardless of the commands I issue, I cannot satisfy everyone. Shikamaru shook his head. Just as Sarada was about to speak, Shikamaru interrupted her. Enough of this topic. I hope this is the last time we discuss it. If you understand, hurry and carry out your mission. Shikamaru wore an impatient expression. You heartless individual. Sarada glared at Shikamaru with indignation. The viewers watching the video could not help but express their confusion with question marks. Kabuto, if I am not mistaken. After Naruto was sealed, Shikamaru became the Hokage? Nara Shikaku. No way, my son became Hokage? Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Sasuke, young, that is not the main point. Speaking of which, Sarada's attire. Haruno Sakura, Boruto, she looks quite beautiful, doesn't she? In a certain mansion, Sasuke observed the scene in the sky, his brows furrowed. Sakura, on the other hand, felt indifferent, considering she was their daughter. Enough, Sarada. You are not allowed to dress like that in the future. Sasuke slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Sarada appeared bewildered. No way. How could I be dressed like this in the future? In the Pure Land, Fugaku and Mikoto also wore expressions of confusion. What on earth is happening? Is this rebellious girl still our beloved granddaughter? Within the Akatsuki organization, Itachi wore a similarly perplexed expression. However, he maintained his aloof demeanor outwardly. Little did he know, thoughts were swirling in his mind. Wait, why would my little princess dress like this in the future? In the manga, Sarada's portrayal is indeed not very appealing. Hopefully, the animation team will enhance her appearance. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Impressive. This attire is so trendy. Fourth Reikage. Indeed, quite fashionable. Anoki. Is this what they call being trendy? Has my aesthetic become outdated compared to the youth? Kuratsuchi. Actually, Sarada looks rather cool in this outfit. Mizukage Meitarumi. Heh. No wonder she inherits the Uchiha clan's striking beauty. The scene continued. Hey Sarada, how can you speak to the 8th Hokage like that? Konohamaru was sweating profusely. Enough, Konohamaru. Sarada. I am genuinely concerned for you. If you continue like this, you may never become Hokage and might remain a mere genin for life. Shikamaru's tone was laden with meaning. Attempting to threaten Sarada. Sarada turned away. My father was once a rogue ninja, wasn't he? Just like Boruto. This has nothing to do with Sasuke. As a ninja of Konohagakure, you should understand what you must do at present. Shikamaru spoke slowly. Once, the 7th Hokage brought back my father, who had strayed and committed grave sins. He too ascended from a genin to become Hokage. What exactly are you trying to convey? My idol is the 7th Hokage, not you. Sarada's eyes instantly transformed into a crimson hue as she glared fiercely at Shikamaru. Shikamaru appeared bewildered. What could he possibly do? With his exceptional intellect, he had long sensed that something was amiss. However, now as the Hokage, he appeared to wield considerable power, yet in reality, he found himself constrained in many respects, reluctant to act impulsively. Thus, he could only delegate tasks to his subordinates, whose intellect was regrettably lacking. Nara Shikamaru. Sarada, let me ask you, if you were the 8th Hokage, how would you address this situation? Uchiha Sarada. Cancel the bounty on Boruto. Nara Shikamaru. Do you believe that as a public figure, I could undertake such an action? Uchiha Sarada. Akimichi Choji, I don't quite understand. But it sounds impressive. The scene continues. In the streets, Sarada seeks out her class representative, engaging in discourse regarding the omnipotent. Over the past 3 years, she had inquired with various villagers, yet all provided identical responses, asserting that Boruto had slain the Hokage and subsequently fled the village. No matter how she articulated her perspective, it proved futile. In desperation, the two decided to consult Ada, yet even she was unable to lift the effects of the omnipotent divine technique. In the realm of Daikokuten, Kawaki stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions as he observed the unconscious Naruto and Hinata. The plot of Boruto, Naruto Next Generations is rather captivating, though the slow manga updates compel the animation team to create original storylines. For those criticizing the plot of Boruto, I suggest they take a look at the manga. Chapter 45. Boruto's explosive entrance stuns the 7th Hokage. Anoki, what a fashionable young man. Deidara, huh? Old man, your thinking is truly outdated. The scene continues. Kawaki leans on the railing, gazing into the distance as a gentle breeze brushes by. Stop appearing behind me with that murderous aura. Kawaki's brow furrows. From the shadows, a figure emerges gradually. Boruto likely harbors malevolent intentions towards you, and like you, he belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, capable of concealing his chakra, explains Mitsuki calmly, shaking his head. Regardless, he must protect Kawaki, for Kawaki is his son. You need not worry about that. If he dares to come to the village, I will immediately sense his presence. You should be aware of that, Kawaki states coldly. I wish to protect you, so I must kill him. I must do it with my own hands. A palpable aura of menace surrounds Mitsuki. This is your concern, but could you refrain from being so obsessive? It's rather annoying. Kawaki's eyes blaze with anger. As soon as he finishes speaking, Mitsuki's pupils constrict, his lips quivering slightly. What? Kawaki has never treated me this way before. Kawaki-sama, we are the search team. We have discovered claw marks in the wilderness. The communication device crackles to life. Where is the location? Kawaki's gaze sharpens, and he swiftly ascends into the air. What is that Kate up to now? Soon, the search team reports the location, and Kawaki speeds away into the distance. The viewers of the video express their confusion. So, why hasn't Boruto shown up yet? The scene continues, as Mitsuki watches Kawaki disappear into the horizon, his expression complex. Kawaki, are you not the sun that illuminates my moon? Kawaki. Mitsuki's lips tremble, a sense of unease welling up within him. Meitarumi. The Mizukage. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Does Mitsuki have feelings for Boruto? And what could have caused this twist? A fourth Reikage. I knew something was amiss in Konoha. It's all a mess. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, the mindset in Konoha. Impressive. So open-minded. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hashirama Senju, monkey, what's going on? Why do I feel like the kids in Konoha are all? Tobarama Senju. I share the same sentiment. Tobarama Senju. Brother, you have no right to say that. Hashirama Senju. The scene progresses as Kawaki swiftly arrives at the site, promptly erasing the claw marks before him. Simultaneously, he seizes the nape of a Konoha ninja. The viewers of the video are left bewildered, completely at a loss. Claw marks. When were you marked? Did you not feel anything at all? Kawaki's expression is one of confusion as he utilizes his ocular abilities to erase the claw marks from the Konoha ninja's neck. Uncertain, the leaf ninja shook his head in resignation. Shortly thereafter, Kawaki reported the incident to Shikamaru. While the two conversed, a splitting entity suddenly erupted from the nape of a civilian's neck on the streets of Konoha. In an instant, a wave of intense panic surged through the village. Bang! The splitting entity, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch, sending a leaf village ninja hurtling into a distant wall. Witnessing this, the guards immediately rushed forward to thwart the onslaught of these entities. Uchiha Shursui. Humph! This is the consequence of the absence of the Uchiha clan. Konoha civilian, indeed. Although the Uchiha clan's words may be unpalatable, they undeniably provide a sense of security. Leaf Village Genin. Exactly, especially in the face of such an invasion. Fourth Reikage. Alas, the Uchiha clan has been eliminated by Konoha. The scene continued. Shikamaru swiftly issued commands, efficiently orchestrating the battlefield. Those watching the video couldn't help but commend Shikamaru highly. Boom. Kawaki struck a splitting entity with a punch, then turned to a child lying on the ground and gently urged, hurry and escape. Listen to the instructions of those ninjas. Thank you, big brother. The child replied gratefully. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sarada kicked a splitting entity into the air. However, in the blink of an eye, multiple more splitting entities emerged from the fallen one. Wow, this splitting entity can summon reinforcements? The spectators watching the video were left in shock. Akatsuchi, am I the only one who finds this absurd? Why does it feel like the Rinnegan is everywhere now? Orochimaru, more than that. I am fascinated by the structure of these splitting entities. It's truly exhilarating. Tsunade, Orochimaru, could you refrain from being so perverse? The footage continued. The heads of these splitting entities soon sprouted complete bodies, revealing Kawaki. With hands in his pockets, he looked down at Sarada from a lofty position. After 3 years, his power had escalated beyond comparison. Kawaki. Sarada's eyes narrowed with caution. Hello, Uchiha Sarada. Hashirama Senju. Is it possible to teleport through these claw marks? Tobarama Senju. Hashirama. What jutsu are you contemplating now? Hashirama Senju. Brother, I. Tobarama Senju. Enough. Hashirama Senju, huh? The scene progressed. What brings you back to Konoha? Sarada's gaze was filled with vigilance. I am here to seek Boruto, Kawaki replied coldly. He is not here. He left the village 3 years ago. I know. I've been searching for him everywhere during this time, but I am growing weary of it. Kawaki's hands remained in his pockets, his eyes radiating a chilling glare. I told you he is not in Konoha. Look elsewhere. Perhaps I did not articulate my thoughts clearly. Allow me to rectify that. I have no intention of seeking him any longer, which is precisely why I have arrived at Konoha village. Kiid's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What did you just say? Sarada's pupils constricted sharply. I intend to draw him here, if he still holds any affection for the village, he declared, resolutely commanding several clones to surround the area. As Sarada found herself encircled, a heightened sense of caution enveloped her. The onlookers could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Sarada, yet the Uchiha clan remained unfazed. If memory serves me right, Sarada should possess the Manjiki Sharingan, yes? Then, quickly unleash its power, young lady. However, before long, everyone was left in stunned silence. You must call out louder. He needs to hear you clearly. Kiid smirked, his expression one of disdain. In the very next moment, a figure burst onto the scene with explosive force. The individual landed squarely on Kiid's face, his demeanor chilling. This person was none other than Boruto. Goodness, is that speed truly possible? In the Hokage's office, Naruto abruptly stood, disbelief etched across his features as he rubbed his eyes. He could scarcely comprehend the velocity of his son. What does this even signify? Despite his own status as a peak Hokage, he could not discern his son's speed. My goodness, is his son truly this formidable? Thank you all for reaching this point. I sincerely appreciate you. Chapter 46, Spiraling Sphere. Boruto. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Did you witness Boruto's speed just now? Senju Hashirama. No. To be honest, this Boruto may well surpass even his father. Anoki. You must be joking. Even the god of shinobi says so. The scene unfolds further. At last, I have found you, Boruto. I never anticipated your prompt appearance. Cowd's gaze was icy as he fixated on Boruto. Had I known this would transpire, I should have reached Konohagakure sooner. Boruto's expression remained serene, his eyes devoid of turbulence. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. While you still possess control over these creatures, command them to retreat. Not a single one is to remain here. Comply, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing Boruto's declaration, a flicker of surprise crossed Cowd's eyes. Wait, what did you just say? You, who 2 years prior could not even muster a defense against me, dare to utter such words in my presence? Where do you find your audacity? Did you not comprehend my earlier statement? Listen carefully and act promptly. Otherwise, the consequences will extend far beyond merely losing a left eye. Boruto's gaze was frigid. The onlookers watching the video were inexplicably struck by Boruto's charisma. It is astonishing how he can utter such bravado. You are utterly laughable. Boruto. Sarada hesitated, her mind racing with thoughts of how she could assist him. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. I can no longer bear to watch. Is Sarada's attire for real? Second Mizukage Me Terumi. 1. It seems only Boruto's outfit can be deemed somewhat normal. Fourth Raikage A. These details are of little consequence. I am quite curious about the extent of Boruto's current strength. Otsutsuki Kagaya. 6 paths. Perhaps? The scene continues. Sarada, you must lead everyone away. I will handle this individual. Boruto's tone was steady. Can you manage that? We will discuss this later. Our immediate concern is ensuring everyone's survival. Gazing at the composed and mature Boruto before her, Sarada's pupils dilated, hardly able to believe that this was indeed Boruto. In just 3 years of absence, how had he undergone such a profound transformation? The viewers of the video shared expressions of astonishment. Only Naruto and Hinata watched Boruto with hearts full of sorrow, pondering the hardships he must have endured over such a brief span. How he had matured beyond even his father's years. Arika Umino, is this child truly only 16 years old? I feel he is more mature than I am. Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed, his face betrays no emotion. He certainly appears formidable. Obito Uchiha. The scene unfolds further. The team, including Shikadai, engages in a struggle with these fragmented entities. However, the split entities prove to be overwhelmingly powerful, leaving everyone visibly fatigued. Suddenly, one of the split entities lunged at Sunflower. Just as it seemed on the verge of being engulfed. Bang! Kawaki soared in, delivering a swift kick that sent the split entity flying. Regaining its balance, the entity opened its eyes, revealing the Rinnegan. Nagato, who was watching the video, was taken aback upon seeing the Rinnegan. In the next moment, the split entity used its claw mechanism to overpower Kawaki, seizing him by the neck. Kawaki struggled in vain. Oh, Otsutsuki, the split entity mumbled. Before becoming rigid, Kawaki, hurry and free yourself, I can't hold on much longer, came the voice of Dai. Without hesitation, Kawaki activated the wedge, striking the split entity and reducing it to smoke. A fierce whirlwind swept towards the group, prompting them to raise their hands in defense. When they opened their eyes again, several more split entities emerged from the fallen one. These creatures are multiplying. How many are there? Dai gritted his teeth, his gaze wary. No matter how many there are, we will eliminate them all, Kawaki declared coldly. The onlookers watching the video were left speechless by Kawaki's proclamation. Wait, brother. You were just overpowered by one of those split entities. Are you serious? At this moment, the scene continued. Boruto glanced around at the encircling split entities, which swiftly surrounded him. Unlike the wild ones, these were all under the control of Code, who decisively commanded the split entities to rush at Boruto. Crack! A flash of the blade severed the upper half of the charging split entity in an instant. Boruto then sheathed his sword, his expression tranquil. Code, witnessing the effortless defeat of the split entity, was filled with shock. These split entities, under his command, could even challenge Kawaki, yet Boruto. Anger surged in Code's eyes as he directed all the split entities to charge at Boruto simultaneously. Observing the oncoming horde, Boruto swiftly drew his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was sliced by the sharp blades. In mere seconds, Boruto wielded his sword with such finesse that, relying solely on his taijutsu and swordsmanship, he felled the split entities to the ground. This stood in stark contrast to the difficult situations faced by others against the split entities. The audience watching the video gasped in astonishment. Hashirama Senju, I may need to enter Sage mode to confront these split entities. Tobarama Senju, these split entities have tough skin. Sealing them might be the only option. Minato Namikaze, by the way, didn't Kawaki just use the power of the wedge to shatter one of the split entities? Kushina Izumaki, regardless of anything, my grandson must not come to harm. Makoto Uchiha, speaking of which, where has Sasuke gone? Isn't Boruto with him? Fugaku Uchiha, indeed. Where is Sasuke? The scene continued. With a snap, Boruto sheathed his sword, his gaze as calm as still water. Looking around once more, he saw the split entities sprawled on the ground, their bodies cleanly severed in two, the sight gruesomely tragic. A gust of wind swept through, causing the lofty trees to rustle softly. He'd fixed his icy gaze upon Boruto, his eyes glinting with disdain. It appears you are not merely boasting. Shall we continue? I will ensure none of your subordinates remain. Boruto's eyes mirrored the coldness of Keats. You've merely taken a few lives. Do not let it inflate your ego. I possess numerous clones, and they are merely tools, he retorted, his voice steady. Keats' expression was one of utter contempt. As Boruto pondered the sage's prophecy, he fell into a contemplative silence before speaking slowly. It seems you still fail to comprehend the true terror of the Ten Tails. What do you mean? Keats' eyes were filled with scorn. If you are referring to the Ten Tails, I am well aware of its nature. This is self-evident. You do not understand, Boruto continued, his tone shifting. The Ten Tails devour the Otsutsuki, acting purely on instinct, indiscriminately consuming all in their path. Sooner or later, they will confront the Otsutsuki directly. This was a potential trajectory, but the circumstances have altered due to your influence on them. Boruto's voice took on a profound weight, leaving the spectators in the video perplexed. Keed, too, struggled to grasp Boruto's words, his brow furrowing in confusion. In the next moment, Boruto declared, I have no desire to reason with a fool. With that, he withdrew his hand from his cloak, and in an instant, a powerful whirlwind surged forth from his palm. Could this be the Rasengan? Jiraiya wondered aloud as the scene unfolded. Keed cast a glance at the swirling winds encircling Boruto's form, his brow furrowing deeper. Is this the Rasengan? Rasengan, tidal wave, Boruto uttered with a calm intensity. In an instant, a tremendous vortex of wind erupted from the ground, surrounding him and erecting a formidable wall of air. As Keed beheld Boruto, cloaked in the tempest, advancing towards him with an aura of lethal intent, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The spectators watching the video could not help but swallow hard, their anxiety palpable. Chapter 47. Incredible, is Boruto really this powerful? In the realm of pure consciousness. Minato gazed at the scene above with a furrowed brow. Within the visual display, Cowd's mind raced, yet he could not fathom why Boruto's Rasengan had not materialized. Almost instantly, Cowd summoned an array of claw marks on the ground. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, erupting from the ground's markings with claws poised, charging swiftly toward Boruto. Boruto, seemingly anticipating the assault, deftly evaded the strike with a mere turn of his head. Subsequently, he pivoted, rapidly channeling a substantial vortex of wind in one hand. Count, Observing the swirling tempest in Boruto's grasp, furrowed his brow in concentration. With a sudden crash, Cowd lunged forward, attempting to seize Boruto's strike while simultaneously aiming a fierce claw at his head. Reacting with remarkable speed, Boruto swiftly drew his blade, successfully blocking the lethal attack. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated clearly. Onlookers watching the footage were gripped with tension, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. It appears you possess considerable confidence in your technique. However, what a pity. If it fails to connect, it bears no significance. Cowd's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Boruto's gaze turned icy. I have stated before, eliminating you is a trivial task for me. And that endeavor is already halfway complete. Boruto's tone grew laden with meaning. What did you say? Cowd's brows twisted into a knot. In the next heartbeat, the vortex of wind in Boruto's palms surged forth, enveloping Cowd's arm with a fierce intensity. Cowd, astonished by the phenomenon, hastily distanced himself from Boruto. What is this? I shall repeat myself one last time. Cowd, this is my final warning. Boruto's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Now, lead me to the location of the Ten-Tails. Should you fail to comply, you shall perish here. How utterly absurd, Boruto. If you have the capability, then make your move. Cowd initially paused, then scoffed, urging him to come forth. Cowd propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, charging once more at Boruto. In the instant before impact, a fierce whirlwind ensnared him, rendering it impossible to land even a single blow on Boruto. Moreover, Boruto appeared as if he were standing perfectly still. Cowd turned to face Boruto, his fury intensifying, as he brandished his claws and lunged viciously toward him. Boruto decisively evaded the strike, causing Cowd to stumble precariously, nearly losing his balance. In terror, he glanced back at Boruto. His speed is astonishing. This is not mere evasion. What is the principle behind this technique? The viewers of the video shared equally astonished expressions. Fourth Raikage A. Forgive my ignorance. What is the underlying principle of Boruto's ninjutsu? Vortex Nagato. Could it be Shinra Tensei? Senju Hashirama. It does not seem to resemble that. There is consistently a whirlwind surrounding Boruto. It must be a jutsu of A rank, I presume? Kinch Hashirama. I can barely comprehend Boruto's speed. He is truly formidable. Can it be that he is merely 16 years old? Kage at Tsutsuki, Naruto only reached the level of a Kage at 16, yet Boruto at this age is beyond extraordinary. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. Naruto was merely an A-rank ninja at 16, while Boruto has already attained S-rank at the same age. His strength is simply overwhelming. Third Kazekage, Raza. Might you consider keeping your silence? Your words have brought disgrace upon Sunagakure. As the scene unfolds, Keidu, lost in thought, blinks. And in the blink of an eye, Boruto appears at his side. Keidu's pupils constrict in disbelief as he turns his head. Bang! Boruto slaps his hand against Keidu's abdomen, causing Keidu's face to turn pale with pain. Rasengan, Tsubaki, Boruto states coldly, as the words leave his lips. A powerful gust of wind swirls up from the ground, crashing into Keidu's abdomen with unrelenting force. Keidu grits his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he is sent flying through the air. After tumbling in midair, Keidu barely manages to regain his footing. The residual force from the strike has obliterated several surrounding structures, leaving the ground in disarray. As the smoke begins to clear, Keidu kneels on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazes at Boruto. The onlookers are equally taken aback, their disbelief palpable at such overwhelming power. Humph. I never anticipated you would withstand that blow and still manage to stand, Boruto remarks calmly, observing Keidu rise in the distance. A fierce whirlwind envelopes Keidu and Boruto, spinning relentlessly. Keidu struggles to maintain his balance and collapses to the ground. Boruto, hands in his pockets, approaches slowly. Damn it, what have you done to me? Keidu questions. Savor this sensation, consider it the planet's retaliation against you. Boruto gazes down at Keidu from above. Planet? This technique absorbs the planet's chakra and spins, known as Tsubaki. The force colliding within you will not dissipate, just as the planet cannot cease its rotation. Boruto explains coldly, tilting his head back. Rotation. Keidu looks up at Boruto, his vision beginning to spin as the scene transforms into a magnificent spectacle. The trauma will persist. Until the planet's rotation is halted, your life hangs in the balance. Such trivial techniques. Keidu manages to rise, leaning against a tree. The next moment, he crashes to the ground, having slipped from the tree. Boruto remains calm, crouching to meet Keidu's gaze. The onlookers are astonished, exclaiming, Brother, you are facing a being of 6 paths caliber. Why are you so composed? Within the Pure Land, Hashirama and Madara are equally stunned, watching the scene unfold. They had never anticipated that the subsequent generation would possess strength far surpassing their own. Alas, it seems we have become mere remnants of an outdated era, Madara reflects. Hashirama, though reluctant to admit it, acknowledges the truth. Yet Madara's eyes shine with determination. As long as he ascends to the realm of six paths, Boruto holds no fear for him. The scene continues. However, if I were to lift the Tsubaki, that would be an entirely different matter. Keidu remains silent, his body racked with unbearable pain. What will it be? Await death? Or divulge the location of the Tintails to save his own life? Consider your decisions carefully, fool. As the two conversed, Kawaki hurriedly approached. Boruto cast a glance at Kawaki and gracefully executed a backflip to land effortlessly. In the next moment, the trio of Inogen, CHG, and their companion Himawari arrived at the battlefield, instantly complicating the scene. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Naruto gazed at the video footage, enveloped in silence. This is what Himawari has become. This divine technique has altered everyone's memories. As Naruto pondered this, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. However, it is fortunate that Sasuke has been by Boruto's side these past 3 years. Of course, if Naruto were to discover that Sasuke had only accompanied Boruto for 1 year before vanishing, one can only imagine his reaction. Chapter 48. A brand new Flying Thunder God? Tobirama Senju is astonished. Kudos to the review sister for her hard work. Tsukuyami Meitarumi. I don't know why, but I feel compelled to berate this Kawaki. Tobirama Senju. This Kawaki is just like the malevolent Uchiha. All should be taken away to cultivate cotton. Izuna Uchiha. Always mouthing off about the Uchiha. Tobirama must have some severe issues. Taijima Uchiha. Son, ignore this fool. The scene continues. As Boruto gazes upon the visage of the sunflower, his pupils constricting, though his expression quickly regains its composure. Boruto, what did you just discuss with that good fellow? Shikadai's gaze is frigid. This is a negotiation. Please do not interrupt me. Just as the two parties were communicating, Kid attempted to flee, only to find the claw marks on the ground obliterated by Kawaki, plunging the scene into chaos. Reporting the earlier situation, Kawaki. Shikamaru's anxious voice resonates. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems that Kid has weakened considerably. I have also cleared the claw marks nearby. We should be able to deal with him here. Kawaki's expression is icy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must eradicate the root. Shikamaru nods in agreement. Kawaki. Move away from him immediately. Do not provoke him further. Boruto's gaze is sharp as he fixes his eyes on Kawaki. Do you think you're issuing commands to whom? Humph. I presume you have come to Konoha prepared for your demise. Kawaki's hands are shoved into his pockets, his eyes brimming with disdain. Tsunade Senju, my blood pressure is rising. In the short commercial street, Tsunade glances at the screen high above, furious as she pounds her fist onto the table. Bang! The table splinters instantly, shattering upon the ground. The surrounding gamblers stare in astonishment at Tsunade, exclaiming, what immense strength this woman possesses. Lady Tsunade, perhaps we should leave quickly, Ino whispers softly. In the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya observes the scene on the screen, his brow furrowed. Why does Kawaki only come to stir up trouble? The scene unfolds further as Kid seizes the opportunity during their conversation, decisively manifesting a split body from his forehead. Kawaki, witnessing this, is taken aback, gripping his claws and swiftly lunging toward the split body. However, this proves futile. Kid takes advantage of the moment, swiftly burrowing into the split body, vanishing in the process. Bastard. Fury radiates from Kawaki's eyes. It is all Boruto's fault for engaging him in conversation, or Kid would not have escaped. Jiraiya, this genuinely infuriates me. I truly wish to tear apart this Kawaki. Orochimaru, haha, foolish Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, you both are far too impulsive. You ought to learn from Orochimaru in this regard. Tobirama Senju, monkey. Send me a private message regarding Konoha's current situation. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher, I have sent you a private message. In the Cloud Village. Reikage AI observes the chat group screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Has there been any intelligence from the infiltrators in the Hidden Leaf Village, Lord Reikage? Mabui adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. The scrutiny in the Leaf Village has been exceedingly stringent lately, and most of our operatives dare not act rashly, fearing to transmit any information. After stating this, Mabui began to report on the recent financial and economic conditions of the Cloud Village. It seems an opportunity to strike against the Leaf must be sought. Reikage cracked his neck, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The scene continued. Concerned that Kawaki might return to the Leaf Village, Shikamaru ordered an immediate cleanup of the village's traces. But Boruto is still here, Shikadai. You all should leave first. Kawaki turned to the trio of Inoshikacho. However, Brother Himawari hesitated to speak. I have matters to discuss with him. Kawaki shook his head. Boruto's gaze remained calm. Exuding an unusual steadiness, the viewers of the video couldn't help but feel sympathy for Boruto. What has he endured in these brief 3 years? Moreover, his attire appears rather ill-fitting in a certain estate. Hinata watched the video with tearful eyes. Why does Boruto continue to wear his childhood clothes? Karatsuchi, this is too tragic. Boruto was once a privileged child, and now he is destitute, having wandered for 3 years, living from hand to mouth. Even this garment he wears is his childhood attire. Patched and mended, clearly ill-fitting. Hashirama Senju. Even so, he remains a ninja? Jiraiya, a ninja is one who can endure. Undoubtedly. In terms of ninja capabilities, many cannot compare to Boruto. Itachi Uchiha. Truly, he is the child of Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, young Boruto. I always believed you were doing well. Boruto Uzumaki. Young dad, let us not discuss that now. I have matters to attend to. Madara Uchiha. Are you being pursued again? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Boruto, I have watched you grow up. The scene continued. After 3 years. What is this attire of yours? Have you become an adopted child of the Uchiha clan? Kawaki, hands in pockets, fixed his gaze intently on Boruto. You're still as loquacious as ever. Seeing Himawari safe puts my mind at ease. Boruto's expression remained indifferent. As the two conversed, a communication frog arrived to report that Kawaki had been spotted returning to the base and had also discovered the Ten Tails. The viewers of the video were astonished. They hadn't anticipated the existence of the Ten Tails. Kagaya Otsutsuki, is this the Ten Tails? It's been so long since I last saw it. I divided its chakra into 9 parts to create the 9-tailed beasts, Shikaku, this sinister aura, in a mountain cave. Obito observed the scene from above. His brow furrowed. To activate the infinite Tsukuyami, he requires the 10 tails. Yet how can there be another 10 tails in the video? Could it be that his future plans have failed? In the tranquil realm of the Pure Land, thoughts surged through Obito's mind. Upon witnessing the video for the first time, Madara hastily contacted Obito, urging him to seize control of Nagato and resurrect himself. Humph, you worthless Uchiha Madara, still clinging to the hope of revival? Just remain obediently in the Pure Land. Obito coldly reflected as he read the private message from Madara. As for the care Madara had shown him in his childhood, apologies. But that was a mere fabrication. Obito was not naive. He had long surmised that he was merely a pawn in Madara's grand scheme. The scene continued to unfold. Boruto, disinterested in Kawaki, decisively executed an improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself to Code's stronghold. The spectators of the video were left in awe, their pupils constricting in shock, particularly Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze. They were both intimately familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique and could discern the intricacies of its enhancement. Is it true that the Flying Thunder God has been modified? Youngster, how did you achieve this? Senju Tobarama inquired. Undoubtedly, my grandson's version of the Flying Thunder God is significantly faster than ours and seems to require far less chakra, Minato remarked. You see, my improved version of the Flying Thunder God is called the A-Stream Flying Thunder God. I've shared the principles behind it with both of you, Boruto explained. Minato Namikaze. Fourth Hokage, what is chakra? Senju Hashirama interjected.